Hopefully we live now, Red. I don't know. This still says, yeah. Peace, family. I don't know if we live right now, but we are getting ready. I told the people in the chat room, okay, yeah, that we were starting around 8:15, and I'm just checking the chat right now. Okay, so we should be live. Just click off here. All right, peace, family. Thanks for joining us. Red Pill got a dynamic presentation. As y'all can see, these is like unique times that we are living in. Unique times. So we definitely look forward to bringing the family information that we feel is important. Before I start the program today, since I'm live, let me give a shout out to, I'm on my desktop. These are just some things with the desktop that I be working on. Let me give the family, tell the family about some of the black folks that choose to advertise on my platform every month. I know y'all see the ads in the beginning of the video. First, let's take a look at King Simon. Shout out to King Simon. Anybody who needs numerology readings, the brother King Simon is awesome. He's been helping me for extremely. You check your phone, right? Is it on your phone? Okay. Yeah, but the brother King Simon has helped me out with a lot of things in terms of business, relationships. The brother's a genius when it comes to numbers. Each number has a frequency to it, and it denotes a certain energy signature within all of us. And if you're into metaphysics or astrology or any of that, I'm sure you will love King Simon with the numerology. So reach out to the brother King Simon. And the brother also is bringing in Phil Valentine to Brooklyn, New York. You know, this is the father of this underground metaphysical movement that we're into. And I'm actually going to be interviewing the brother on stage. Yes, I'm going to be interviewing Dr. Phil Valentine on stage on February 26th at St. Francis College. So if you in town, you still ain't checking. Red Pill ain't checking nothing for me, family. He in another world. I'm asking him to check stuff, make sure we on. I don't know what he doing over here. You on keynote, man. But but yeah. Phil Valentine's gonna be in town. Definitely make sure you check out the brother. If you can't, go to the live stream. The information is right there. But moving on. Right, moving on. We got, if you all seen Hidden Colors, we know how good a black documentary could be. Well, there's another documentary coming out, and the name of it is Happy. So, Happy's having a film screening panel discussion and networking event Saturday, February 18th. So make sure you'll check that out. All right, gotta have black media out there. That's sold out. Shout out to the brothers also at panafricandesigns.com who chose to advertise with me. You know, image is everything. As we can see how the image of a black family in the White House affected the psyche of our people in terms of being a little bit more proud. One of the most touching pictures I seen when Obama was in the White House is when a little boy, innocent boy, he doesn't know nothing about all this shit we talking about right now. Just a little black boy, he could barely talk, 5 years old. The first thing he asked Obama when his mama told him he was the president is if he could touch his hair. So before we learn about the white man is the devil, or before we learn about how this cop don't like me, or before we learn about why is these motherfuckers profiling me, or why am I being treated this way, or why this or why that, before all of that, you know, we innocent. And it's important that we instill these images before the world instills their images and sells their perceptions. Let's sell our own perceptions to our children. Because all motherfuckers doing every day is selling perceptions. Yo, black women are fucked up. Black men might walk up, nah, black men are fucked up. If you buy into that, that becomes your reality. So buy into, that's the purpose of black business, to buy into a reality that benefits you. When you support somebody else, make sure you're really supporting yourself, because you're uplifting yourself in an energetic perspective. And that leads perfectly until Minister Jew and Ample. They having a Magic Prosperity weekend going on, and I believe this is in Las Vegas. You can contact they have contact information right here. Make sure you reach out to those type of brothers. You know, I've read something that says the way you talk to your children from the ages 1 to 7 becomes the soundtrack to their life. Powerful. Words are powerful. You know how when niggas be like, all you niggas is doing is talking? Well, you know what? Yeah, talking dictates action. It dictates what happens in your life. Reality. From 1 to 7, all you doing to a baby is talking. They watching that talking, and they're gonna and they're gonna imitate that talking and those actions. So shout out to them. They teach you how to tap into the subconscious mind. And also Minister Jew is call him. He's having a quantum inauguration webinar. And the information is right there. Make sure you reach out to Minister Jew. Moving on, we got, it's all mental. All these advertisements, a lot of these is dealing with the mental plane. So we all got mental issues. Myself, Red Pill, everybody has been through something in their life mentally in which they need help. Lovely.com. The brother Prince Paulie reaches out to me on a consistent basis to advertise, and these people are magnificent when it comes to some of the ancient sciences, such as tarot cards and certain psychic abilities. Certain people are sensitive to energies. Let's stop making it sound real spooky. Some of us are more sensitive to energies than others. Some of us see things when other people don't see things. Some of us hear things. Some of us feel things. Some of us taste food more intensely. Some of us feel love before another person feels love. Some of us feels hate before somebody else feels hate. Some of us feels negativity, and they be like, I gotta get out of here. Other person be like, where the fuck you going? He be like, yo, I just feel bad. Another person don't understand. Who cares if nobody understand? Be comfortable with being misunderstood. That's the theme of the life. Be comfortable with being misunderstood, because we all don't feel the same emotions. So make sure your support to brothers and sisters who are sensitive to these energies that are invisible to us, and support them, because it's going to benefit and help your life. So shout out to them. Lovely.com. All of these links will be in the description. And they also have this is just another this is the link that they want you to go to if you want to contact them directly. And the last one we're going to show is Professor James Smalls. Yes, ProfessorSmall.com, 914-222-5237. I don't have to say much about this brother. He's a living legend. If you see him in colors, you seen Professor Smalls. You see the contact information. Contact the brother. The brother got information. We all used to go to the library when we were young. The library is virtual now. So make sure you touch this brother on the phone or on the website. Contact him, and the brother will definitely further assist you in your development. All right. And on that note, let's see what we got here. You ready, Red?
Yes, sir.
So Red got an awesome presentation. Red could talk forever, so I'm trying to not make him be over 3 hours. And I said we gotta get out here by 12, man. Red to talk to y'all till 5 in the morning. Red, bro, I got things to do. I got people upstairs, all types of stuff. But yeah, we about to start. You never even checked your phone, man?
No, I did. We good.
Okay, we good. Okay, so we good. Right. All right. So Red said we lit in the chat. We litty. Shout out to. Let me give my shout outs real quick. Shout out to everybody supporting, everybody in the chat room. You know what? If anybody out there got is into web design, holla at Brother Rich. And people have been hitting me up for years with the web design, but it wasn't time. And I get so many emails a day that I might have lost your email. It's going to be hard for me to go through certain emails. So the web design is out there. I got to expand. It's the time to expand my brand. The Red and Blue got this app, y'all. Trust me, we got some things coming for you. Red and Blue got this app that's going to change the whole conscious woke community, the whole metaphysical. They got this app coming, man. That's going to change. That's a game changer. So shout out to them, and I will quickly follow their lead in terms of the app community. But yeah, thanks to everybody that's for supporting Brother Rich. We got a lot of things coming. Yeah, a lot of things coming. I'm not gonna give it all away now, but we got a lot of things coming within the next couple of months. You ready to start, Red? Red's ready to start, so we're gonna get into this, family. With no further ado, Red Pill's gonna talk about Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah Part 3, Donald Trump, this Hitler 2.0. So let's get it.
That's your subtitle. Peace to the family. Peace to you and yours. This is your brother Red Pill reporting live and direct at the Underground Railroad by way of Know the Ledge. We are here in the building, and I want to say thank you for joining us tonight. For those who are going to hear this show on the download, salute. Thank you for coming through. Disclaimer. We're here for 4 hours. This is the visual presentation that I brought to Norfolk, Virginia this weekend to present to the beautiful family that came out in numbers. All of the family salute in Norfolk, Virginia. Shout out to the brother Mike. Shout out to all of the family who embraced us, showed us love out there. You know what I'm saying? We'll be back at the end of February with our brother Chip, all right, and his brother at an art gallery. We'll give you information about that. We'll be in Miami February 11th at the African Cultural Arts Center doing the Facts Initiative, and we'll also be in Atlanta the 26th doing, me and Mama Pill are doing an event for children. They booked us to come and do an event. And I will be in Long Island. We'll be in a part of Kings County. If people don't know, Kings County is Brooklyn, Queens, and Long Island. Do you know that? Yeah. No, it's when everything was joined, it was called Kings County. When this was the Empire, you know what I'm saying? When it was the Empire State, and it's actually those bodies. That's why all of those MCs that come from those different boroughs. Yeah, from Rakim all the way down to Jay. But we'll be in Long Island with our brothers Key of Life. Shout out to Knowledge of God. That's on the 23rd, on a Thursday. We're going to be there doing another installment of the Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah. Now, I wasn't able to do this lecture in its totality. This lecture is an organic lecture. This lecture is actually a collection. It's a body of work. The part 1 and part 2 certified classics. I only say that because when you go and listen to them, one was done in October, and if I gave it right now, it would talk about everything that's taking place this moment. All right? The other one was done in November, and it also prepared you for where you're at today. And those are bodies of work. Those are prophetic bodies of work. So tonight is going to be no different. I have a plethora of information. If you don't hear a certain topic being touched on, you have to allow the full presentation to present itself. All right. This is a journalistic collection of information in news and narratives and observations that have been in research that has been made available to me by way of, research, by way of digging in and tapping in. So without any further ado, let's get right into it. All right. Let me just, as I warm up, I'm going to do what Baba Phil Valentine used to do in his lectures, and that's read from his notepad. But I'm going to read from my phone. Then we'll get right into the visual presentation. All right. All right, let's go. Started out by saying, this is our how we'll open up. Whatever you put attention to, you empower. Consciousness, quantum physics, the real wealth is self, then health, then knowledge. Cointelpro, coin as in gold coins, silver coins, dollars, bitcoins, currency. Telephone, cellular phones, smartphones. Pro, GoPro, Canon, spy drone surveillance 2.0. So Cointelpro 2.0 consists not only of the Cointelpro 1.0, but also of these components. These are notes that I took from a lecture that Phil Valentine did prior to the election on Brother Rich's channel. I forgot the name of it, but it was very deep. These are some notes that I took down. And pardon me if they're scatterbrained, but you'll understand it. Matter follows mind. The war is on your mind. The smarter the public gets, the more informed the public gets, the more brutal and tyrannical the government becomes. Necessary to keep the populace in idiocracy, henceforth the rise of Trump. The ignorant trumps the intellectual, mandate the citizenry, implode upon themselves. Race war. 200 to 300 to 1,000 executive orders Obama signed off. Complete removal of privacy, rights, all of our civil disobedience, conflict, America burning, the zoo is waking up, Caesar, planet of the apes, the captors are testing the boundaries or limits of the cage, prison, Harambe, evil feeds on the energy, evil needs a reason to exist. Psycho-spiritual mean, debasing the righteous, mentally, emotionally manipulated war for the hearts and the minds, probate court, black bodies worth more dead than in jail, white man bond $1 million, black man bond 3/5. Each person is a corporation assigned a dollar value, exemption account. As a debtor, you're worth more dead than alive. Convert your bond in probate court. European earning value versus bond value is much higher than black / colored / Negro / African American History Month. Once you get into self, the devil will do anything in his power to gain attention. The Godhead is within, not without. They keep you searching outside of self. These are the words of my master teacher, Dr. Phil Valentine, who will be in Brooklyn, who I will be opening up for doing Prince in other video, in another song. And we have the world premiere of video tonight. There is a war on drugs, yet the major labels sign multi-million-dollar deals with artists who were brand ambassadors for the drug culture, purveyors of all things contraband, influencers and trendsetters. The majority owned and controlled Jewish music industry became the financiers and loan officers to yet a new form of slavery. 13th Amendment. Debtor slaves for mass consumerism, spiritual slavery, mental slavery, substance dependency, substance abuse, emotional abuse, trauma, suffrage, poverty, destitution, and irresponsible sexual deviancy. Those are my words. These are the talking points from the first two Blackamoor messiahs that I'm encouraging the family to go back on YouTube and go and watch. You could research. You could go right on YouTube and punch in Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah 1 and Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah 2. I made sure that they're on the websites, on the YouTube for the family to see, so you don't have to purchase it as the only way to get information. No, if you want to put some money up, if you want to add on, if you want to send a tip, I'm cool with that. As a matter of fact, we put together a campaign because we want to create a documentary. This needs to be more than just a lecture series. This needs to be in theaters. So these are the talking points, some of them from part 1. We talked about Christopher Columbus. Who is Christopher Cologne? Who is a modern, he's worse than who you know as Hitler, okay, when compared to what it is that he did. And he's very, 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 very prominent in what's taking place at the moment, all right, as you see the Crusades beginning to unravel. We talked about the Roman Catholic Church, the rise of the Roman Catholic Church. We talked about the popes, the crusades, the Inquisition, the Reconquista. We told you about the tools of torture, the torture methods, and now they have proven as torture. Capitulation of the Moors and the Jews, and now they won't allow the Jews into, or no, they won't allow the Moors, aka the Muslims, into the borders of America. And that's called the capitulation of the Jews and the Moors. It happened already. We talked about the mass conversions of the Jews and the Muslims. So if they have a Muslim ban and they're telling you can't come into the land of the Americas where you're on the run, you're a refugee, meaning that you have people that want to kill you, that are on your back. You're running from the ops. And they're telling you you can't come into America unless you convert because there's a Muslim ban. That's how you get to people to say, well, God damn it, I'm a Hindu or I'm a Christian. Okay, that's how it works. We talked about the mass conversions of the Jews and the Muslims and the Muslims, the papal bulls and the decrees, the New World / Old World, how 1492 created what is known as the New World. And then right after that, Assassin's Creed comes out and they open up at the battle that split two worlds, the battle at Al-Andalus when they were fighting the Moors, the last battle with King Ferdinand, Queen Isabella, the crusade, the ones that Bannon and them pray to, the ones that Trump prays to. Okay, these are their saints. Queen Isabella, King Ferdinand, at that battle when they defeated the Moors, that's what created what you know as the New World, because he set sail to conquer in the name of the crown and to conquer in the name of the church. He was an explorer, meaning that he was just going forth to bring back information, to bring forth the armies and to bring forth the crusaders or the conquistadors or the alt-right or the neo-Nazi third party, third rank, you know, what you give it, whatever name, you know what I'm talking about though. Yo, your man's in them. That's what I'm talking about. Occidental and Orientalism. We talked about occultism, metaphysics, and sorcery, how they were in possession of arcane knowledge due to the fact that these people were crusaders, meaning that they were invaders, meaning that they were, you know, they were like kicking in, you know, they were home invaders. They were taking that work, you know, they were taking the information, and knowledge is power. So people put power into the wrong things. People have put power into tangible items and stuff like that. Cocaine birds or, you know, fried chicken wing, whatever. Not knowing that real power is in this information. Real power is in real power. All right. So let's get back to what we were talking about. And this is only part one right here that we're going through that we covered. We covered Moorish dynasties, Almoravid, Almohad, the West African in the north. Every single country that is on the banning list are all Moorish countries if you do your studying of Moorish history. Tunisia, Libya, you know what I'm saying? The Sudan, I mean, come on, Somalia, all of these. White slavery, they can't get over that. They're going hard because of white slavery. That's their they have post-traumatic slave disorders as well. And that's why they're like, yo, we're not letting them in. They're like, yo, no Muslims could come in the borders. No they really don't fall for the okie doke. So coincidentally, amongst all of the Muslim countries in the world, you pick the ones that show up in this first lecture. We talked about the Corsairs, the Turks, the privateers, and the pirates, the renegados, the Mamelukes, and the Ottomans. Part 2, we gave you the definitions of psyops, Blackamoor, the 20 million man march or else. We talked about the Trayvon factor. We talked about the Zimmerman acquittal and his 6 post arrests. And the standard, that's the case to set the grounds for what is known as stand your ground law, that they're taking, people are utilizing that law, not just civilians, but also police. And this was the catalyst. This case was the catalyst that set off the conflict that we find ourselves in. In Dylan Roof's manifesto, he specifically said it was this case that convinced him that the quote unquote, what you see taking place right now, I don't even know what the name of it is, but he said that's the case to show them that it was time to move forward with their campaigns. And it was like, guess what? They saw that there was a weakness in what they saw as their op. They saw a weakness in them because of that case right there. It's called the Trayvon factor. You could Google that. We talked about the Ferguson riots and the fact that the Ferguson riots, based off what Darren Seals talked about, was an it was an op, okay, and it set out. All right, I'm coming. It set up Black Lives Matter and some other things, okay. All right, so we're gonna go through. Let's get right to part 3, because I could be on this part right here. I'm gonna get into these slides. All right, let's go right to it. Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah. All right. These are some of the brands. Get familiar with the brands family. Like Brother Rich said, the apps are coming. So when the apps come, you will be able to see everything that we have available. Know the Ledge Radio, Kings County Clothing, Ocean 14, Soul Gold, Law 44. The radio show, you could Google it. Know the Ledge Radio, KTL Empowerment. Look out for that YouTube channel. All right. This is the handle, L Filthmore. Find me on Facebook. Find me on the gram. Find me on the Snap. All right. There goes the part 2, the Baltimore lecture. That's on the website, Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah.com. We have both of the titles up there. There they go right there. Go to the website if you want to get these titles, Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah.com. Check these out. All right. The internet killed the television. All right. We are in the age is what is known as a disruptor age. This is a disruptor age. This age signifies an age where you see a changing of the guard. A changing of the guard on multiple levels due to multiple factors. One of the most evident factors that we find ourselves in these days and times is technology. And technology has become what is known as a disruptor. Case in point, what is known as the email is known in technological terms as one of the first disruptors, because what email did is email disrupted the postal service. Email disrupted the ways in which mail was delivered. All right. What is known as Google, the algorithm of the Google search, is a disruptor because it disrupted the search, the way that searches were done forever. It disrupted the yellow pages. It disrupted people utilizing books in order to search for things by going to the library, the paper age, and ushered in what is known as the digital age as a disruptor. The internet as a whole killed the television. So we're in this age where the power of broadcasting is in your hands, as we're doing tonight by broadcasting the same way that you broadcast CNN, the same way that you broadcast Fox, the same way that you broadcast any forms of media. We have the ability to broadcast it live and direct. So we're showing you that there's a power at play right now that we all have in our hands. YouTube is now bigger than TV amongst advertisers' target audience. All right. I'm happy to announce that on mobile alone, YouTube now reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than any network, broadcast or cable. In fact, we reach more 18 to 49-year-olds during prime time than the top 10 TV shows combined. So You talk about Empire, we talk about all of these other shows, and we complain about what they're doing, and I understand that. You know what I'm saying? Those are programs with the means to program you and yours and people who are unsuspecting to the subtleties, to the subliminals, and even the blatant messages that they're giving our people. But we're letting you know that the power to counter that, or the power to tap into something greater than that, exists in the form of what we have right in front of us. Not later on, not we could do this, yes we can. No, we're utilizing this platform. We've been doing this for a decade long, utilizing this one platform to create the evolution in the form of a digital, that the evolution will be digitized. Okay, the evolution will be digitized. All right. Worldstar. We talked about Worldstar in a video with Brother Rich when we give the RIP to the Brother Q. All right. And we explain that the reach that Worldstar has around the globe is something that we have to understand, just in case the family was not aware. On the global, Alexa is a website that counts it. It gives you the analytics of traffic around the world. So on Alexa, Worldstar comes up as 1,209 when it comes to websites around the world, meaning that it is a behemoth. Okay. So when it comes to reaching living rooms and bedrooms and phones and people who are paying attention around the world, 1,000. Remember how many people are in the world?
A lot.
So with a lot of people in the world, this is the 1,209 top website.
That's in the top 1%, right?
So let's do what ifs right now. What if that website was showing a balance of I'm not even going extreme with it. I'm just like, what if it had a balance?
Just a balance.
Just a balance.
Twerking here, red pill over there, Bob, you know what I'm saying? Different
Contra
things.
Queen.
Yeah.
You know, she's
fight
doing
videos over there.
You know, some Chef Aki cooking class
cooking
over
classes.
there. You know what I'm saying?
You know
we get
what I'm
Mama
saying?
Pill in the garden. You know, and are we asking for too much? Because we do want to be represented around the world in all of our capacities, right?
Right.
We're not elitists as knuckle draggers. Are knuckle draggers elitists? Are they like, yo, we don't want the hoteps around us? We don't want to have people who are tree huggins on our page. So look at the demographics of the people who are visiting Worldstar Hip Hop. Above the ranks of average, we find females visiting Worldstar Hip Hop. And also we find males, but significantly more, for some reason, it's the women, not the sisters, but the women around the world are definitely tuning in to the content. Wow, that's available on Worldstar Hip Hop. Whoa, are we going to do a party for that? Should we celebrate? Mama, did we make it? Or are we we need to really consider the fact that, wait a minute, we need to talk about this. Look at the education. Some college, a lot of no college, a little bit of college, a little bit of graduate school. But for some reason in school, everybody's watching Worldstar.
What is it about?
I know that when I was in school, I had a class clown.
Right.
That nigga got me through the day.
Got mad attention. Everybody paid attention to the
man.
class clown. Right.
You
right.
feel me? And we also used to have girly books. I'm telling on myself. But yeah, that's what we did. But imagine when you have a smartphone now. You don't even need a smartphone. I heard you got Obama phones that could go to Worldstar.
Wow.
Yeah. So niggas got tablets and all kind of stuff. Just depending on what era of Apple, they worship.
Word.
So they're watching Worldstar all day in school while they're supposed to be learning. And going back to, wow, what if this was, a what if world? What if we lived in an alt universe where there was some information on there? Because we know the impact of information on Forbes DVD. We know the impact of information to the smack audience. We know the impact of the information when it went on Vlad. We know the impact of the information on all of the platforms on YouTube, which have put out about 100. Those numbers that I was just showing you, about more people are watching YouTube than TV.
Right.
Black consciousness, Moorish consciousness, metaphysical, occult, underworld, underground, whatever you call it. You know what I'm talking about. Messianic forces are being heard and seen by more people that are watching TV. And that's a fact. So, United States, there's a large contingency of people in the United States, China, Canada, United Kingdoms. All right. This is our option as a family, as a responsible, conscious family that I will put forth right now. I can't say too much because we're on open networks, but I would say this. There's a lot of hacking going on around the world. We're living in this age of hacking, okay? Usually they say that it's coming from the Russians. If you're on the dark web or the deep web, you're familiar with the fact that there's all kind of people that are capable of doing things. We need servers clean these days because this stuff that's going around the world is coming off of Worldstar that the young man Q was a proprietor of. He's no longer with us, and it's not even in his hands anymore. So he's gone and the Death Star's still here. Okay? He's gone and the Death Star's still here. The shit that's on Worldstar, I'm willing to sacrifice. Because when you put it on the scales is going to tip over. No disrespect to anybody who, you know, who's swimming in that ratchet pool. I get in, I get my feet wet. I backstroke through ratchetness every now and then. But God damn it, those servers should be hacked. They need to be cleaned up. Something needs to be cleaned up on that page because it only got worse in terms of devolution. How far niggas is going. Soon it's going to be mixed with pornography. It's already pornography, but on the front page in a minute. And babies are watching that. People around the world are watching that, right? Here, Germany, the UK, China. Oh, they all in China. Okay. And people may be like, damn, why you hating? They like the culture. I'm like, that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? I respect the culture. You know, I get it. But you can't just show them the deaf culture, though. We need balance. Princeton study observes group consciousness has physical effects on world during large-scale events. Pay attention to what you pay attention to. That's what I just opened up with. Meaning that this lecture tonight is not trying to induce any kind of fear. This lecture is field reporting. I took 2.5 months. I wasn't even I wasn't even coming out the house. Donald Trump got me busy, B. I don't know about y'all. But this thing right here, this has gotten me busy. This has kept me very busy. So there's a lot of information, but I'm giving you awareness as the definition of consciousness is awareness. So I want you to be aware of things because a lot of things are beginning to happen. I get people that email me and run into me in the streets and they thank me for part 1 and 2 because they like, Red, you prepared us. Everything that you, so when it comes, we're laughing rather than crying. Some niggas crying.
Proactive, not reactive.
Proactive, not reactive. 2 different worlds. You got to remember, we are not the same. We live in 2 different worlds. Proactives and reactives. You're going to get, it's a whole nother bag. For the first time in scientific history, researchers have discovered that group consciousness, i.e. collective consciousness, elicits physical changes in the physical world around us. Researchers made the discovery in a groundbreaking study from Princeton University's Pear Laboratory. They said the power of thought is not just ideological, it manifests physically. Cohesion between individuals ramps up this power, writes one of the study's author. So we find ourselves live streaming right now. There's hundreds of people here. We're saying that the power that we're looking for, that we feel that is escaping us, that we're trying to buy tickets in March to go and get. I'm like, this power is here in the now. You are the power. It's in you.
But hold up, that right there, Princeton confirms what we've been saying about these rituals where they advertise the killing of Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
and it instills fear. That group consciousness creates such a fear paradigm, a continuous fear paradigm within black people. So that's what you have to do. If you're the devil, and God and a person that looks like God, i.e. Barack Obama, just became president for whatever reason,
yes,
you have to continue to instill fear in them people. So therefore, according to Princeton studies, they need group consciousness to see a nigga getting shot 10 times.
Facts.
They need group consciousness to see a nigga getting stabbed, or a Castrillo, a nigga getting shot on Facebook Live and his woman is screaming, or a woman with her baby and she getting shot and her baby getting grazed. They need that group consciousness for what? For physical effects on the world during large scale of. Come on, man.
So you waking up to videos going viral. Who made it viral? You just saw Facebook told you they do fake news. So if they could do fake news, nigga, they do fake views. Okay? It ain't views from the 6. It's fake views. So you're waking up. Facebook is giving you, it's trending. Oh, Castillo's killing went viral. You like, oh shit, I gotta watch that. You don't know if it was viral. And then it gets spread everywhere. And now they cooking. Why you gotta see every time he signs an executive order? It's a fucking breaking news. Obama signed 500 to 1,000 executive orders like I just read to you. Did y'all get breaking news when he did that? Were they making a panic when he was doing that? Huh? All of these things. But what I'm saying is the flip to that is we coming together on these live streams. Power. Don't spin your power, meaning don't waste your power. Like spill your seed, don't waste it. Don't shoot your motherfucking load. If you come together and you're in these chat rooms, you're on these lines, know that you are amongst concentrated power. If you watch a video and it's 30,000, 100,000 with 5 dislikes, know that there's power in that. Tap in. You don't have to actually be there live. It's still, they're saying, yo, look. In field applications, the research shows that in situations which produce a coherent group consciousness, the data may depart from expectation even without specific intentions. The GCP EGG project's measures are a direct extension of the laboratory and field applications of the REG technologies. Okay, the best way to describe the anomalous effects we see in the data is a correlation that comes to exist between the devices spread around the world just during major events, defined in terms of the widespread attention and emotion they produce. The departures from expectation when human consciousness is powerfully engaged. The devices are designed to be independent and they are separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and yet we see the correlations. This is anomalous and is linked with consciousness. The implication is that we are not isolated from each other as it seems to be the case, but linked in a subtle unconsciousness and inaccessible way. Learning more about that and tapping into the potential of our interconnection is the next phase of human development. We are at the beginning and ready to move forward. Come on. Okay? So if you're watching fuckboy videos and tapping into stupid shit, well, guess what? And if you're tapping into some power, and if you're tapping into some streams of consciousness that are going to give you that energy and that life, and if you're coming together and you're becoming members and you're coming on these channels, yo, it's power in that. So either you're going to cook or you're going to get cooked. It's either way. It's been said that our lives are largely the result of subconscious programming. Biologist Bruce Lipton have said that your life is basically a printout of your subconscious programming. And most of the programming was not a deliberate choice, but just passed on to us by default.
Indeed.
Questioning the validity of the programming is the first step in unplugging. Red pill. And it's the red pill. The funny thing is, even nonconformity is a form of social programming. As I said before, the ultimate paradox of nonconformity is how many people have started conforming to its ideals. Blue pill's box theory. You in a nonconformity box. So to be a nonconformist, you can't get a shape up. That's just off the table.
You can't bathe and shit.
Bathing is out of the question.
Because you're wasting precious water.
The water is actually being wasted. Good brother. The truth lies under layers and layers of social programming and beliefs. Get past enough layers, and what you'll find is that there's absolutely nothing there. A tabula rasa. Okay? Are you willing to see how far the rabbit holes go? Rhythm of breathing affects memory and fear.
Uh-oh.
Before we get into that, let's just touch on this. I'll briefly touch on each groups of slides so I'm not just running through everything. Yeah. We have to be responsible, family, for programming our subconsciousness. I'm not going to spend my time trying to tell you who the hell, how they're, you know what I mean? You know how they programming your subconsciousness.
It's for, you know what's fucked up, pardon the language, family, is that the number one programmers of our subconscious is our parents. Yes. And more than likely, they're passing down the fear that was passed down to them. Yes, so we almost come into this world handicapped. We come into this world with some shit that we ain't even, like, we probably won't even want right now. But it was just downloaded into us.
System.
Yeah, it's our operating.
It's your duty to upgrade. Man. Windows 8, don't complain. It just go to 10. Like, you just got to upgrade.
But it doesn't have conscious interference like we do. It just does what it does because those are the rules of the game.
Well,
that's why birds always fly in line. Humans, we got that free will. We could go in line or we could go the other way. So we the only species fucking up in the way we are because the animals do what they're supposed to do.
But they are following what is known as universal law. The thing that they gave humans was the ability to choose.
Choice.
That's the only difference.
Choice, right.
They're just following the universal law. They're following the laws that are laid out.
Right.
You know what I mean? Rhythm of breathing affects memory and fear, all right? Understand. You cannot say that I cannot breathe. That makes no sense. Northwestern medicine scientists have discovered for the first time that the rhythm of breathing creates electrical activity in the human brain that enhances emotional judgments and memory recall. These effects on behavior depend critically on whether you inhale or exhale and whether you breathe through the nose or mouth. In the study, individuals were able to identify a fearful face more quickly if they encountered the face when breathing and compared to breathing out. Individuals were more likely to remember an object if they encountered it on an inhaled breath than an exhaled one. The effect disappeared if breathing was through the mouth. Everything that I'm reading tonight, family, before I even continue, is dealing with striving, surviving, and moving forward for 2020. So when I'm talking about breathing, there may be some times that you may have to find yourself in a position where you need to remember how to breathe. There may be some times where you need to sit down and breathe before you make a decision in life. A lot of things that are taking place right now are making people breathe uneasy. You can just see it in them.
You know how you hear the solution niggas come on the internet? What's the solution? What's the solution? What's the solution?
We here for 4 hours.
Breathing is one of the solutions. Yeah. Learning how to breathe correctly.
While you listen to this information, breathe.
And I know for some people it's boring. Oh, breathing. I need something more exciting. He's teaching me how to breathe.
Yeah.
Breathing is very, 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 very important, bro. Like for your overall health, for your well-being, for just to get information. Like when you breathe from not from your chest, but from your what's the area? The diaphragm,
solar plexus.
The solar plex.
Mm-hmm. Your diaphragm.
Like, come on, bro. Like you feel totally rejuvenated, man. So breathing is very, very important for those who think learning how to breathe is boring. Shout out to Arlene Bay.
Indeed. Minister Drew said, when we consciously learn how to soothe and master these structures, the demons, the enemy, both inwardly and externally, won't be able to defeat the breath, the spirit, the memories, the hippocampus, the fear, the limbic brain. Okay? What's that word? The amygdala is strongly linked to emotional processing, in particular fear-related emotions. So scientists asked about 60 subjects to make rapid decisions on emotional expressions in the lab environment while recording their breathing. Presented with pictures of faces showing expressions of either fear or surprise, the subjects had to indicate as quickly as they could which emotion each face was expressing. When the faces were encountered with inhalation, subjects recognized them as fearful more quickly than when faces were encountered during exhalation. This was not true of faces expressing surprise. These effects diminished when subjects performed the same task while breathing through their mouths. Thus, the effects was specific to fearful stimuli during nasal breathing only. All right? So they have brain science, an accurate brain science that they formed to identify potential criminals while they're still toddlers. Okay, so scientists are able to use brain tests on 3-year-olds to determine which children are more likely to grow up to become criminals. It sounds like Minority Report come to life, an uncomfortable idea presenting a myriad of ethical concerns, but through unnerving, the research is nuanced and could potentially be put to good use. In a study published by Nature Human Behavior, it was led by neuroscientists at Duke University, showed that those with the lowest 20% brain health results age 3 went on to commit more than 80% of crimes as adults. The research used data from a New Zealand longitude study of more than 1,000 people from birth in the early 1970s until they reached 38 years old. This distribution of the 20% of a population accounting for 80% of an effect is strong but not unusual. In fact, it follows the Pareto principle, the author writes in their papers. In Pareto's day, the problem definition was that 20% of families own 80% of land in Italy. The so-called Pareto principle is alive and useful today. For example, in software engineering, 20% of the code is said to contain 80% of the errors. And that whole 20 to 80 ratio is used in many, many different things. Let's talk about music real quickly. How electronic music tricks us into liking songs. When I first heard the Chainsmokers Closer, I was at a bar with my friends looking to keep the buzz going. The keyboard's repetitive riff coupled with Halsey's powerful vocals hooked me right away. Before I knew it, I was dancing along with everyone else, spilling drinks on each other, la la la. Like, you know, when these songs come on, you may be in the club just trying to be on chill mode, you know what I'm saying? You might be meditating in the club, but then, you know, you find yourself backing that ass up when Juvenile comes on, all right? Our brains release endorphins and dopamine when we hear familiar songs. Once we fall in love with a beat, we seek it out again and again. It's for exactly this reason that many use music to relieve stress. There is a level of comfort in listening to music with familiar structural elements and instrumentation. Electronic music festivals get a bad rap. They conjure images of youth culture, glow sticks, and drug trips. And say what you will, but it's a subculture united by the psychology of the human experience of finding comfort in music. When we can predict a song's patterns, it doesn't matter if we know the words or not, because we know when the bass is going to drop and when to throw our hands in the air. Think Justin Bieber's Where Are You Now or Mo's Lean On. Their repeating formulas build up and release a gratifying rush. That's that turn up. You don't care about the mumble rap. You know when the beat finna drop. You cool with the ad-libs and you waiting for the hook. You don't care what they're saying. It's like when you go on Instagram and they show you those jumbled letter paragraphs. You could read right through it with your brain. You don't need to know the whole, as long as it's lined up the right way. Jenny Rook, music therapist at Institute for Therapy Through the Arts, say people look for the predictability in songs. If music is repetitive, it is easier to find the patterns. Familiar is more fun. We like when we have a sense of mastery over learning something new. We feel accomplished. But electronic artists aren't the first musicians to capitalize on repetition. Brilliant classical composers like Mozart and Beethoven wrote songs with basic chords and layered them with tempo changes. Philip Glass builds his film scores on drum beat patterns and harmonic cycles. Glass's work influenced ambient genius Brian Eno, who's worked with artists like David Bowie and the Talking Heads to create theatrical soundscapes with chord cycles and arpeggios. And Eno's techniques has also influenced artists like James Blake and Jamie X, who fuse electronica, hip hop, and trap to create haunting, futuristic repetitions. Okay? When music becomes non-music. In recent years, the content of mainstream popular music appears to have undergone some rather drastic changes, and the inclusion of pro-social values featured in songs seems to be gradually on the decline. In other words, the monotonous drivel spewed forth by pop culture of today's society as a substitute for music can only be described as an ever-going cesspit of obscenities, profanities, and the indication of outright moral decay. A prime example of this is Miley Cyrus, because the people are so damn hypocritical. Y'all be like, oh my goodness, Donald Trump is such an evil man and he grabs women by the box. But the minute you turn the radio on, they're like, grab her by the box, and you and your 2-year-old are turning up together. It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? The whole goddamn 20 songs that they repetitively play, the electric music that they repetitively play to put spells on you. We're going, just walk with me, family. We're just walking through this. The repetitive song, the loop of that repetitive spell is basically telling you to deface us, degrade yourself. You, because you are in the way of you. Ain't nobody in your way. We're in our own way. It starts with us. So they're tapping into your lower self and telling you to stay grounded, stay in your root, stay in your lower self, stay dumbed down. Miley Cyrus, when she came back on the scene as a thought, do you know what that did to the little children who grew up watching her? And nobody had anything to say about her. But if she had a fucking tan, meaning that if she was melanated, they would have probably crucified her, because they would have been like, how dare you come back like this when our children were watching you on Disney? Like, you don't have no consideration, because children are impressionable and they follow the lead. They follow the Pied Piper. Miley is a reprobate daughter of the famous American country singer Billy Ray Cyrus, himself something of a social Neanderthal. Her career as an actress and musician began to flourish when, at the age of 13, she gained the lead role in Disney's Hannah Montana, a popular television show with a target audience of children aged 6 to 14. And identity formation is one of the main developmental challenges faced in childhood and adolescence. This is the effect that it has on a young mind. Identity formation is one of the main developmental challenges faced in childhood and adolescence. The goal is to establish a clear sense of self by discovering one's own interests, desires, needs, likes, dislikes, and abilities to respect, to love, interpersonal relationships, and beliefs about both the self and the external environment. In relation to love, this also includes the development of sexuality and the development of gender role identity, which is essentially learning about one's role as a male or female in a given society culture. In the opinion of psychologist Jeff Arnett, music and music videos can play an important part in both love-related aspects of identity formation. Research supporting this notion has shown that the attitudes and beliefs of adolescents were affected by exposure to music that portrayed stereotyped gender roles. Another study also found that those who were exposed to such music were more likely to accept adversarial relationships and interpersonal violence in their own lives. It was theorized by the investigators that media portrays transiently alter the way in which subsequent human interactions are viewed and interpreted. I'm going to repeat that. Media portrayals transiently alter the way in which subsequent human interactions are viewed and interpreted. you begin to think that that's the norm. You begin to think that everything that you see is the norm, that it's okay, that why not? I need to try these things. In addition to the alteration of adolescents' attitudes and beliefs about their environment and others around them, exposure to certain types of music appears to also alter attitudes and beliefs regarding the self. The most important thing in this whole conversation tonight, family, is the self. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter about anything but the self. If none of this information can help self, then it's no good to you. You don't need it. Research has shown that just 10 minutes of exposure to music videos that feature idolized models with the desired physique cause a drastic increase in females participants' level of bodily dysfunction. At integral stages of development, as children grow and mature in this world, particularly in Western society, unattainable socio-cultural ideals promulgated by the mainstream media are thrust upon the impressionable minds and aim to surround the child from as early on as possible. This promoted imagery may consist of the perfect body, the perfect face, or any other combination of physical traits that are deemed to be desirable by the mainstream media monster. Excessive sexual behavior and self-objectification are also promoted as being a means of gaining acceptance, popularity, and success. Children soon learn to imitate behavior that they perceived as being socially beneficial, which in case is generally vanity, self-love, and self-objectification. The sad truth is that modern society is so deeply infested with this stream of filth that people now openly worship the false and the hollow. Many people in Western societies and around the world now idolize a variety of pathologically narcissistic characters and seek to become like them. This is seen as normal, aka normalization. This is just a buildup to where we're going. To top it all off, there is also evidence to suggest that the underlying beliefs and attitudes that have been adopted by children through the exposure to this type of popular music, also appears to manifest in children's behavior. A poll conducted by NetMums, which surveyed 1,500 plus parents, showed that 81.7% of parents claimed that their child had repeated or sung sexual lyrics without realizing the meaning. In addition, 33.4% stated that their child had imitated sexually provocative dance moves performed by pop music stars, like twerking, popping that kitty, like pole dancing and other things. But hang on, I hear you say these children are completely unaware of what they're imitating, and it's not as if they are acting out these behaviors in real life. So what's the problem? Well, it turns out that some children actually are acting out these behaviors. One study showed that children between the age of 14 and 15 who were exposed to music featuring sexually degrading lyrics were more than twice as likely to have already had sexual intercourse than those who went unexposed. Is this merely a coincidence? The destruction of society's moral compass and the sexualization of children. It turns out that the pop culture music industry is one of the most successful vehicles for the spread of this kind of, evil. The young mind, having not yet established a strong sense of self, is highly susceptible to this form of manipulation and can be quickly drawn into the dynamic at a very young age. These appearance-based values and unrealistic expectations of oneself then may lead on to an overactive negative introject, a distorted self-image, and a rather twisted view of the external world and others in it. The state of being thwarts any real possibility of truly connecting with other human beings and forming lasting emotional bonds. Any relationship that is established on appearance-based values is doomed to fail. Just as the human being who has adopted these customs is forever doomed to be unhappy and filled with insatiable hunger for anything that fills the empty void inside. This is what the children of today's world are faced with. This is their inheritance. Vulnerable children are becoming increasingly sexualized and developing a false adulthood before their time. They are being manipulated to embark on a journey of sexual discovery when they are not yet mature enough to understand the implications. A distorted image of sexual relationship is also planted within a child's mind, an image void of any real emotional connection, leaving only the biological urge to serve the self. It is socially and culturally sanctioned psychological warfare with children as the target or the targets. Predictive programming. Let's get into predictive programming. Now, this is a PDF. We have a keynote presentation that we're going to have as a digital download. It's going to show full video of, we can't show full video on YouTube because they will put a strike against us because of copyrighted material. But a lot of videos are in this presentation, and it's going to be on the website fearofablackamoormessiah.com for purchase, for digital download, and for your records and whatnot. But this movie is called Track Down, and it came out in 1958. You could Google it as we're doing this lecture. It's on YouTube. The episode featured a snake oil salesman by the name of Trump who wanted to build a wall. In this 1958 episode from the Western TV series Track Down, a con man named Trump comes to a town and warns the people that the world will be destroyed and that he can only save them by building a wall. The name is Track Down, and it's on YouTube, okay? Then we told you about what took place with the Simpsons. We showed you the predictive program in the Simpsons. We showed you the Simpsons showed him as president. They showed you, and also as the creator or the writer for Back to the Future said Biff was based off of Trump. That's the character that he based it off of. Trump was the president. Biff was president. No, Trump was president, I believe, in Back to the Future. Okay? Or Biff. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then we also showed you the connection between one of his family members and the Nikola Tesla connection. Nikola Tesla, not the car. All right. Tesla having what was thought of or known to be time traveling technology, or the formulas or the components to enact such a thing. And his uncle, who's also a Trump, was part of the agency that took all of those materials, and you've never seen it again and whatnot. So now we come across what we see as what we all know and we're all familiar with, some of us more than others, but G.I. Joe. Okay, and we're going to talk about how the predictive program of these cartoons that we were watching has a lot to do with this reality, this holographic reality, this predictive or predictable reality, or this programmable reality that we live in right now. Watching the shows today, however, was very unsettling. Hold on. G.I. Joe is an iconic cartoon TV show that marked an entire generation of young boys during the 80s. This was the top cartoon of the 80s. That everybody was on G.I. Joe. Most fans still recall the main characters in the epic gunfights. But what about the storyline? A look at the TV series in today's context is quite a strange experience. Many of Cobra's far out plots are actually happening today. Could G.I. Joe be a case of predictive programming? We will look at some of G.I. Joe's episodes describing the replacement of the U.S. dollar and the usage of mind control on celebrities and civilians to see how they relate to today's context. Watching the shows today, however, was very unsettling. Because of open access information laws and the internet, it is slowly coming to light that today's shadow governments are actually carrying out most of Cobra's plans in real life. News about these plans come on a daily basis in mainstream news. The website is Vigilant Citizen that this came from, and they report on them on their website. The G.I. Joe contained predictive programming, a technique based on planting ideas and concepts in the brains of viewers. Let me repeat that. Predictive programming, a technique based on planting ideas and concepts in the brains of viewers in order to make them seem normal and easily accepted when they actually happen. The movie Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio showed you Chris Nolan, the director of the Batman series, the Dark Knight series, was the director of that movie, and they showed you how they plant, how ideas and concepts are subconsciously planted in your superconscious mind. There's the conscious mind and there's the superconscious mind. That's the part that we have to program if we want to reprogram and change up anything that we're doing as a people, because that's where the program runs from. Okay? All right. Here's a breakdown of Cobra Commander. He's a fanatical leader who rules with an iron fist and demands total loyalty and allegiance. His objective is total control of the world's people, governments, wealth, and resources brought about by revolution and chaos. He is believed to have personally led uprisings in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and other trouble spots, and held responsible for kidnapping scientists, businessmen, and military leaders, forcing them to give up their top-level secrets. Okay? Destro, born in Scotland, he belongs to a clan that designed and sold weapons for centuries. So he's a weaponeer. He's a faceless power behind the current incarnation, Mars, their company, their corporate empire, Mars, military armament research system, a state-of-the-art weapons manufacturer and one of the largest multinational corporations in the world. As a businessman, Destro is a cutthroat and unyielding into able to maintain apartments and office buildings in most major cities of the world. Let me repeat that. Destro is a cutthroat and unyielding and is able to maintain apartments and office buildings in most major cities of the world. Exactly what Trump does. His luxurious lifestyles, coldness, most of the sheiks or shipping magnates. His luxurious lifestyles is like most sheiks or shipping magnates. War is his business and passion. Destro believes in the spoils of war and the vast wealth that Mars provides. Look at Baroness. The Baroness serves as Cobra's intelligence officer and the lieutenant to Cobra Commander. With long black hair, glasses, and a black leather outfit, she's a dark, sensual femme fatale whose beauty is matched only by her ruthlessness. Okay? She's a villainess. All right? There's some episodes, they had episodes in here where they're having people convert their cash. They collapse the dollar, all right? American attention citizens, due to the financial irresponsibilities and incompetence of your leaders, Cobra has found it necessary to restructure your nation's economy. We have begun by eliminating the worthless green paper which your government has deceived you into believing is valuable. Cobra will come to your rescue. Out of the ashes will arise a new order. Who the hell does that sound like? Who's talking like that right now? Like, who's just coming forth and like, yo, because of your leaders, we're going to restructure your government. We're going to take black history and rename it because of your leaders. We're going to close your border. We're going to close these borders because your leaders made this not safe. So we're going to decide to rearrange everything because we're your leaders and we're bringing forth a new order, like he said at the inauguration. All right. So here's your modern day gold for cash for gold ads that have popped up where people willingly are just going to do that, which doesn't make any goddamn sense. Surprisingly, that is not the case. The bad guys in G.I. Joe are actually funded by a huge American corporation named Extensive Enterprises, and its reptilian leaders carried out their devious plans from hidden Cobra temples. These bases, established all across the world with no regard to national borders, were often situated in mystical locations such as Easter Island or by China's underground terracotta warriors. Cobras apparently believe in the powers of geomancy. In fact, the Cobra organization bears few characteristics of a communist or terrorist organization and many characteristics of an elitist secret society in the style of what we call the Illuminati. There goes the episode, making paper worthless, money paper worthless, taking possession of people's gold. Okay. Mind controlling celebrities to mind control the masses. In the episode entitled Rendezvous in the City of the Dead, Shipwreck and Snake Eyes enter a Cobra-owned nightclub named Snake Club. There, a singer named Satin sings the praise of Cobra in the form of a love song. The singer's backup dancers are dressed alike in Cobra-style costumes. Now, where did I see a famous singer performing on stage with dancers symbolizing the people's oppression? And they threw Beyonce up there. I didn't do that. Congratulations to her with the twins. In this twinning, in this age of twinning, in this era of twinning where Gemini sits in the Oval Office. But Blue is going to take care of that. I believe he's doing something tomorrow because he has to prepare the family for the Super Bowl. All right, let's get into this. This is an article that was showing the donors for Bush, Christie, and all of that were turning to Clinton more than Trump. This was August 9th in the summertime of the campaign. I'm showing you, I'm going to establish who is behind the presidency, who was responsible for the presidency, who is this conglomerate, who are these people that this predictive programming is talking about. I'm going to show you an example of predictive programming, how all of this stuff that you are being programmed. Because remember, like I said, you had David Icke and them come forward. You have cartoons programming us, telling us what the future, preparing us for the New World Order, preparing you for martial law, preparing you through the Illuminati, giving you all of these gems, giving you all of, but it's programming, giving you all of this predictive programming. Then you get the comic books. The comic books are telling you all of this stuff, giving you all of this propaganda, not giving African people their credit, not giving Aboriginal or indigenous people their credit, not giving the, you know what I mean, taking Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and creating groups of Europeans called the X-Men when you were modeling them after black messiahs, when you were modeling them after the Messianic warriors that came forward, real life stories, but interpreting it and doing reinterpretations and putting them in whiteface. People complain about blackface, but they don't talk enough about whiteface. They're putting us in whiteface. So the problem that arises from things of that nature is that you are now going to be a victim of their program. You are under the auspices of their programming and their spell. So then they come forward after the comic books with the video games. So in the video games, they were programming. In the video games, they were introducing these concepts. In the video games, they were subtly preparing people to accept it when it came and not fight it and not look at it for it being abnormal, like in the movie They Live, like in the book 1984, like all of these books where they're explaining to you how these people or these groups or these corporations and these entities are coming forward and trying their best to create a society where they don't have your best faith. You don't have you're not at the top. Okay? This is just talking about some donors and stuff like that. Here it goes. Mr. Trump is also relying on Cambridge Analytica, a voter data firm backed by Mr. Mercer, whose staff members are working with Mr. Trump's vendors to identify potential Trump supporters in the electorate, particularly among infrequent voters. A Mercer-backed super PAC supporting Mr. Trump is now being shepherded by David Bossie, a conservative activist whose own projects have been funded in part by Mercer's family foundation, according to taxes. Mr. Bannon has worked particularly closely with the family in recent years. I think they have complete confidence, and rightly so, in Steve Bannon's decisions and what he brings to the table politically, Mr. Bossie says. He has been smart and successful in running these different political operations, and those things have come to the Mercer's attention. We're going to get to the Mercers, but first let's get to Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytica is a privately held company that combines data mining and data analysis with strategic communication for the electoral process. It was created in 2013 as an offshoot of its British parent company, SCL Group, to participate in American politics. In 2014, CA was involved in 44 U.S. political races. The company is heavily funded by the family of Robert Mercer, an American hedge fund billionaire. In 2015, it became known as the Data Analysis Company, working initially for Ted Cruz's presidential campaign. In 2016, after Cruz's campaign had faltered, Cambridge Analytica started to work for Donald Trump's presidential campaign. The firm maintains offices in New York, Washington, D.C., and London. Okay, all of the places, all of the centers of power, prestige, and influence in this Western society, aka this matrix or the system. Okay, so they began working for your boy Trump. Let's start to see how things begin to change miraculously, magically for Trump as a result of that. Cruz's campaign paid $750,000 to psychographic profiling company. Yo, Red, what does this got to do with anything? This has to do with the fact that the people who put him in the White House are in the White House. The people who got behind this man, you need to know who these people are. I'm going to deliver information, names, and companies that you need to know who these people are. They're going to be presented in the news and the media sooner or later down the line. They will be revealed. It will come out like information in 1 and 2 came out. But you need to understand the people who are actually behind the psyops. This is the proverbial lifting of the veil and peeling back certain layers of the curtain in order to see the Wizards of the Oz, so we could demystify and decalcify your pineal. A little known data company, listen to the language that they use as well, because the press and everybody are all on code. They get these articles pre-written. You understand? There's certain things that they can't say and certain things that they can say, but understand code. Know how to read. Know when they speak in code. Ted Cruz's presidential is using psychological data based on research spanning tens of millions of Facebook users, harvested largely without their permission, to boost his surging White House run or gain an edge over Donald Trump or other Republican rivals, The Guardian can reveal. So if they could get psychological data off of Facebook from tens of millions of their users without their permission for your boy, Ted Cruz, who's a nobody, or a somebody in that world, okay? But he's a nobody to us. But if they could do that for him, can they do that for Bannon? Or can they do it for Trump? Where these world scale events, like we were talking about earlier, are actually they create these world scale events, or they create these false flags, and then they have it looped 24-hour news cycles. Like George Soros, he purchased a news cycle for the Mike Brown story in Ferguson to insert BLM and introduce them through the world. That was a sponsored news cycle. But that loop, that continuum of Black Death, that continuous loop of seeing our young brother, that young God laying on the floor with his brains splattered, okay? They didn't even put a sheet over him. When you saw the execution of Alton Sterling, Philandro Castile, when you saw the loop of those were having psychological effects on people who may be already suffering from PS, post-traumatic slave syndrome. And then they were on social media being social about it. So the people who are studying us psychologically, they are collecting data based off of engaging the impressions and the way people are reacting online. It's not a conspiracy. It's not even nothing to get mad crazy about, because you actually signed off for that shit when you be signing those agreements that nobody reads. I don't be reading them. You feel me? So it's called data mining, but I'm just breaking it down to, you know, how it's used and what it's used for and how information is collected. If you did not know this already, some people do know that. All right. And for those that do know, spread more information. That's what these chat rooms for. Add on people that do know more and they have more information. Please, this is a build. This is, we're brainstorming. Okay, this is the think tank. If you here tonight, you here for a reason. All right, you're here for many people are doing whatever they have to do, and it has nothing to do with you. As a part of an aggressive new voter targeting operation, Cambridge Analytica, financially supported by reclusive hedge fund magnate and leading Republican donor Robert Mercer, is now using so-called psychographic profiles of U.S. citizens in order to help win Cruz votes, despite earlier concerns and red flags from potential survey makers. All right, so they left him alone. They harvesting, all right? They're using a firm that's harvesting people's stuff, and nobody had a problem with that. This is Cambridge. They are like Dr. Mindbender in them. So now they're with Trump. They're behind Trump all the way. They were the ones who put Trump in the White House. Trump's plan for a comeback. He was losing the race. He was known as Loser Donald at this point. This is what he was known as. People have wrote him off. They threw him away around August. Then comes a billionaire. Then comes a psychographic profiling company, a multi-billion-dollar funded super PAC that has an agenda. And now with Steve Bannon on board and other people on board, and boom, that nigga takes off. In the Fifth Avenue Tower near Trump Tower, a company is being paid millions of dollars by Donald Trump's presidential campaign, says it developed a political weapon powerful enough to help the Republican nominee overcome his troubles and win the White House. The key is a psychological model for identifying voters that can determine the personality of every single adult in the United States of America, said Alexander Nix. Go and look him up. Chief executive of Cambridge Analytica, the little-known company, which has operated in the United States for 4 years, opened its office here only a month ago and is clearly at the center of Trump's quest for a last-minute comeback against Democrat Hillary Clinton. New federal filings show the campaign's payments to the firm ballooning from 250 racks to 5 million. This is Cambridge Analytica. Will Donald Trump's data analytics company allow Russia to access research on U.S. citizens? Here goes where Russia comes in. Nobody wants to talk about these people. That's why you know that it's a fucking farce. That's why you know that it's propaganda. That's why you know all the alt facts and fake news is all of them. These are the people who sold all of the data to the Russians. They worked in tandem. The Trump campaign has hired Ted Cruz's former data analytics firms, Cambridge Analytica. In doing so, it has connected itself with a British property tycoon, Vince's, I can't pronounce his last name, and through him with the Ukrainian oligarch Dmitry Firtash, a business associate of Trump's campaign manager Paul Manafort, who resigned last week. It would be hard to find a better example of why the ownership of the companies that collect data on the American electorate matters. What Cambridge does is what marketers have done for some time. Segment potential customers, in this case voters, because they could segment any group by their buying habits, lifestyle, and psychology. It most famously worked on the Leave, the campaign during Brexit voting in the United Kingdom. So they were the company who were the responsible for Brexit being a surprise win. Cambridge Analytica's British company SCL has attracted criticism for some unusual strategies, such as trying to persuade opposition supporters not to vote in the Nigerian election using the influence of local religious figures. Mainly through SCL and CA, both seem to have some pretty tired ideas. The firm groups people according to where they fall on a so-called ocean scale, which psychologists use to measure how open, conscientious, extroverted, agreeable, or neurotic they are. There's nothing evil or particularly smart about this psychological profile. Like I said, listen to the language, which has been around for decades and is questionable if it actually works to predict voter behavior. But I told you about them predicting the behavior of a toddler becoming a criminal. I explained that they had researcher predicting the behavior of a baby. Okay, here's more articles on them. Let's get into Robert Mercer, this guy that we keep hearing about. Over more than half of a decade, Mrs. Mercer's father, who is Rebecca Mercer, who is the Baroness from G.I. Joe, the New York investor Robert Mercer, another New Yorker, Trump is a New Yorker, has carved an idiosyncratic path through conservative politics, spending tens of millions of dollars to outflank his own party's consultant class and unnerve its established powers. His fortune has financed think tanks and insurgent candidates, super PACs, and media watchdogs, lobbying groups, and grassroots organizations. Many of them are now connected one way or another to Mr. Trump's presidential bid. Mr. Trump's new campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, is a veteran Republican pollster who previously oversaw a super PAC financed by the Mercers. Mr. Bannon oversaw Breitbart, an outlet that has often amplified Mr. Trump's message and attacked his perceived enemies. Mr. Mercer reportedly invested $10 million in Breitbart several years ago and most likely still has a stake. A company sharing an address with Renaissance Technology, the head fund, Mr. Mercer, co-CEO of Renaissance Technologies on Long Island, is best known politically for donating $11 million to Keep the Promise One, a super PAC backing Ted Cruz's presidential run. Beyond Mercer's support of Black Americans for a better future and Ted Cruz, Mercer has a long and peculiar history of donations to political and philanthropic causes. The Mercer Family Foundation has given $1.4 to the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, which is stockpiling huge amounts of human urine to revolutionize the evaluation of personal chemistry. In 2010, he spent $600,000 in an effort to elect OISM's co-founder Arthur Robinson to Congress. OISM is eager to collect as much urine as possible. So if you would like to donate a sample of your own, the details is if you niggas have a chance to get a check. Go and give them some urine. BABF appears to exist solely as a vehicle for Washington, D.C. consultant Raynard Jackson, who is an African American. We got to talk about Raynard Jackson. He's the one cutting the coons the check. He's the one cutting the black people who are coming. He's the one that cuts niggas a check to go and see Trump. That's how they're working. I just named a soup. I just told you we're going to get into Mercer, but I named the thing. They talked in the article how he funded $10 million into Breitbart. Now picture this. We're all familiar with Black Magic 363, Brother UGR, Brother Rich's channel. All right. And Brother Rich lets the family know, we exist due to the funding that the people have given us. We appreciate everybody's donation. Thank you for all of your support. Imagine if somebody came along and put $10 million behind his platform. Imagine if somebody came and put $10 million behind HOK. Imagine if somebody came and put $10 million behind KTL and elevated our media platforms, our media empires to levels that are, you know, on level with what is known as the big boys. That's what Robert Mercer is responsible for doing for Breitbart. Breitbart, it would be the equivalent to your furthest, think about your furthest, most, you know, most extremist, non-conformance, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about triple black power. I'm talking about, just think about all the way to that side. Now think about that on that side. Just put a white face on it. That's what the equivalent of a Breitbart is, especially when it comes to advocating for the genocide, the outright genocide, through arguing a modern day form of eugenics or eugenics research, you know, or alt facts, all of the justifications, all of the flawed scholarship, all of the pseudo scholarship that they have master teachers, like they have master teachers. They have their forms of a conscious community. You feel me? They have their schools of their enlightenment. So their teachers have put forth books, novels, you know what I'm saying, treatises, and this is what they have utilized as their foundation that they stand on. Okay? So people talk crazy about what they're doing, but they're showing you how you snatch power. They're explain, like, we have a lot of millionaires in the athletic field. We have a ton of millionaires that have come out of what is known as hip hop. Got a plethora of entertainers who have cracked the ceiling of the 100 million mark in liquid. And everybody says that they want for their people. But if anybody knows politics and they're not playing off of the ignorance of the majority or the populace, they know that you have to fund your candidates and you also have to come forward as a super PAC. This program, the people who are dictating all of these executive orders, that's the Heritage Foundation, and that's some of these super PACs that I just named. It's not I'm not doing conspiracy. I'm simply reporting the news as it should be reported responsibly. So we as a people have to not only pay attention to what's being done and how things were done. This is already done. This is already history. You know what I'm saying? We're just documenting it. But we also have to begin to ask ourselves, how serious are we ready to be, and how much are we, who's ready to actually do the work that's required to even say that you have a super PAC, meaning fund it. All right, let's just showing these were different elections that they were involved in. They brought Congress in when nobody thought Congress could get in. All right. They came into the presidential 2016 in July. Okay. So do the trajectory, go back and look at how things begin to change for Trump after July. You know what I mean? Ben Carson was also a client. He's the second client. Ted Cruz being the first. Ben Carson was the second client, and then you get Trump. Okay? They said that our models predicted most of late movement correctly, and Alexander Nix indicated the CA's involvement took an instrumental part in the win. Okay? The trends that they were able to predict were responsible for the boost towards the presidential elect in industrial Midwest. And people are going to be like, but he lost the popular vote. Listen, the map is red, bro. Okay, the whole fucking map was red. I got it up here. I'll show you. The map was red. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not here to talk about what he didn't win. And yeah, he's a selected president. He's not the president elect. He's select. But what I'm trying to show you is this company was instrumental because of what the tools that they possess, the technology that they've used. Like, technology is out there. Is how are you using it? They're utilizing technology as it's supposed to be utilized now, not to be, you know what I'm saying, romanticizing the old technology that existed thousands of years ago. No, they're dealing with right now. And this is what you see. All right. So this is the company SEL, real quick. All right. They deal with defense. A leading practitioner of psychological approaches to conflict resolution, including population messaging and information operations, social, delivering communication strategy and behavior change campaigns that really matter in the social, cultural, and NGO sectors. Elections, a global election management agency skilled in applying behavioral modeling and micro-targeting solutions to political camp. You know what micro-targeting is? That's zeroing in on that ass. Helping brands build better relationship with their customers, psychographic targeting, and data-driven communication strategies. So the head company that got behind Donald Trump, this in the White House by way of Stephen Bannon and the whole team I'm about to show this is the company. It's called SEL. This is the parent company. This is where Cobra Command and them was working for. Working at the forefront of behavioral change communication for over 25 years, SEL has evolved into a multi-discipline group of behavioral research and communication agencies. It's a private British behavioral research and strategic communication company. It's known as Cambridge Analytical in the United States. It performs data mining and data analysis on its audience. Based on results, communications will be specifically targeted to key audience groups to modify behavior in accordance with the goal of SCL's client. The company describes itself as a global election management agency. London-based SEL was founded by Nigel Cakes, who serves as the CEO. He was in background in TV production and advertising. He founded the Behavioral Dynamics Institute as a research facility for strategic communication. The study of mass behavior and how to change it led him to establish strategic communication laboratories in 1993. Oaks through that in order with shift mass opinion, academic insights as gained through psychologics and anthropologists at BDI should be applied and would be more successful than traditional advertising methods. BDI became a nonprofit affiliate of SEL. What that says in a nutshell is this, that he thought that in order to shift mass opinion, academic insights as gained through psychologists and anthropologists at BDI, which is Behavioral Dynamics Institute. Like I said, they're studying you. Psychologists. You're on social media, but you're being studied, bruh. We're all being studied. This is what they're doing with data. They're coming up with, and it's not us. I'm not saying this about us. Look, breathe. There we go. Breathe. I'm talking about they programming their own people. They're programming the Trumpers. They're programming the Fox 5. They're programming the rest of white America and putting them on code. They're programming through the media. I'm talking about they're putting coons on code. They're putting other people. I'm just giving you the script to how this movie is being played out. But I'm also saying, yeah, if they decided to, if they ever wanted to, okay. SCL Group calls itself a global election management agency known for involvement in military disinformation campaigns to social media branding and voter targeting. SLC's involvement in the political world has been primarily in the developing world, where it has been used by the military and politicians to study and manipulate public opinion and political will. SCL claims to have been successful to help foment coups. Okay. What does that sound like? Where's my fucking bomb? What does that sound like? What just happened? That's fake news. Okay? That's the Russians was in the election. That's the FBI coming to the conclusion that yes, but if you can't touch corporations, if you can't touch these billionaires, if you can't touch Cobra Commander, CIA, FBI, and all of these other, or when they do their research and they find that there's somebody behind all of this. But look at their job description. Look at what they said that they do. It's not even a fucking secret. The SCL Group calls itself a global election management agency. So we just had a global election. We just had a global election that it seemed that, many different agencies was like, listen, this one wasn't really what you think it is. And I don't know who read the shit in the community, because I've been trying to get on Facebook, and I'm online, and I be trying to look for the status update. I haven't caught it yet. I'm waiting for somebody needs to read that and say, and report back. Yo, what they talk about? What they talking about? But you got to have a certain glasses on. So let's move forward. Because this is just the beginning. Like, this is page 73. Look at how many slides. We ain't gonna get through everything, but we're gonna get there. Let's break down strategic communication, because they are also dealing with strategic communication. Now, when we're breaking all of this down, utilize the concept of the Wizard of Oz theory, the Geppetto puller, the string puller, the one who's pushing things through Bannon. You know what I'm saying? The people who are moving certain things behind the scenes. The reason why all of the public is being fired is saying that they're quitting. Oh, all of these people quit today, or all of these people left. Well, shit. A lot of people get moved out. Who's moving in? Behavior analysis, big data, and psychographics are breaking down traditional audience blocks into their constituent parts, individual people. And I'm also saying that, for my techies out there, where's your company at that can rival this? You know what I'm saying? Please, we're waiting for you to present that. Strategic communication can mean either communicating a concept, a process, or data that satisfies a long-term strategic goal of an organization by allowing facilitation of advanced planning, or communicating over long distances, usually using international telecommunications or dedicated global network assets to coordinate actions and activities of operationally significant commercial, non-commercial, and military business or combat and logistics subunits. It can also mean the related function within an organization which handles internal and external communication processes. Strategic communication can also be used for political warfare. Walk with me. Strategic communication refers to policy making and guidance for consistent information activity within an organization and between organizations. Equivalent business management terms are integrated marketing communication, organizational communication, corporate communication, institutional communication, etc. In the U.S., strategic communication is defined as focused United States government efforts to understand and engage key audiences to create, strengthen, or preserve conditions favorable for the advancement of the United States government's interests, policies, and objectives through the use of coordinated programs, plans, themes, messages, and products synchronized with the actions of all instruments of national power. Strategic communication management could be defined as the systematic planning or realization of information flow, communication, media development, and image care and long-term horizon. It conveys a deliberate message through the most suitable media to the designated audience at the appropriate time to contribute to and achieve the desired long-term effect. Communication management is process creation. It has to bring three factors into balance: the message, the media channel, and the audience. An alternative view of strategic communication is offered by Steve Thadham of the UK Defense Academy. He argues that whilst it is desirable to bound and coordinate communications together, particularly from governments or the military, it should be regarded in a much more fundamental manner than simply process. The informational effect should be placed at the very epicenter of command, and that all action must be calibrated against that effect, including the evaluation of the second and third order effects. This is, he argues, proper strategic communication. Communication singular and abstract noun, whilst the actual process of communicating, which include target audience analysis, evaluation of conduits, measurement, and effects, is strategic communications. Okay, I could go on. Communication is strategic when it is completely consistent with the organization mission, vision, values, and when it is able to enhance the strategic positioning and competitiveness between their competitors. It is important to understand the concept of communication strategy. It should be seen from the organization's perspective and no one else besides them. As a result of this communication, strategic communication should follow. The nation of organizational communication in general and strategic communication in particular is defined as the purposeful use of communication by an organization to fulfill its mission, stated by Halauhen 2007. So what I'm saying in a nutshell is this. What you call propaganda, what you call what they're doing, what you call white people being on code, and all of these things, it is called in these terms strategic communications. We have to learn the jargon and the lexicon. It is deeper than propaganda. They are communicating strategically. You don't know. You think they are communicating in ways you might not be on the communication line. Your ass might not be logged in, but there's a communication taking place in this company that is behind him and Bannon, and they're talking to they're having a communication with other people around the world that are in power and in position, and they're not playing games, and they're having a communication with them strategically.
Right.
Are we having strategic communication? Can we qualify to this? In some senses, some ways, yeah. I can't go through all of this. Trump's 17 cabinet level picks have more money than a third of an American households combined. All of this research, mind you, was done prior to everything, prior to the inauguration and prior to now. The majority of this lecture was finished prior to the inauguration time, but because so much has been going, it's organic.
Right.
This is going to be ongoing. I had to add all kind of stuff in. And you'll notice that there are parts that I've done the preview here with the audience. So I'm going to fly through those pieces, but I can't assume that there are people who everyone saw that. You feel me? So this is his cabinet. and they have more money than a third of the American households combined.
That's real, man. God damn.
We just have to put it into terms because they talk about they're rich people, they're the, you know what I mean, their taxes. No, listen. The household data on which we base our comparison, the household data on which we base our comparison is from the 2013 Survey of Consumer Finances, collected by the Federal Reserve. This survey is the most recent comprehensive data source on American wealth. So they're just saying we are composing America's wealth by the data we composed that they collected in 2013. But the trend is over the last several decades suggests a large change is unlikely. There was no collapsing of economies and no real huge boom. It's worth noting that almost 13% of American households have zero or negative wealth because of debt. So we are adding together these households with those that have at least some wealth. If we just compare the wealth of Trump's cabinet to the median household, it is still an impressive concentration of riches. It would take about 120,000 households with the United States median net worth of about 83,000 to match the wealth of just the four richest members of Trump's cabinets: Betsy DeVos, Wilbur Ross Jr., Lyndon McMahon, and Rex Tillerson. Let me explain to you. Lyndon McMahon is Vince McMahon's wife. Betsy DeVos is Eric Prince's sister. Eric Prince is Blackwater. That's his sister's Betsy DeVos. Rex Tillerson is the 20-year CEO of ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil has the gross GP of the 17th nation. If they were a nation, they would be the 17th in the world. It's a nation within themselves. I'm gonna get to Rex. I'm gonna get to Rex and all of the cabinet. Let me go through the cabinet.
That's some good.
Yeah.
That's some good research you're doing, man. You like Steve Coakley with this research tonight, man. It's like, damn, man, you going in on the research, man.
Facts. I honor my master teachers. So listen, this is your cabinet. Get familiar with them. Don't get emotional. Just find out who you're dealing with. Jeff Sessions at the Justice Department. Mad Dog Mathis. These are the Inquisitors. These are the Crusaders. Let's just call it what it is. These are the Crusaders. These are the Inquisitors. This is the Fourth Reich. Okay. I'll do a brief research on some of them. Okay. Ben Carson at HUD. Now, during the campaign, they were talking about super predators. The fact that Hillary utilized the term super predators. Okay. The fact that Hillary were referring to the black youth of the 90s. She made that statement in the 90s. So she was referring to the crime wave of New York City and also the crime wave that was taking place on the West Coast by way of the gangs and things of that nature, and the fact that the research that they had back then when they were studying the brains of toddlers and the results of the behavior, the behavior modification that took place as a result of their war on drugs, which doubled as a war on black people, which also doubled as a chemical war or a biological war by way of the viruses, and then a chemical war by way of the crack. That they basically have told you in so many ways. I think it's in 4 languages that they were the ones, not to just dropped it off, not that they just were the ones that whipped it up in a lab one day with the flick of the wrist. No, they cooked that shit intentionally to stop the rise of a people, because that's why drugs are intentionally put in your neighborhood to defocalize, to create wars, you know what I'm saying, to create death and destruction. That's policy, family. These are policies that are actually on paper. So these are super predators. Okay? They trying to hit you with the blind. Like, you as a person who has been placed in a poverty, placed in a situation as an aboriginal, indigenous, native to the land of America, you have no access to any resources whatsoever. We don't even have to go further than that. Like, I could spend an hour going in on that. That's just it. Like, you don't have access to any resources, and you're a prisoner on your own land. All right? And then you're called a super predator, and you're hunted by other predators. So we also have something called this dynasty. The people are enamored by dynasty, by way of dynasty, by way of Falcon Crest, by way of the soap operas. You dig what I'm saying? By way of Camelot. So the dynasty that exists, we talk about the 18th dynasty and the other dynasty. Well, there's dynasties that exist in this corporation. You know what I mean? In this United States of America. And you're looking at them right here.
But Red, what about those who say Trump is anti-establishment and he's breaking up the dynasty? You ever seen what happens when the dynasty gets broken up? That's what the Trump supporters are saying is happening. They're saying that Alex Jones is saying he's breaking up that picture you just showed.
There it goes right here. Hillary and Bill Clinton going to Donald Trump's inauguration despite bruising campaign. So if somebody went in on the whole family, you feel me? Dragged you. I'm talking about was like, yo, you was raping women and all that. Talking dirty about you. By you showing up to his inauguration, what are you saying? So, no, he has a dynasty of his own. Remember, he brings in Trump dynasty. He's going to put his sons in the dictator seat later on, probably. So he still represents dynasty. He's not doing nothing wrong to Bush and them. He ain't bothering none of them. Where's Obama at right now? On vacation, right?
With his hat backwards.
You feel me? So this is his dude right here. All right? Know who this is. Find out about this guy. I'm going to show you the new super predators. Get familiar. Reince Priebus. That's the chief of staff. What you need to know about him. Along with Breitbart News Steve Bannon, he'll be working as equal partners to transform the federal government. Bannon was appointed as chief strategist and senior counselor to the president. Then he got moved up. We're going to talk about that. Despite Trump's promise to drain the swamp of establishment politicians, Priebus is a Washington insider who is expected to help restore Trump's relationship with Republican Party leaders. Here are 7 things to know about Trump's new right-hand man. Steve Bannon, okay, the most powerful man right now in America, according to the positions. If you read any of his writings, just look at him. Like, so it went from the website, Breitbart, and the Stormfront, the chat rooms, and all of that. Now that's right there. This is right. That's in the White House. So this is the person that's pulling the strings. That's what, I didn't say that. I'm going to show you the articles. That's what the press is saying. You feel me? They're like President Bannon. So we're going to do a little research on him in a minute. Jeff Sessions, as you know. I mean, just take a look at Jeff. Okay? Look at Elaine. He even had a Crowley. Okay? But I believe that she didn't make it in the cabinet. But there goes your Crowley. He names Rudy Giuliani as cybersecurity advisor. The irony in that. Okay? He heads a cybersecurity firm for Giuliani Partners. He'll serve as an advisor in finding solutions to cyber incursions in the private sector and to advise the government on possible responses. Giuliani, an early Trump supporter, was a top candidate for Secretary of State in the Trump administration, but was passed over for former ExxonMobil chief executive Rex Tillerson. So you got Giuliani over the internet. Mr. Giuliani was asked to initiate this process because of his long and very successful government career in law enforcement and his now 16 years of work providing security solutions in the private sector. Okay, there goes Crowley. These are the. Don't be surprised if his picture don't pop up in the White House one day. All right, this is some information about Rex Tillerson real quick. So we could find out, we could learn a thing or two about the Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson. The complaint alleges that from 2000 to 2004, private military security forces employed by ExxonMobil to protect its natural gas operations in the Aceh province, Indonesia, committed the cited offenses against local villagers. From 1976 to 2005, Aceh was embroiled in a violent independence struggle. In the midst of the conflict, ExxonMobil essentially privatized Indonesian soldiers, the complaint argues, despite their well-documented history of abusing Indonesian citizens, and aided and abetted the human rights violations through financial and other direct material support. ExxonMobil has fought the case for 15 years, denying not the human rights abuse, but rather that the company should be liable. A federal judge ruled, however, not only that the company must stand trial, but also sufficient evidence demonstrates that ExxonMobil corporate officers exerted significant control over the security decisions made by its Indonesian subsidiary. All right. So this is Rex Tillerson. Rex Tillerson could be America's most dangerous Secretary of State. In August, according to the complaint, in August 2000, soldiers working for ExxonMobil beat and tortured him using electricity all over his body, including his genitals. After approximately 3 months, the soldiers took off his blindfold, took him outside the building where he had been detained, and showed him a pit where there was a large pile of human heads. The soldiers threatened to kill him and add his head to the pile. He was ultimately released, only to have soldiers later to burn down his house. On January 1st, Rex Tillerson retired from oil giant ExxonMobil after 41 years. The last 10 as CEO and chairman of the board. So this nigga is oil. Okay, he's just oil. When he's not pro-oil, he's just oil. When he appears in January before the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee to be considered for U.S. Secretary of State, ExxonMobil will be preparing to appear before a jury at the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia just blocks away. There, the company will face allegations that security forces under its employ engaged in serious human rights abuses, including murder, torture, sexual violence, kidnapping, battery, assault, burning, arbitrary arrest, detention, and false imprisonment. The complaint specifically names Rex Tillerson. All right. The private military industry allows you to fight wars without having your own blood on a gambling table, and that creates moral hazard because it lowers the barriers of entry into conflict. Let's talk about these mercenaries, okay? We're going to get into these PMCs real quick because in this complaint, you see that they're saying that Exxon is using private military forces. PMCs is what they're called. And we have a president who is walking around. He's not using only the Secret Service. Steve Bannon and them, they're not using it. They have PMCs working with them at this point. Private military contractors are beginning to pick up contracts in order to work for their corporate sponsors. So the private military industry allows you to fight wars, Look at what's going on in Nigeria right now. If those mercenaries hired by Nigeria to kill Boko Haram are actually succeeding, and it looks like they are, according to reports, and that's not a whole lot of backlash in the international community, I can imagine somebody saying, well, let's do this against Al-Shahab. And I could also imagine private military actors showing up and saying, you know, when you hired those mercenaries in Nigeria, they were really effective, but they were really expensive. I could do the exact same thing at 1/10 of the price by using this fleet of 200 drones that are armed. So I can see a situation of arms escalation, trying to get price points that make sense for consumers, if you will. I hate to commodify conflict that way, but that's kind of what this industry is about. Private armies also can maybe do things that the national army maybe can't do. They can do things that the national army maybe can't. Sounds like G.I. Joe to me, bruh. Huh? When you're a soldier in the army and you're fighting at an enemy alongside several other soldiers, you don't know if it was your gun, your bullet that killed someone. I'd rather not know, says Stephen Friday, who spent 12 years in the British Army before becoming a private military contractor, PMC, in 2008, working in Iraq and Afghanistan. The first time he ever shot somebody and knew about it was a PMC. The firefighters were a lot closer and a lot more personal. It was more dangerous. As a soldier, he had once come under fire for 7 hours in Baghdad, but as a PMC, I would say it was worse. When you're in the army, you got an army behind you. As a PMC, you can't call for backup and you can't call fire missions in. Certainly, my worst incidents were as a PMC rather than in military. He was shot at sniper, survived a handful of roadside bombs, grenade attacks, once a bullet larger than bulletproof glass, Anybody saw American Sniper, you saw how the PMCs were there, or everybody that plays those video games, that's the PMC. So I'm like, well, where's your PMC? Where's the dudes from the NBA's PMC? Where's these rappers PMC? Where's the PMC that could have protect Pimp C? What did he do it? For the money, of course. There were periods when he could earn up. Check. 1 2 1 2. Are we on the air? All right. We in the building? Dang. All right, this is what just happened. Yeah, I think they can hear me. Let's see. Yeah, they said they can hear me. Facts. That's all right. Pick up where we left off. I was thinking in laws of competition. Hold on. This is a conversation that, let's go.
Let Red get that together. We had some technical difficulties. It's a little more work when live stream is involved, in the technology that's involved, in the PowerPoint presentations that's involved. I know y'all rarely see PowerPoint presentations, keynote presentations on live stream. This is something you usually see at a lecture. So in order to present it live in this fashion, we don't do it the regular way of just having a webcam. There's extra equipment used to ensure quality instead of me just zooming in on a television set. So I want to thank you for your patience. And Red Pill at this time is going to continue his presentation. Let all your friends know that we back on the air. We're not going to take that much more of your time, but we definitely appreciate you for tuning in. You ready, Red Pill?
Yes, sir.
And that's that. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Let's do a little bit of cover some more mercenaries. I want you to know about these mercenaries because what's taking place in America right now. Huh? Yeah, give me something to drink, please. What's taking place in America? What's taking place in America with the no, some water, with the destabilization of just society. These characters or these actors are going to play a major role, in the future. These characters and these actors may even be you in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're taking their killers, right? And they're legalizing, or they got killers chasing checks. They call them the dogs of war. You may have people around your way that call themselves dogs of war. And they're mercenaries. Some of them may be for hire. Some of them may not be for hire. But when you look at it in those terms, you may understand, what you're saying. And you may even understand how far some of these men are going, or these armies are taking it even further than the gangs. All right. The return of the dogs of war. What is it like to be a soldier for hire? It's one thing to pull the trigger for your country, quite another for a corporation. As a new report reveals how private military contractors have changed the face of conflict and reveal how conflict has changed them. The return of the mercenary, how private armies and the technology they use are changing warfare. Domestic private security in Africa, which targets criminal activities, is widespread. So a lot of them are in Africa killing Africans for corporations, getting checks and living out their racist agendas, living out their bloodlust, living out their crusader, white supremacists, sadomasochists, bloodlust. And they go to Africa, they go to places in the Caribbean, they go to Haiti, you know what I mean? And they go in and put in work. You know what I'm saying? In the name and in the interest of corporations. But as we know, these corporations could be corporate commander. Or other things of that nature, Exxon, Trump and corporations. It could be your incorporation, though. I'm speaking to those with corporations, LLCs, and things of that nature. You do qualify to have mercenaries. You do qualify to have PMCs. You do qualify to exercise Second Amendment. You know what I mean? You do qualify to have armies that rival those armies, because you may have people who, have to, they have these tendencies, these warrior tendencies, these soldier for hire, mercenary type of ways, and you may need them to protect your assets. So think about that. Domestic private security in Africa. There's a number of large transnational private military and security contractors who, along with their subsidiaries, guard mining sites, train national militaries and police, and provide security for development or humanitarian agencies. Even international development or UN peacekeeping or peace building operations sometimes contract with private military and security contractors for various logistical support services. It is fitting in an ironic sense that modern private military and security contractors should be operating in Africa. After all, Africa gave rise to much of the modern private military and security contractors industry. The pioneer in the field was South Africa-based Executive Outcomes, EO, which shut down in 1998 after having fought Jones Savimbi's rebel UNITA group in Angola and the murderous Revolutionary United Front in Sierra Leone. Even earlier, mercenary companies such as Five Commando fought in the Belgian Congo and elsewhere during the 1960s. So all of that is code for saying these are the armies who are responsible for massacring, you know what I'm saying, and capturing and, taken over a lot of our peoples and a lot of indigenous land and resources and things of that nature. Why it's a gold mine for private military and security contractors in Africa. And it's twofold why I'm also showing this as well. This is for research purposes. This is also for motivational purposes, because I'm a futurist. I'm also a visionary. You know what I mean? I'm asking questions. What I'm saying is this: how is it that there are law enforcement, military, and people who have guns, weapons out the wazoo, right? They're armed to the teeth. They're armed to the teeth. But they have never considered for once to form private military companies or security contractors. Why aren't they the security contractors in Africa? Why aren't they protecting the interests of the resources that belong to the villagers or the villages in Africa from the corporations? Or why are they not policing neighborhoods as security contractors, not even in Africa, but in America? So, Blue Pill is in the building.
Blue Pill in the house, in the building. Blue.
Let's let Blue
Indeed.
Yeah.
Peace, Fanny.
Indeed. Peace to the God.
I'm enjoying this live stream. I had to participate.
Thank
Seen
you
you
so
touching on a
much.
lot of points that
And it's only right that you're here with
Yeah,
me.
you
know
need
what
some
I
blue
mean?
magic.
44 Savage is a part of this presentation. Like I said, family, this is a very information-laden, detail-orientated dissertation. I spent how many months did I spend in preparation?
long time.
Very long. So as a result of digging in very deep, I've struck oil. You know what I mean? I have a lot of oil for the family, a lot of jewels, you know, to share. So this we're gonna go through. We're going all the way from the PMCs to get to where we wanted to arrive.
There's something that I heard you saying on the live stream, and I was like, I wish I was there to add on. We're talking about Rex Tillerman and comments made by Trump very recently, where he blames the rise of ISIS to the fact that America, or U.S. for that matter, didn't take the oil fields from Iraq.
Yes.
He says that they expended trillions of dollars going to war, and they didn't get no ROI. What was the return on the investment? The investment, he knew that the pay would always be in the oil, and the political juxtaposition that goes on between the Saudi Arabians and, you know, OPEC and all of this stuff. He's like, God damn it, the chess piece, y'all left the chess piece. What's the sense of playing chess if you're going to leave the chess piece? So what did he say? He said, there'll be future opportunities in which we'll have to correct these wrongs. And they're like, well, what are you talking about? Look, I don't want to play my hand, because y'all will always make comments about going into Fallujah or Mosul or other conflicts. You remember? They'll make press. They'll have press releases about going into these conflict zones in 2 or 3 months. And then they said by the time they go into them, the adversaries would have already retreated, or they'll build fortification. So it's more of an intensified fortified. So what did he go and do? He went and got General Mathis. He got Mad Dog Mathis as his very first pick, being that I believe Mad Dog was involved with the surge and everything when they was going up in Fallujah. So he has already, in so many words, said, look, we have every plan on going back into Iraq and taking that oil. And then to have Rex Tillerman, under the ISIS flag, black flag, you know what I'm saying? So you got to watch and see where the coalition is starting to form with him and Putin, where they're going to use, again, ISIS as the black flag to say, well, we have to form a coalition to defeat ISIS. You go to Iraq, I'll handle Syria. You understand? And we've neutralized these other African countries, you know, and Boko Haram, like you said, Al-Shabaab and all of that. we're gonna give that to private military contractors, so we don't have to risk the lives of your nice, warm-blooded American children. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta send them into war zones. We're gonna do drones and PMCs.
But
And then the people, of course, they were like, all right, we with that.
and not only can they not come into America, but they're gonna begin restrictions where you can't go there. So as the PMCs go over there, because all of these places are all still oil-rich places.
Yes.
All of these places are in alignment with certain plans that we'll discuss.
Yeah, and I think I saw the post on Instagram. I didn't get a chance to fact check it, but these days it don't matter because it's all facts. It's all the way live.
Yeah.
So they said that these are the countries that are yet not part of the
Rothschild Bank.
Yeah,
But these all are countries that are featured prominently in the first dissertation, which was Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah 1, as Moorish proverb, places where the story emerged from. Iraq and Iran,
yes, Baghdad.
the first caliphate, Baghdad,
Indeed.
the Somalia, the Sudan,
Absolutely.
Libya with the Barbary pirates,
All
the Barbary
day.
coast, Carthage, Hannibal. It just fit the mold of a crusades. So in the crusades, there was something called a capitulation of the Moors and a capitulation of the Jews that took place in 1610 when they were like, yo, not only are we suppressing the people who lost the war here, but we like, yo, y'all all got to leave. And then we're building this wall. You feel me? And you never, if you come back, it's off with your head. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was called the capitulation of the Moors, and that's when they began to cleanse and clean their blood and begin to whiten their countries. This is how Portugal became white again. This is how Spain whitened itself. So the question has to be asked when people are under siege, they build a wall around them.
Facts.
All right. Anybody who watches Game of Thrones, or if anyone plays video games and are into strategy, if you play fucking Mario or Zelda, you understand what a wall is. Walls don't keep people. This is not the winter is not coming. The White Walkers are here. They're not coming. You don't build a wall to keep them out. So no, El Chapo's in Brooklyn.
Facts.
There's underground tunnels because they know things that, a lot of people don't know. But that wall, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? So let's get on this dude right here, because a lot of people, this one I knew that everything that Phil said in, what year was that? Death March 20, and this I opened up paying homage to the master teacher by reading the notes that I collected on what was the name of that show that he did with you? The prophetic show right before the election.
I forget,
but he nailed everything. It was all, he knew that Trump, you know what I mean? He didn't have to say anything. He bodied it. He spoke about Eric Prince and Blackwater and the fact that everything that was taking place overseas on that parallel was taking place here.
Facts. The Katrina Death March. He
He
laid it out. You understand? Yeah. Remember that shit, family? Remember that body count? That was all Blackwater. You haven't heard from them since, huh?
Eric
You thought
Prince.
they disappeared? Y'all even forgot in that story, the main character of that story was Mike Brown. All right? Yeah,
Brown.
this is how they gauge the memory of niggas, man. We don't remember nothing. It was only 2005. The head of FEMA's name was Mike Brown.
Facts.
When Bush went to New Orleans, he was like, Mike, he's doing a great job. That was Mike Brown.
Eric Prince, the notorious former head of Blackwater, a military contracting firm blamed for the killing of Iraqi civilians, is all aboard the Trump train. He's done several interviews on Breitbart News, Sirius XM show over the past few months, boosting the candidate. And newly released FEC filings from a pro-Trump super PAC show he made a generous contribution to their efforts. According to the Wall Street Journal, that PAC is helmed by Rebecca Mercer, the daughter of reclusive hedge fund billionaire Robin Mercer, a.k.a. Cobra Commander. The September filings for Make America #1 PAC filed with the FEC on October 20th disclosed that one Erica Dean Prince of Middleburg, VA, gave 100 racks to the group on September 21st of this year. Frontier Services Group, a security contracting company, Blackwater founder Eric Prince told Breitbart News, "I can't imagine a Hillary Clinton administration ending the ISIS scourge," then laid out a 3-point plan to deal with the terror group. 1, you have to take away any claim they have to a caliphate. That means destroying any conventional force they have in Iraq or Syria, said Prince, adding that he did not think it would require America troops on the ground, but local forces with America support instead. But you just put a ban on Muslims, so there's no such thing as no local forces anywhere in the world again. Nobody will fight with America because I can't come and run to your country. There's a ban on refugees, meaning you keeping the ops. You know what I mean? How could you get anybody to work with you? That was their caveat to niggas like, yo, we talked to your department. We sat down with your embassy. We got 10,000 visas. You go into the suburbs, play the tape. It's Pleasantville, white Cadillacs. You know what I mean? Dairy Queen. And they start snitching and working for and then that's that scene in the end of the Vietnam War when a helicopter was taking off. Right, and you saw the Viet Cong coming up in there, and all of the snitches was ops, and America was like, I'm out. And the people, some of the people who they brought over here, they set up businesses for them, and because of the sentiments was so strong against the Vietnamese, they told them to say that you are a Chinese food restaurant, right, and thus the rise of the Chinese food, which started out as, some of those were the Vietnamese people, but that ban, that's like, I don't understand if people know. We're going to show what that is.
Let's get you.
Okay. Item 2 is a Phoenix program similar to the one employed in Vietnam that would capture or kill the funders of Islamic terror, and that would even be the wealthy radical Islamist billionaires funding it from the Middle East and any of the other illicit activities therein. Third, said Prince, you have to destroy them on the internet. Explaining, he asserted, that means with a very capable IT program to dig in and find where these jihadist sites are being hosted and then they're being issued from, and you go in and find and finish them at the internet server level and destroy their ability to communicate even on the web. I just said Giuliani is on the web. Wow. Breitbart News Daily airs on Sirius XM, Patriot 120. Yeah, for everybody that's go listen to some of that sometimes.
Yeah, do your homework.
In July, Prince told Trump's senior advisor and white supremacist Steve Bannon, at the time head of Breitbart News, that the Trump administration should recreate a version of the Phoenix program, the CIA assassination ring that operated during the Vietnam War to fight ISIS. Such a program, Prince said, could kill or capture the funders of Islamic terror, and that would even be the wealthy radical Islamist billionaires funding it from the Middle East. Prince also said that Trump would be the best force to confront Islamic fascism. As for the world looking to the United States for leadership, unfortunately, I think they're going to have to wait till January and hope Mr. Trump is elected, because clearly our generals won't have a stomach for a fight, Prince said. Our president doesn't have a stomach for a fight, and the terrorists, the fascists, are winning. Prince founded the notorious private security firm Blackwater, which rose to infamy in September 2007 after its operatives gunned down 17 Iraqi civilians, a million civilians including a 9-year-old boy in Baghdad's Mercer Square. Whistleblowers also alleged that Prince encouraged an environment in which Iraqis were killed for sport. At the height of the Blackwater scandals in 2007, another prominent Trump backer, Dana Rockbacker, praised Prince, who once worked in his congressional office. Prince, Rockbacker said, is on his way to being an American hero, just like Ollie North was. Okay. Notorious mercenary Eric Prince is advising Trump from the shadows. Bombs. Eric Prince, America's most notorious mercenary, is lurking in the shadows of the incoming Trump administration. A former senior U.S. official has advised the Trump transition told The Interceptor Prince has been advising the team on matters related to intelligence and defense, including weighing in on candidates for the defense and state departments. The official asks not to be identified because of transition policy prohibiting discussion of confidential deliberations. On election night, Prince's latest wife, Stacey DeLuke, posted pictures from inside Trump's campaign headquarters as Donald Trump and Mike Pence watched the returns come in, including a close shot of Pence and Trump with their families. We know some people who work closely with Trump on his campaign, DeLuke wrote, waiting for the numbers to come in last night. It was well worth the wait. Hashtag President Trump 2016. Prince's sister, billionaire Betsy DeVos, is Trump's nominee for education secretary, and Prince and his mama gave large sums of money to a Trump super PAC.
Did they say where she got her billies from?
Nah. Only 7 people cut checks to Make America #1 in September. Make America #1 is like Heritage Foundation. Those are the, you go and read, that's the new law, that's the rule of law. When you explain rule of law, that's the new, they're the ones that are replacing all of the Obama policies,
yeah.
all of his doctrine. You know what I mean? Like they had the Reagan doctrine. Is going to be this company, this super PAC right here, and the Heritage Foundation are the leading ones. Make America #1. Prince was the second largest. Bernie Marcus, the co-founder of Home Depot, gave the largest, which was $2 million. His mom, Elsa Prince, also gave 50 racks. They made it rain in the super PAC. Prince's contribution is interesting because he's one of the most controversial figures of the Iraq war. He is Destro. He is Cobra Commander. Blackwater is Cobra Commander. He's the nigga with the mask on. Prince founded Blackwater, a private security firm that contracted with the U.S. military in Iraq during the war there. In 2007, Blackwater employees were involved in a mass shooting that left 17 civilians dead, including 2 boys aged 9 and 11. And might I add that they also were found guilty for murders in Katrina. How did that happen?
Facts.
Okay, how did that happen? Shout out to Phil, man. 11 private security firms guarding Donald. 11 private PMCs for all of you militants out there. Okay, there's people doing real, you know what I'm saying? Like there's real military shit taking place, and then there's people getting their guns taken from them. Yeah. And coming up with excuses why certain people can't be brought to justice. The campaign might not want to talk about it. They might not want to talk about it. I think they, yeah. But Donald Trump has contracted 11 security firms, security guard services, and dozens of individuals as he's campaigned around the country. And a handful of the private companies are run by retired, high-ranking law enforcement personnel. It's unclear if any of them are armed in their capacity on the Trump campaign. It's unclear if they're armed. Security can be necessary, but it also lends an appearance of legitimacy to those cocooned within it. And Trump's preoccupation with that appearance dates back decades. Okay? In his mid, I'm known for being pretty tough, and I don't take any shit for him back and forth. The thing is, he knew where I stand. Over the years, we've had some disagreement where I've cursed him out on the phone and said fuck off and back and forth. If I caught him, da-da-da-da-da. It's unprecedented, said one high-level official with knowledge of the Secret Service machinations. The apparatus surrounding Mr. Trump is extensive to the point of looking dysfunctional. And the dysfunction is glaring. The Trump campaign first told me that all questions regarding security should be directed to the Secret Service. But the Secret Service told me that Trump's private security is considering campaign staff, and so any questions about them would have to be answered by the campaign. The campaign, informed of this, replied, no comment, all facts. Further requests for comment were not met with slightly weirder but more helpful reply. We have no comment on security personnel and procedures. The campaign might not want to talk about it, but Trump has contracted 11 security firms, security guard services, and dozens of individuals as he's campaigned around the country. A handful of the private companies are run by da-da-da-da-da. More about Prince. I could go on. You get the picture. He's with China right now. While he's waiting, he's in China. Okay, called Echo Papa. He tried to start a Air Force while he was chilling on the low, like chilling, falling back. He started what is known like a Uber Air Force. He's a rogue chairman, said Prince's close associate. Eric wants to be a real no shit mercenary. He's a rogue chairman who has mounted his attempts to sell mercenary forces in Africa. I mean, come on, y'all. All them diamond mines, all that gold, all that the real bag. It's mercenaries, not armies, not black governments that sold people out. No, they got teams of killers, hired guns, who could the
shit you be seeing on Expendable, and you go to see Expendable 4, 5, and 6. God damn it, them
what I'm
niggas.
saying? All that way. Them. They're really what they're really doing. They with the shits. So some of our finest mercenaries are being clipped down for bags of weed, or they being locked up for life, and all of these things. Eric wants to be a real no shit mercenary. He's off the rail, exposing many U.S. citizens to criminal liabilities. Eric hides in the shadows and uses FSG for legitimacy. Okay. More about him. He was under investigation for money laundering, his ties to Chinese intel, and brokering mercenary services. Going up in Africa and other places. He sought to... So all of these places that were banned, Somalia, Sudan, these is where they're operating right now. So the PMCs are basically collapsing those governments. That's why the ban is strong. Those are oil-rich governments. Those are mineral-rich governments. These PMCs come in when the CIA goes in, and their soft war propaganda destabilizes it with propaganda, destabilizes it through internal conflict, destabilizes it with puppet regimes. Then PMCs come in, like how the cartels might come in and take over these villages, then take over the growth, they take over the resources, take over the police, take over the town, corrupt all within. And then you have Mexico, you got what you see across the border. So they're doing this in different places, and this is what they're doing to prepare for this perpetual war. They call it the war of the slums. The 100 perpetual year war. So they're just showing how he's building with the Chinese. All right. Like I said, this information will be available on the website. Rise of the American Mercenary. It's a lot of stuff. I want you to read it. America's addiction to mercenaries. I'm going to show how they're the ones who brought the dope. They're the ones who you could thank for your heroin addiction. They're ones who you could definitely shake hands with because that boy got, that boy is flying. Yeah, they're the ones who's bringing that stuff. They're the ones that got the bandos popping because they brought those poppies from the poppy fields.
Family, do you even understand in hustling, black people is a permanent underclass?
Still permanent.
Permanent underclass. Fourth class citizens, even in the hustling hierarchy. The black man has never been the plug. It's a goddamn shame.
Americans' addiction to mercenaries. Washington's reliance on private contractors to fight its wars has mutated into a strategic vulnerability. A decade ago, I found myself in a precarious position. I was in Burundi, sipping a Coke with a dopamine, not the Z, the country's then president, U.S. Ambassador Jim Yellen, and several others. We had an emerging catastrophe on our hands. 10 years earlier, the Rwandan genocide left a trail of ash and tears in its wake, claiming 800,000 lives in 90 days, nearly a soul a minute. Since then, Rwanda had recovered, but neighboring Burundi remained at war with itself, ravaged by infighting with Hutus, massacring Tutsis, and vice versa. In 2004, the United States had intelligence that Hutu extremists wanted to trigger a new genocide that would end Tutsis for once and for all. My job, in collaboration with everyone sipping Cokes in the president's living room, was to prevent this without anyone outside the room knowing it was a U.S.-led effort. And succeed we did. Uganda's top export, mercenaries. The African nation makes more money from military contractors than coffee. Okay, they're for hire. Uganda's top, so Black Panther is real. Uganda in East Africa is home to 37 million people in one of the poorest countries in the world. It's perhaps known for the dictator Idi Amin, who came to power in 1971 and murdered 300,000 of his countrymen during an 8-year reign. Although the country borders tumultuous South Sudan and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Uganda today is an island of relative political stability. The economic hums, shopping mall booms around the capital. The people, to generalize, are deeply religious, family-orientated, averse to profanity. Winston Churchill dubbed Uganda the Pearl of Africa, in part for its friendly people. It's one of the leading providers of mercenaries, though, or private military contractors, though, as the security industry prefers to call them. They are at once everywhere and nowhere. On TV, a company called Middle East Consultants runs advertisements looking for able-bodied young men to send to Dubai. Talk to taxi drivers as you bump along dirt roads on the capital, Kampala, and each has a friend or cousin or neighbor who raves about the fortune he's made guarding some embassy or joining the war in Iraq. But official numbers and interviews with the kind of multinational companies that go to countries such as Uganda to find soldiers are hard to come by. In Iraq, Ugandans protect U.S. diplomats in Baghdad and Basra. They also guard businessmen and aid workers in Afghanistan and Somalia. They patrol government installations in Qatar and will likely stand watch when the country hosts the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Some recruits have drilled in elite counterterrorism training. Nobody got their Twitter handle?
Nobody.
They like, yo, the Ugandans are here for me. Okay. A decade ago, after Conman began running employment frauds on mercenary hopefuls, the Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development created the Internal Employment Unit, an agency meant to track men leaving to serve abroad. So that's their army. That's their traveling army. You dig what I'm saying? They're like, yo, we're going to utilize these able-bodied, poor, they're killing themselves anyway out here, and we're going to go chase that bag. And that's what they're using them for. And people is like, in a moral bag, like, oh, that's wrong. Why they doing that? I'm like, you don't know, you haven't, when you got here, you didn't read that book called The World? Oh, you read the Bible, but you didn't read The World. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. It said Earth. I'm talking about the world. This is how the world is running right now. This is mercenaries when this is all Moorish. Look, list in hand, I go off to find some. One of my first stops is Saracen, Uganda, the local affiliate of the South African security company, Saracen International. The parent company was founded by Veterans of Executive Outcomes, a private military contractor whose March 1995 assault on a guerrilla insurgency in Sierra Leone inspired the movie Blood Diamond. Saracen's Ugandan offshoot was criticized in a 2002 United Nations Security Council report for training rebel paramilitary forces in the DRC. One of the company's founders is General Salam Selah, the half-brother of Uganda's president, Yoweri Museveni. So you saw, who saw Assassin's Creed?
I ain't see it yet.
Oh man, Assassin's Creed was dope. Assassin's Creed opens up in Al-Andalusia during the war with the European, the Christendom versus the whole movie is about them winning that war. And at the end, they have him in. They're right inside of that. You know the pictures that we have of Al-Andalus, the garden, the
Moorish guard.
Yes, they have that. Yeah, they got that scene and whatnot. So they call them the Saracens.
Right.
And they would employ armies from Somalia, from the Sudan. That's how they got people from West Africa. The Almoravid dynasty were hired by another dynasty that was losing a war from an insurgency that was known as the white nationalists of that day, the alt-right of that day.
Right.
The Gothics. You know what I mean? I'm going to show you how these are the same people.
Right. They called in the hitters.
Huh?
They called in the hitters to put that work in.
And this is what you see right here. So we're not approaching this with a moral compass, what's right or what's wrong. We're just giving you the news as what exists. You may need the assistance of a Uganda one day. You said that you love Uganda.
They be saying that.
Yeah. Give them a check. Cook a bag for them. Saracens.
They for hire.
Yeah, they for hire. Security, I could go on for days. It's there, Brett. It's there. In Afghanistan, defense contractors outnumber U.S. troops 3-1. Okay? That's their war.
Where that thing is at.
Where that thing is at.
3-1.
3-1. There's not enough if the army even say something wrong. So
they got that horse flowing down these streets.
So let's use a micro of a macro. The PRC is 3-1 to the NYPD. The PMC is 3-1 to the National Guard of the United States of America. Maybe because this is Iraq. That shit big. Afghanistan big too. You feel me? And they're doubling the forces on the ground. They're in Syria and everywhere. Everywhere where there's conflicts, it's PMC. Run PMC. That's your shirt. Nobody take that. Old counter-drug strategy, new bottle. The current counter-narcotics operation and logistic contract is the latest version of a far bigger award that was broken up into multiple pieces as the Obama administration shifted federal acquisition practices to put more awards in the hands of small businesses. It also sought to eliminate organizational conflicts of interest in which a company can both help the government formulate the requirements and bids on programs where it helped fashion the requirements. This operation and logistics part of the contract is one of the 4 programs under the predecessor umbrella contract in the Counter Narco-Terrorism Technology Program Office. The other 3 awards includes one for program management work, one for training and supportive services, and the Command, Control, Communications, Information, Detection, and Monitoring Program. Under the operation and logistics contracts, 15 companies, 9 large and 6 smalls, will be tasked with providing a number of services that span the globe. This will help build facilities that house shooting ranges to train local police forces that combat the drug trade and will help the procurement and delivery of items, including night vision goggles and vehicles. Work will be performed globally with a period of performance to be complete by January 28th, 2025. That sounds like they're building G.I. Joe. Okay? This is what they're in Afghanistan doing. When crime pays for private military there goes the poppy. Everyone has heard the old cliche that crime pays, but criminals are not the only ones who make the money. Those fighting the criminals, police and law enforcement of all types, the judicial system also make money. This is a racket. They learn how to make a racket. They're gamblers. These are hedge funders. They roll dice. They play Hunger Games. This shit is fun. This a video. This virtual. This Oculus.
Westworld.
The public sector institutions make a lot of money, but it's not just the public sector that makes a profit off crime. So does the private sector, including the prison industrial complex, which has been increasingly outsourced to the likes of Correction Corporations of America and the GEO Group. Beyond Blackwater, the industry had to reinvent itself after Blackwater and do some, cleaning up and things of that nature. But they only got bigger, and they've gotten more organized. Mm-hmm. It's an organized front. It's an organized nation of killers and mercenaries and billionaires, and apparently Eric Prince and the white supremacists.
Right, rogue corporations.
It's Negan on Walking Dead. It's the rogue one. It's the rogue. It's the Star. It's the rogues. It's the Bundys. It's the Oath Takers. It's the Crusaders. Oath Keepers. It's so much information, yo. I gotta breeze through this, man. 5 corporations now dominate our privatized intelligence industry. Okay, real quick. Booz Allen Hamilton, CSRA Inc. was created out of a merger between CSC, which developed and managed the NSA's classified internal communication systems, and SRA International, a highly profitable company with a long history of involvement in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, which is called ISR. Among scores of other contracts, CSRA, which has close ties to the U.S. Air Force, provides 24/7 support for the global operations of U.S. commands in Europe and Africa under a January 2006 contract, manages the global network of intelligence platforms for the most advanced drones in the U.S. arsenal, and in a bizarre set of contracts, with the recent integration of 2 military contracts and a $10 billion behemoth, is the latest in a wave. Oh, that's the different page. This is the first page. The recent integration of 2 military contractors into a $10 billion behemoth is the latest in a wave of mergers and acquisitions that have transformed America's privatized high-tech intelligence system into what looks like an old-fashioned monopoly. In August, Leidos Holdings, a major contractor for the Pentagon and the National Security Agency, completed a long-planned merger with the Information Systems and Global Solutions division of Lockheed Martin, the global military giant. The 8,000 operative employed by the new company do everything from analyzing signals for the NSA to tracking down suspected enemy fighters for U.S. Special Forces in the Middle East and Africa. Nowhere else. The sheer size of the new entity makes Leidos one of the most powerful companies in the intelligence contracting industry, which is worth about $50 billion today. According to a comprehensive study I've just completed on public and private employment in intelligence, Leidos, I may be pronouncing it wrong, is now the largest of 5 corporations that together employ nearly 80% of the private sector employees contracted to work for U.S. spy and surveillance agency. Yes, 80%. For the first time since spy agencies began outsourcing their core analytic and operational work in the late 90s, the bulk of the contracted work goes to a handful of companies. Leidos. What is that pronounced, you think? Leidos, or Leonidas, Booz Allen Hamilton, we're familiar, CSRA, SAIC, and CACI International. This concentration of pure plays, a Wall Street term, okay, they made $116 billion in IT, All right, you do further research on that. The use of mercenaries in warfare has a very long history, much longer, in fact, than the almost exclusive deployment of national military to wage wars. Before the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 ended Europe's 30 Years' War and marked the rise of the modern state system, medieval powers from kings to popes routinely hired private fighters to do battle for them.
Templars.
As state governments sought, and that's the whole thing of Assassin's Creed's movie is all Knights Templars. It's all about the Templars. As state governments sought a monopoly on the use of force within their territories in the 17th century, however, they moved to stamp out violence by non-state actors, including mercenaries, driving the industry underground. Private militaries never really went away, but according to Sean McFate, a senior fellow at Atlantic Council and associate professor at National Defense University, they have experienced a resurgence in the past 25 years. McFate himself was a contractor with DynCorp International, Cobra Commander, one of the private military companies who rises the subject of his recent book, The Modern Mercenary. Companies like DynCorp and more infamously Blackwater were major players in the U.S. military campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan, providing logistics and other services, as well as armed guards and trainers for local armies. They are the ones, when they say that USA created ISIS, when they say that the army left and somebody stayed behind and radicalized or militarized the whole country, and then they left? Okay. That's called logistics. That's called clandestine. That's work that doesn't show up on surface. Mm-hmm. This is contracted work. There's a specific mission. Like I said, strategic communication. Okay? So, Nigeria has reportedly deployed mercenaries from South Africa and elsewhere in a fight against the militant Islamist group Boko Haram. In practice, however, that difference is not clear-cut. If you can do one, you can do the other, McFate told me in a recent interview. Here we have Mad Dog Mathis, fired by Obama to please the Muslims, hired by Trump to terminate them. This is some of his tweets. Hold on. Wait. Y'all need to find out who Mad Dog Mathis is. We're going to get back to him. Mad Dog Mathis is exactly what his name is. You want to talk about him real quick, Blue?
Well, I mean, he's another 44 resonator, 44 years of military service. Mad Dog and gematria equals 44. 44 is close to, it's the gematria of military. It's also the gematria of Mars. You know, he's a mad dog. Okay. You feel me? He's come for blood. He was the very first cabinet installation. You know, he's just 44 out.
All right. Mr. Trump's inauguration speech was said to be modeled after the address of Andrew Jackson. If you don't know who Andrew Jackson is and the atrocities and how close to Hitler he is for black people, please go and do your research. Hidden Colors touched on it. I touched on it in the Moorish. I think I did the Moorish, the Moors in Antiquity lecture. We touched on the impact. You touched on it with the Trail of Tears. Absolutely. He was a beast. He is everything that you're seeing in Bannon and all of these others.
He's a bastard.
Yeah. But they have master they have their Obi-Wans. They have their master teachers. You feel me?
They got their ancestors that they honor and worship. Too.
That's why this nigga was like,
they read from their playbook.
On Black History, Mike Pence was like, yo, happy Black History Month. Abraham Lincoln. But Abraham Lincoln was black though.
Moorish.
Huh?
Moorish.
Yeah, Algonquin. Amalgamated. So they said that he modeled that speech that everybody heard around the world. That speech, who was written by Steve Bannon and others, was modeled after Andrew Jackson. Jackson was the first president who wasn't from Virginia or Massachusetts, Mr. Trump, who defeated both the Bush and the Clinton political dynasties, is the first American elected without previous government or military experience. He's the first. Much of the speech was written by Steve Miller and Steve Bannon. Stephen Miller.
Yeah, that's the Splash Brothers.
Stephen. Yo, that's the Splash Brothers. You got Percy Miller, Stephen Miller, and Steve Bannon. What was Captain America's name?
Steve Rogers.
Steve Rogers. Two of Trump's top advisors. I don't think we've had a speech like that since Andrew Jackson came to the White House. Code. Okay? Lexicon. Language. Cloth. It's just dicky cloth. You know what I'm saying? It's not that cloth. They giving out dicky talk.
But our people are not versed in American history, let alone presidential politics. They don't have no idea what these code words mean, or the inciting or evoking of these presidents. They're not familiar with presidential policy, so they don't know what the evoking of these names actually mean. The only correlation they have to them is who's on the dollar bills.
Yeah, so look, let's just use this.
Cash rule.
This is easy. This is like etymology class. I don't think, right? I don't think, so he's already thinking for everybody. I don't think we've had a speech like that since Andrew Jackson came to the White House, said Mr. Bannon, Trump's chief strategist in senior counsel. But remember the word strategist, so whatever he's saying is strategy. It's got a deep, deep root of patriotism. So he's speaking with stratagem. He's speaking strategically, using strategic communication, saying not just it has a deep root, it has a root of patriotism. It has an air of patriotism. No, it got a deep root of patriotism. And Andrew Jackson's deep, deep root of patriotism was niggas swinging from the trees at the end of that Nat Turner movie. The speech was intended to touch the same themes of his campaign, Mr. Bannon said. It was an unvarnished declaration of the basic principles of his populist and nationalist movement, he said. It was given in a very powerful way. Remove Trump and put Obama there, and his right-hand man, Reverend White, who, if he had a pair of nuts, he would have been like, fuck out of here. That's my strategic right-hand man. He's coming with me. And he would have been his Steve Bannon. And then Reverend Wright would have been like, yo, I don't think we've had a speech like that since Louis Farrakhan visited the White House. It's a deep, deep root of patriotism. It was an unvarnished declaration of the basic principles of his populist vote and black nationalist movement. You know, America would have went into civil war right there. They wouldn't allow that nigga to say no shit like that. Do you know niggas carried on with their day after he said that?
Of course. They don't know. They still don't know what he said.
Last week, Donald J. Trump endured one of the most tumultuous stretches of his presidential campaign. A few longtime allies in New York conservative circles met for dinner and a drink. As the evening progressed, the conversation turned to the inevitable topic. What would it take to give Mr. Trump his best shot at winning? We taking it to the dinner. A few days later, one of the guests, Stephen K. Bannon, the executive chairman of the Breitbart News, will become Mr. Trump's campaign chief in a sudden shakeup. But it was a guest without a formal role in the campaign, a conservative philanthropist named Rebecca Mercer, who has now become one of its most potent forces. Mr. Bannon's ascension on Wednesday, urged on Mr. Trump by Ms. Mercer, among others, shows how the cadre of strategists, super PACs, and political organizations quietly nurtured by her family have emerged to play a pivotal role in Mr. Trump's presidential campaign. There goes your people right there. Okay. Will Brexit masterminds work for Trump? Will Brexit masterminds work for Trump? Why the gossip sites don't talk about this? Why are the Young Turks and the other people not talking about this? Why is CNBC not putting together stories like this? Why is the fake news, you know what I mean?
Yeah, all of the fake news motherfucking candidates. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC.
They all playing the same game.
They all playing the same game, reading from the same script, giving you the same manufactured, microwave concocted bullshit.
Yo.
When these is the real players that you need to be looking at. And no one's talking about Robert Mercer and the consortium that he put together that's inclusive of Steve Bannon. These are bit players in his portfolio.
Look, a hallmark of the this is Cambridge, right? A hallmark of the pro-leave camp, meaning get them out of here, kick niggas out, capitulation. A hallmark of the pro-leave camp was the specter of uncontrolled immigration, which Trump has made a central pillar in his campaign as well. One British campaign ad suggested refugees from war-torn Syria were likely to end up in the UK at a time when security officials were concerned that ISIS terrorists might be hiding amongst their ranks. Critics compared the ad to neo-Nazi era propaganda and called it misleading because the UK controls its own borders and hasn't experienced nearly the crush of refugees as European nations. As Cambridge Analytica scanned the horizons for what kept Britons up at night, it was helping us map the British electorate and what they believe in, enabling us to win, to better engage with voters. The Leave EU campaign explained in a message to supporters called The Science Behind Our Strategy. Most elections are fought using demographic and socioeconomic data. Cambridge Analytics psychographic methodology, however, is on another level of sophistication, the statement read. Cambridge Analytica also went after first-time voters and those who felt left out of the political process, the kinds of people that Trump was successful bringing to the tolls in primary elections. At Leave.eu, we're going to be running a bottom-up campaign, Kaiser said during the press conference in November. We're going to be running large-scale research throughout the nation to really understand why people are interested in staying in or out of the EU and the answers that will help us. So this is a sophisticated version of you just put the evil genius's name on it. This is G.I. Joe. This is Dr. Mindbending them. As Cambridge Analytica won't comment on the political business with the Trump campaign, which was first reported by Politico, the company declined to make any employees available for an interview, and the Trump campaign spokesman didn't respond to requests for a comment, More information, how one family's deep pockets helped reshape Donald Trump's campaign. Okay, so we know what happens when there's a reshaping. There's equity and there's ownership that has to take place, because in order to get reshaped and get picked up and breathe life into, what do you have to give up? They're not getting what to you when you pop in. You signing a contract on a blank piece of paper on some Tupac Amaru Shakur because you down and out. So this is an interview. Mercer doesn't do interviews, right? Even as Donald Trump's campaign has exploded like the Kraken volcano in 1883, his primary financial backer, billionaire hedge fund manager Robert Mercer, has never wavered. In a recent statement, Mercer declared, in language reminiscent of an early John Birch pamphlet, that America is finally fed up and disgusted with its political elite. Trump is channeling this disgust, and those amongst the political elite who quake before the boombox of media blather do not appreciate the apocalyptic choice that America faces on November 8th. We have a country to save, and there is only one person who can save it. Mercer, the co-CEO of Renaissance Technologies on Long Island, is the most generous conservative donor of this election, contributed more than $20 million. All right. The Harris quietly shaping Trump's operation. Rebecca Mercer, 42-year-old who homeschools her young children, rarely visits Trump Tower, has a relatively narrow official portfolio on Trump's transition efforts. Her influence comes instead from her close relationship with the people and groups carrying out the day-to-day work of building Trump administration and political apparatus, some of whom have been the beneficiaries of millions of dollars of funding from her family. Mercer's influence in Trump's transition effort, detailed here for the first time, calls into question Trump's campaign trail boast that his own fortune, which he used to partly fund for his campaign, would make him independent from deep-pocketed donors and special interests he rallied against on the campaign trail. And the entanglement of connections between Trump's aides and Mercer's big money political operation has prompted complaints from campaign finance watchdog groups and grumbling from Republican operatives who contend Mercer has too much control over Trump. The most powerful woman in GOP politics, how Rebecca Mercer, at the center of the Trump campaign, is reshaping the right. Do that sound like a baroness?
Facts.
Okay. There she go. Do she look like the baroness? My goodness.
Facts.
Remember Mask? I'll continue. Rebecca Mercer, whose wealthy family has sought for years to reshape conservative politics with a populist. What is a populist?
You tell us.
That's that invisible empire arising up. Okay? An anti-establishment message. Bane. A populist. The anarchists, not really the anarchists, but the message was named Mercer, the 42-year-old daughter of New York hedge fund manager Robert Mercer, will serve as one of the 16 members of the team's executive committee, the group said on Friday. This is Mercer. That was the trade of the century, how Renaissance executive went all in on Donald Trump and won. There you go, right behind him. Geppetto. You're going to have to get these documents from me, family. This information is powerful. You know what I mean? Teach your children. Utilize it to teach whoever needs to learn about politics, the theater of politics, which is controlling reality at the moment. You could wrestle and wiggle out of it. If this is not what you deal with, there's other information in here for you, though.
Wait, go back just smidget. Close to half of that PAC money, $15.5 million, went to Make America Number One again. Mm-hmm. When that super PAC was formed in April 2015 as Keep the Promise One, it backed Ted Cruz, such and such and such. But in June 26, changed names and candidates shifting to Trump. At around the same time, one of its leaders, Kellyanne Conway, took on a major role in Trump's campaign as campaign manager. So this is the lady that went on later on to phrase the phrase of the century: alternative facts.
Okay. So she's coming out of strategic communications, logistics, right. Cambridge
Propaganda.
Analytica, Cobra Commander. Okay. And she's telling you all facts. And Steve Bannon, who's on their payroll, who they give the bag to, secure the bag, who he signed to. If you niggas want to talk label talk, he signed to the label. Steve Bannon signed to the label. That's his boss. That's the big dog. I mean, Trump signed to the label. What you talk about?
Yeah, they all making mixtapes for them.
They all making mixtapes.
Too much sauce.
You could go and do more research.
Bannon got too much sauce.
More recently, Mercer contributed $425,000 to the super PAC Black Americans for a Better Future. The other donors, all of whom appear to be like Mercer white, have given only Yo, y'all almost got them beat, man. Like, I don't know. Even with 38,000, they're giving more than what black people are giving to our super PACs.
Facts.
But all of them combined, they ain't throwing no bread. But he's giving 425,000 to the black Americans for a future. There are budgets that checks get cut to when people come and stand with Trump now. Believe you me. Okay? When they decide to back him and say, yo, there's a check that comes with that. And these super PACs have some of that money. All right, here was the thing that we did on Martin Luther King. Real quick. MLK family feels vindicated. The widow of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. says she's feel vindicated by a jury's finding in December 1999 that her husband was the victim of a conspiracy, not a lone assassin, and says it's the duty of the Justice Department to look at the information presented in the Memphis case. I think that if people will look at the evidence that we have, it's conclusive, and I think that the Justice Department has the responsibility to do what it feels is the right thing to do and just the thing to do, Coretta Scott King told CBS Early News with Brian Gumbel. The jury of 6 blacks and 6 whites deliberated only about 3 hours before returning the verdict in a civil lawsuit brought by the King family, reports CBS News correspondent. They have sued Lloyd Jowers, a 73-year-old retired Memphis businessman who claimed 6 years ago that he paid someone other than James Earl Ray to kill King. He went to a PMC. He went to a mercenary. He went to a hitter. The Kings were awarded $100 in damages. But no, don't worry, fret not. They weren't after money. How could they be? Not after finding out that that the government was complicit in the death of their father, who they are making billions of dollars off of now. The Kings were rewarded $100, but they weren't after the money. What they wanted was a verdict that would lend support to their call for a new investigation of the killing. It's been painful and also has been bittersweet, said King's son, Dexter, who led the family's pursuit of the truth. Bitter because of the tragedy, obviously, but liberating in a sense, and sweet that we have been vindicated, and ultimately that the significance of this historical verdict that really rewrites history is liberating. We can now move on with our lives and have a sense of closure and healing. William Pepper, the King's lawyer, told jurors that Jowers was a part of a vast conspiracy involving the mafia and agents of the federal government. Remember, I said this because this is talking about this. He said King was targeted because of his opposition to the Vietnam War and plans for a huge march on Washington. The cover-up following the assassination in Memphis in '68 involved the FBI, CIA, the media, and Army intelligence, as well as many state and city officials, Pepper said. He told the jurors they could rewrite history with a conspiracy verdict. We're asking you to send a message to all of those in power. You cannot get away with it, Pepper said during his closing argument. Ray confessed to the murder in 1969, but recanted and spent the rest of his life trying to get a trial. He died from liver disease last year. Ray's guilty plea was upheld 8 times by state and federal courts. A U.S. House committee concluded that in '78, Ray was the killer, but he may have had help before or after the assassination, like maybe somehow. The committee did not find any government involvement in the murder. The jury also heard a great deal of evidence which exonerated James Earl Ray, Pepper said Thursday. That should be made clear because there are spins coming out indicating that James was a part of this conspiracy. That's not what the jury found or heard. They heard strong evidence that James was an unknowing patsy. Jowers owned a small Okay. So this is information that the Federal Bureau of Investigation has made public about Martin Luther King and the surveillance that they had on this Black Messiah. This is the segment that we went over during Martin Luther King's holiday on his birthday about the Black Messianic force and what it had to do with Martin Luther King, how he tapped into that force. The feds, look, these are what the feds said. Hoover responded to King's criticism of the Bureau's performance in civil rights cases by announcing at a press conference in November 1964 that King was the most notorious liar in the country. Surprised by the accusation, King replied that he could only have sympathy for Hoover as he must be under extreme pressure to make such a statement. King asked an intermediary to set up a meeting between himself and Hoover to understand what had led to the comment. Hoover continued to approve investigations of King and covert operations to discredit King's standing amongst financial supporters, church leaders, government officials, and the media. When King condemned the Vietnam War in a speech at Riverside Church on the 4th of April, 1967, the FBI interpreted this position as proof that he has been influenced by communist advisors and stepped up their covert operations against him. The FBI considered initiating another formal Cointelpro against King and fellow anti-war activist Dr. Benjamin Spock in 1967 when the two were rumored to be contemplating a run for the presidency, but ruled it out on the grounds that such a program would be more effective after the pair had officially announced their candidacy. In August 1967, the FBI created a Cointelpro against black nationalist hate groups, which targeted SCLC, King, and other civil rights leaders. King was identified as a target because the FBI believed that he could become a messiah who could unify black nationalists should he abandon his supposed obedience to white liberal doctrines and embrace black nationalism. That comes from the Senate Select Committee. In the last few months of King's life, the FBI intensified its efforts to discredit him and to neutralize SCLC, the Senate Select Committee. So what they're saying is, if you go into anything that you're dealing with these white liberal who are known as useful idiots in the leftists, which are part of a propaganda campaign, if you don't succumb to like the things that they were just marching, the white woman liberals, right? So they're saying that if you fall under their doctrine, or if you are, what's the word that they use? Obedient to white liberal doctrines, which is the LBGT doctrine, which is the turn the cheek doctrine, which is the you niggas come from slave doctrine. We are John Smith and all of these abolitionists. We here to help coddle you Negroes. That doctrine, yeah, that way. That kind of stuff. The feminist doctrine from Gloria Steinem, that the black woman and the black man will fare better going against each other and separated in white women will take care of black women. And they also have white men to give them. Like, that's what they're talking about. So if people shake out of that, if they wake up from that, if you take the red pill and you embrace self-love and then you embrace your people and then you embrace your culture, then they're like, yo, he's gonna be a problem. These are the same feds that they're gonna send in Chicago. Remember the keywords. We're sending the feds in Chicago. All right. The feds favor Blackamoor Messiah. It gets no better than that right there. The Blackamoor, the black and the Moor, the Messiah. Where's Mecca? Where's the Messiah from? Where did it arise from? What is the, right? Where is it on record for rising in the east from?
Mecca would be considered Chicago.
Okay. They showed that one man, not one, because we got Messy Jesse, but they're talking about the assassination. And when the famous picture that everybody saw when people were on the balcony pointing, one man was not standing, not pointing, but kneeling by Martin Luther King's body, presumably checking to see if or that he was dead. That man, Merrill McCullough, was an undercover police officer who had infiltrated King's Circle. According to Time magazine, he worked for the CIA at least as far back as 74. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to run through some of the stuff that I read already, and I'm going to tell the family, go to the other presentations and we're going to put them together, all right? So we gave you the definition of Messiah. This is real quick. We're going to speed read through it. The expected king and deliverer of the Jews, a professed or accepted leader for some hope or cause. So there's a race for messiahs on all angles. Okay, so people are seeing messiahs from different perspectives, and they're preparing reality based on the arrival of their messiah, while you're preparing for the reality for the arrival of your messiah. Okay, so we got to blow through some of this stuff. We covered this topic about the Messiah complex. All right, we talked about the Messianic age that we are in right now. This is a time when all planets are direct. This is a Messianic age. If you have not realized that by now, you know what I'm saying. Messianic, marked by idealism or an aggressive, crusading spirit. Trump is a messiah, and he has infused his people with a messianic spirit of making America great again, of crusading.
Right. And before him, the other messiah came with hope.
And before him, Barack Hussein Obama was a messiah who sparked messianic forces within the people. I had the baby saying, I want to be a president. I'm going to be a ruler. I'm going to be a leader. I'm my own leader. I'm tall. I'm as tall as Barack Obama. And at the end of his presidency, on the way out, getting into the helicopter, like that scene in Vietnam, okay, while the White Walkers, right, in the invading kingdom were taking the keys to the castle of Al-Andalus, like the scene in Assassin's Creed when he gave him the keys to the castle, and then that was the beginning of the ending of that conflict, and they got to keep their lives and they got to keep their children, like Ed Starks in Game of Thrones. Okay, he got to keep his head, right? And they came into the White House, the castle, and they took down the crest and the star that were on the castles. That's what you had in Al-Andalus. They would come into the castle, take over the administration. The transition team will take down any forms of Islam or Muslim. So they did that on the website. They erased the website of all forms of Muslim, some things for the LBGT, some things for the handicap. You know what I mean?
Quote unquote civil rights.
Exactly, civil rights. So they began to restructure the house.
And the story was they removed King. The story was they removed him. Even if they didn't, again, that was an all fact. Yeah, it was a narrative. Because he got to respond to it and say, these guys are trying to sound racist. That's the
Messianic is relating to a Messiah, family. Let's be clear. Messianic, fear of a Blackamoor Messiah. Fear of a Blackamoor Messianic force. Meaning Blackamoor, meaning all of us. That is a terminology that they utilize for people that were from the Sudan, people that were from Libya, people that were from, they call them Muslims, they call them Muslims, they call them Saracens, they call them Dark Knights, they call them Moors, they call them niggas, they call them colored, they call them
muscle men.
Muscle men.
The enlightened ones.
The enlightened ones, you know what I mean? And currently, Donald Trump said their month is called the African American History Month. They are part of that lineage. They're rebranded in this. I'm dead ass. They're rebranded now as African Americans because the majority coming from the Wolof, the West African, the North African, the Sudanese, the Kushite empires, and all that. You know what I mean? So on one hand, everybody waking up. Yo, I'm from Kush. I'm from the Sudan, fam. Yo, I'm Moorish. Islam. I'm from Libya. Yo, Hotep. Islam. Right? They go to war with ISIS. Niggas is crickets. That don't got nothing to do with me. I hope they crush ISIS. I hope they blow it up. I hope they destroy them ISIS people. I can destroy ISIS for them. I'm like, fam, Barack Hussein Obama is telling you ISIL. He's trying to explain to you that name they're using, that's word geomancy, that's word magic. Like they're inferring something else than those people over there. Please understand, they may be talking about them at this point, but they're sorcerers with these words. It's a 2-for-1. So first, it's the Kemetic ISIS thing. It's the suppression of that region by infusing these wars with these military contractors and destabilizing, through other operations, destabilizing ancestral lands. I mean, you just bottom line, somebody's ancestors was from there. Maybe it wasn't me. But according to the research that I've been doing, just the information that has come from different places, these specific areas. You know what I'm saying? So this is a messianic force. So in hip hop, there's a messianic force. In sports, there's a messianic force. In your neighborhood, in your social circles, there are people that are exhibiting messianic forces inspired by hope or belief in a Messiah, relating to Messiah. All right. And we're in an age what is known as the Messianic age, the future time of universal peace and brotherhood on the earth without crime, war, poverty. This is a definition for a Messianic age that these evangelicals and other people speak of in religion. Okay. Also the Jews as well. And they were willing to do anything that was told to them to do to usher in. This is the age that's promised. Not this time here. This time is you have to collapse this time. You are willing to destroy this time in order to usher in this time. The Messianic age is a theological term referring to a future time of universal peace and brotherhood on the earth without crime, war, and poverty. Many Abrahamic religions believe that there will be such an age. Some refer to it as the consummate kingdom of God, paradise, peaceable kingdom, or the world to come. Listen for this kind of language and lexicon being used by these super PACs, these heritage foundations, these people who are now rewriting the quote unquote the rule book or the playbook or the matrix or the code. Messiah complex. We talked about Messiah complex when individuals hold a belief that he or she is destined to become a savior. Okay, you have a person in the Oval Office who has a Messiah complex, but you also have people in communities that have Messiah complex. There's people in the chat room with Messiah complex. There's people everywhere around us with these complexes. We got to the psychological breakdown of all of them. I won't be able to go through all of them. I'll just breeze through it. Grandiose delusion, psychiatric diseases, manic state of bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, delusional disorder, substance abuse disorders. Okay, narcissistic personality disorder. All right, this is what he's been known to suffer from. All of these complexes, God complex, refuse to admit error or failure. These have also been seen in many different places. Narcissism. Narcissism is usually considered a problem in a person or group's relationship with self and other. The conscious community. Okay, you see it everywhere. Okay, you see it. It's there.
Wait, go back to it. I'm the best lecturer on book, bitch. Hold on.
We gotta get a large wave of energy from unknown source hitting the earth. 12/19/2016. Historians go into the history book and talk
the
to me.
The day after
man.
The debate.
The energy spans the planet on both sides of several hours' time. This wave of energy started to form. Okay, this event, this was engulfing our planet. All right, this is your president. These are traits of a narcissist. It's not curable and it's barely treatable. Okay, it's who he is. He will say whatever feels most comfortable or good to him at any given time. He will lie a lot, say totally different things to different people. Stop being surprised by this. While it's important to pretend good faith and remind him of promises, as Bernie Sanders and others are doing, that's for his supporters so they can see the inconsistencies as it comes. He won't care. So if you're trying to record or analyze his words, don't. It's 1000% not worth your time. Only pay attention to and address his actions. You can influence him by making him feel good. There are already people like Bannon who appear ready to use him for their own ends. The GOP is excited to try. Watch them, not him. President Obama, in his wisdom, may be treating him well in hopes of influencing him and averting the worst. If he gets enough accolades for better behavior, he might continue to try it, but don't count on it. Entitlement is a key aspect of this disorder. As we are already seeing, he will likely not observe traditional boundaries of the office. He has already stated that rules don't apply to him. This particular attribute has huge implications for the presidency, and it will be important for everyone who can to hold him to the same standards as previous presidents. We should expect that he only cares about himself and those he views as extensions of himself, like his children. People with NPD, narcissism personality disorder, often can't understand why others are fully human or distinct. He desires accumulation of wealth and power because it fills a hole. He will have no qualms at all about stealing everything he can, and he'll be happy to help others do so if they make him feel good. He won't view it as stealing, but rather as something he's entitled to do. This is likely the only thing he will intentionally accomplish. It's very, very confusing for non-disordered people to experience a disordered person with NPD. While often intelligent, charismatic, and charming, they do not really observe social conventions or demonstrate basic human empathy. It's very common for non-disordered people to lower their own expectations and try to normalize the behavior. Do not do this, and do not allow others, especially the media, to do this. If you start to feel foggy and unclear about this, step away until you recalibrate. So you can't normalize his behavior. People with NPD often recruit helpers, referred to in literature as enablers, called enablers when they allow to cover for bad behavior. Flying monkeys when they perpetuate bad behavior on behalf of the narcissist. Everybody on Fox. Although it's easiest to prey on malicious people, good and vulnerable people can be unwittingly recruited. It will be important to support good people around him if when they attempt to stay clear or break away. Gaslighting is real and torturous. Whenever possible, do not focus on the narcissist or give him attention. We opened up what you pay attention to, you give power to. In Feud with John Lewis, Donald Trump attacked one of the most respected people in America. He washed him, he dragged him, right? We know about that. Okay? And Martin Luther King's son went to go see him right after that. Okay? I don't think we ever had a president so publicly condescending to what black politics means. He's raw, he's unsophisticated, ignorant, and uninformed. He doesn't care that people think the civil rights movement was important. He doesn't feel the need to perform some sort of belief that it's important. Okay? Then he met with your boy. Look at Little King. Look at Martin Luther King's son. All right? And he said he wouldn't even celebrate the holiday like that. But not only did he attack John Lewis, mad at him started attacking John Lewis. Talk about the most respected. They dragged that dude. That's when they all started coming out. John Lewis is a racist pig. There aren't one political pundit that didn't say on November 9th that this would be Democrats' exact response to Trump winning. Like I heard Rush Limbaugh, I believe, say, Democrats, demon rats, do not live in reality. They believe polls were right and the real votes were wrong with a bunch of idiots. Maine governor tells John Lewis to thank 3 white presidents for civil rights progress. Maine's governor Paul LePage says civil rights icon John Lewis should thank Republican presidents for ending Jim Crow and law slavery. Like, nigga, get in line. Maine's brash governor insisted the civil rights icon John Lewis, your man's in them, needs to show white Republican presidents some appreciation for allegedly ending slavery and opposing Jim Crow laws.
They talking Greece.
Okay, so they said that they're going to boycott the inauguration. They're like, so what? Okay, these are federal documents. Agents familiar with facets of the NOI, which may indicate trends and possible future direction of the organization. The Bureau's concern is most understandable and suggestions appreciation. Methods through which factionalism amongst the leaderships could be created. Over the years, considerable thought has been given and action taken with bureau approval. Meaning they just saying, we'll sign off on it. Go and do it. Send out the tweet, nigga. Send it. Make the video. Upload it. Over the years, considerable thought has been given and action taken with bureau approval relating to methods through which factionalism among the leadership could be created, meaning niggas falling out. Serious consideration has also been given towards developing ways and means of changing NOI philosophy to one whereby the members could be developed into useful citizens and the organizations developed into one emphasizing religion, the brotherhood of mankind, and self-improvement. Factional disputes have been developed, and most notable being Malcolm X Little. Prominent black personages have publicly and nationally spoken out against the group. U.S. District Court James Benton Parsons being one example. The media of the press has played down the NOI. These are more things. Trump tweets Chicago might need federal help on violence. President Trump took to Twitter Monday to again draw attention to Chicago's struggles with surging violent crime, this time suggesting that perhaps Mayor Rahm Emanuel should seek help from the feds. Chicago's murder rate is record-setting, 4,331 shooting victims with 772 murders in 2016, Trump wrote on Twitter. If mayor can't do it, he must ask federal help. Trump tweet came the morning after 60 Minutes aired a segment on Chicago Chirac's violence, including an interview from Emanuel's former police superintendent Gary McCarthy, who said the city's police department was in crisis. The mayor fired McCarthy more than a year ago amid the fallout over the court order release of a video showing a white police officer shooting Laquan McDonald 16 times. And also the DOJ report on what? On Chicago, they had a DOJ report.
Yeah, they said that the institutionalized bureau is corrupt and racist, and they need to be restructured. Same way they did with Ferguson. Same way they did with
Detroit, on Baltimore.
Same way they did when they came in with the racial profiling in New York.
Mm-hmm.
But what gets done after that?
Nothing.
All of that shit was cute. It was window dressing.
It's
and
to
you had
appease the
niggas
Negro.
over there. You know, you had Eric Holder, you had Loretta Lynch, and all of that. And none of them could pull the motherfucker to move the ball 1 inch in the goal line to the touchdown. So what you think you're going to get from Sessions?
While Trump's tweet suggested the feds might need to intervene to help Chicago in its fight against violence, the U.S. Justice Department has been conducting an investigation for more than a year into the police department's practices, including the use of force by officers. The tweet wasn't the first time Trump has weighed in on Chicago's spike in violent crime. On a campaign, he often singled out Chirac while calling for tougher police tactics like the controversial stop and frisk policy to deal with urban crime. Stop and frisk was found unconstitutional by a federal judge in New York because of its overwhelming impact on minorities. New York abandoned its appeal of the ruling after Mayor de Blasio took office. Rahm Emanuel was known as a Mossad agent and a Zionist and was Barack Obama's chief of staff. So why the hell does Trump have to go and talk to Rahm Emanuel when he was the right-hand man of the former congressman? You dig what I'm saying? But Rahm Emanuel has a very crooked past. Rahm Emanuel is known for hiring PMCs. Rahm Emanuel is known for doing business with shady characters of a Blackwater type of place. And there has been talk in Chirac about extrajudicial killings that are not the gangs. But they're looking like these are people who are dressing up as gang members or dressing up in the uniform or driving in dark cars or driving and hitting with military equipment, and they are creating murders. And also nobody ever factored in the fact that El Chapo turned Chicago into Little Mexico. He was Little Mexico. Okay, and specifically Chicago. And this is El Chapo, who's in Brooklyn federal, but he's in America right now. So they don't factor in a lot of those shootings had to do with the cartels. But there's a lot of people talking about those shootings are not the gangs. So these are some of the numbers of Chirac. We talked about Chirac in part 1. We talked about Chirac in many of our lectures that go back, okay? We always talked about Chirac and the drill, Chief Keef, and many other things. Chief Keef prominently put in the news after I put this lecture together. He just got arrested for doing some real crazy, you know, the dude that he assaulted allegedly and beat up and jumped allegedly. You know, he's going full-fledged police. He's going full Trump. He's going, you know what I mean? Like, he's basically playing the part, and this has become the poster child for the purge, as it was intended to be when he was funded in 2012 during the time of Trayvon Martin's trial. That's when Universal came in and gave him a deal because they were funding the drill, the wave that was basically rising the crime. It was a trend in Chicago. So record execs went and did the numbers. They went into Chicago I got the articles where they basically lifted him up. He got crowdfunded. He got seeded. They seeded his drill. Now the bodies are dropping, and because of the real estate and because of the spirit and because of the implications of what Chicago is, even for the founding fathers, this and Detroit have been targeted by people who fear rises of black. How many black messiahs come out of Chicago? Mm-hmm. How many black messiahs have evolved out of the D? You dig what I'm saying? So that messianic force comes off of those rivers and those lakes, that water, the mounds, that whole region with the serpent mound and with the 5 nations, and the fact that these lands, these states were founded by Moors, by the French. Okay, so these are some of the victims of, you know, the corporations funding in the you know, just the commercialization of a death culture. You dig what I'm saying? And also an impact of a music that I explained earlier has the power to put people under spells because of the repetition, because of the electronic music, because of the cadence, because of it, you know what I mean? All of these things factor in to the rise of the drill. But this savage versus the savage that we're showing you. So I know people is in the chat room like, oh, you scaring us with this Trump stuff. I'm showing you. You listen to this shit. You participated in this reality. This was your programming.
Facts.
This is your strategic communication on how to move in life, your strategic communication on how to deal with.
And everybody in Chicago always got all these motherfucking answers to everything, but the shit never reflects when it comes to the streets of Chicago.
Like, is it real or not?
Like, if your programs work, why don't they affect Chicago if these people be in Chicago? Like, what's so impenetrable? Like, do these niggas live in a fortified area that nobody could get into and communicate with these motherfuckers?
Yeah, like, why? My question would be, why not copy the model of what was shown on different occasions? There's 2 or 3 models at play. There's a documentary to talk about certain things that those residents of Chicago should know about when it comes to the consciousness that exists there and that has existed. Or some of these brothers from these organizations, and there are many of them that are in Chicago, should set up a camera and do blogging, vlogging, and reporting. Guerrilla. There's somebody have to be cool in that hood. Somebody got to be okay where he won't get herbed for his camera. Nobody's coming to take our camera in Harlem. I know that much. Whatever equipment we got out there, we good. So they got to be people like that. So we should have ways to communicate. We need to be able to see the youth. The youth have to know that the people are basically
they care.
That they really care outside of the shop, because we care about our brothers. You know what I mean? Now, we went over this in a lecture. We're going to breeze through the whole thing about Worldstar founder. When it comes to this culture right here has been targeted for removal. This culture has been targeted for suppressions. You may be like, yo, I got a job. It don't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool. You know what I mean? It's whatever. I live around mad white people. What I'm saying is, when it comes to extremism, it's extreme. And when I get to show you the people who are in this cabinet, it doesn't matter. Like, come on, they killed Trayvon, family. That could have been that. Like, they killed Trey. It doesn't matter. Like, they're painting everybody, you know, and he went and they acquitted Zimmerman on trial. Like, nah, he was a goon, family. He was worth killing. They don't have no barometer. It's Blackamoor. It don't matter. Like, they're looking for they reading shit through analytics, through Cambridge Analytica. You don't gotta explain to me anything. Like, they're watching Worldstar, and they're like, damn. Shit. This is the culture. You know, pricing guy, they was getting a lot of money. They was moving a lot of stuff. I'm encouraging my app developers or anybody out there who could duplicate this to, you know, do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. But we have a lot of work cleaning up our image. We have a lot of work distributing information. We have a lot of work. We have to counter this with movies and films and webisodes and videos and artists who they don't tell me ever in your life there's too much conscious hip hop. There's too much righteous music. There's too much good music out. There's too much powerful music out. There's too much grown man bars. Why? Let's inundate and drown ourselves in a balance. Don't say, yo, y'all uploading too many videos. Damn, them niggas don't do nothing. But no, this is a Thursday night. We made the conscious decision to take a 4-hour block or more and come and build with you. In a 24-hour day. What are you doing with your time? You know what I'm saying? It's time well spent.
Worldstar's on 24/7.
I've been on Worldstar binges before. You know what I'm saying? I've been on Black Ink binges. You know what that would do to you? Okay? I've been on Netflix binges. So I spent 4 hours wasting time. So now you spend 4 or 5 hours learning some information and doing some research and, you know, adding on psychiatric ward. Okay? This is a book right here called Black Prison Movements that I'm going to read from real quick. What really needs to be considered is truly of paramount importance. The United States government officials so effectively utilize their penal system as the primary tool for repressing and subsequently crushing all dissent, mercilessly destroying the minds of countless people and their souls after a slow death offered on the altar of real politics. We submit that, first of all, the science of politics is not truly grounded in morality. Political scientists and politicians in general simply utilize a lot of false laudatory moralizing to build a convenient facade to cleverly conceal their real designs. In the political oppressor's dealings with the oppressed, when the question is raised regarding what guiding precept to embrace, morality loses out to expediency, doing that which conforms to the cynical spirit of Machiavelli. History speaks all too dearly in the confirmation of this. Okay? When they place psychiatric hold on a mega superstar and don't give you any details for 2 weeks and then release this man amidst no public outcry, no riots, like they was in a train in the airport for the Muslim ban. Nobody rose up and tried to get this man out of psychiatric hold. I'm going to show you what they do to people in psychiatric hold. Kanye has a video where he's in the car feeding white folk with his wife sitting right there. Okay? This man snapped. And his last, what they call a rant, was a stream of consciousness, and he was speaking the truth. And he got renditioned, and they put him in a psychiatric, in a psychiatric ward, and then they put him on psychotropics, and they play with his brain. Behavior modification, okay? What they've been doing in those prisons to the political prisoners and other people. What they're doing in Guantanamo Bay. what Trump said he's going to bring back with the Inquisition tools of torture. Now you see Donald Trump and Kanye popped up, all right? With, I think was that Kris Jenner's dude? His hand, is he a handler? Yeah. Okay. Then you seen Ray Lewis and Jim Brown. So the coon train is definitely pulling up. We talked about this in the beginning of the election, when even before he became president. But I said that you're going to see the blacks conform. Okay. We know about Steve Harvey. We know about all of these people. Marcus Garvey says the traitor of other races is generally confined to the mediocre or irresponsible individual. But unfortunately, the traitors amongst the Negro race are generally to be found among the men higher placed in society, the fellows who call themselves leaders. The man who will compromise rights of his race can be classified in no other way than that of a traitor also. These are the words of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Chrisette Michele didn't even get to meet Donald Trump. He said that he was too busy to meet her. Okay? Send me a tweet, slide in a DM or something, and we could talk. Okay? Pardon my back, excuse my shoulder. Just what we do in the presence of you doges. Because like I said, they don't have no use for you. Nobody respects a traitor. Chrisette Michele spoke to Billboard about her inaugural ball experience and the backlash she received for performing for Donald Trump. She says because of her decision, members of her family aren't speaking to her anymore. Chrisette also tries to explain her reasoning as to why she says yes with a purpose almost immediately when asked. Interestingly enough, Chrisette revealed that she never got to meet the man she was performing for. He didn't have time. I'm not even going to read what she said. When we got the phone call, and this may sound crazy, there was literally no hesitation. I turned my phone off. After seeing what happened to Jennifer Holliday, I literally turned my phone off because I knew it was going to make a type of decision. I couldn't be swayed left or right by what anybody thought. I had to go just with my own convictions. I changed my phone number also. God damn. Tyler Perry calls criticism of his all-white TV show reverse racism. Jerry Rice, what happened to you? You doing buckets of chicken now. What the hell happened to you, Jerry? Look at what they got him. Look at what they doing with his knowledge. Okay? Black Americans for a better future. Then you ask where these people coming from. Who's paying these people's fee? Who's cutting the check? Why are coons popping up? They going to Trump Tower to pick up something. Because they be looking like they came down with the bag. Like, I got the bag. It's time to go. Yo, he's good peoples. He's okay. Listen to him. People obey him. He's good peoples. And they gone. And he's patting them on the back. Black Americans for a better future. Super PAC 100% funded by rich white guys. There they go. There goes Robin Mercer. He got all of the bags. He secured all the bags. Scott Keller, Mark Stanley Goldman, Peter Bowe, and a few others. The Ford Foundation funded the Black Power movement. It helped establish the Black Studies. So we've been here before. We've seen this before. Women's studies, Hispanic studies, and diversity programs in colleges throughout the country, and supported multiculturalism in places of assimilationist policies. It created and funded the Black Power movement in La Raza, the Mexican national group here. Ford fought to expand the welfare state, created the Open Borders Lobby, underwrote the human rights focus in America's law schools, and pushed affirmative action programs. Its sponsorship of the anti-Israeli, anti-American Durban Conference got it into hot water, after which it promised to cease funding subversive groups, including those calling for the destruction of Israel, aka anything melanated. This is Reinhard Jackson. He's the president and CEO of Reinhard Jackson and Associates, a government relations and political consulting firm in Washington, D.C. He has a proven record of balancing public policy with fundamental freedoms associating with a free market capitalistic society. So, other words, he's cooning on higher levels: government affairs, international affairs, athletes, and entertainers. After spending years in corporate financing and accounting, Raynard decided to start RJA. RJA focuses on 4 areas. Political consulting. They work with governments. This is the guy that I just showed you that they funding. Political consulting. They work with governors, senators, congressmen, helping them design campaign strategies to reach minority communities. This includes identifying what groups to speak to, writing copy for radio and TV commercials, and funding. It says writing. Do you know what writing copy means? It means writing everything that you're saying. You write in the script. You're the architect. Creating talking points. You become the architect, the Geppetto for all of these black talking heads that show up on Fox, that show up on TV, that show up on K. All of them, every single one. Writing for copy for radio, TV commercials, and fundraising. Government affairs. They work with trade associations and other special interest groups to help them design strategies to educate members of Congress about their corporate agenda. International relations. They work with presidents from various African countries, helping them improve their relations with the executive and legislative branches of the U.S. government. They also help them build relations with the U.S. business community in the areas of trade and investment. Athletes and entertainers. They work with many professional athletes and entertainers, both active and retired from the NBA, NFL, MLB, recording artists, actors, helping them with strategic business advice with their charitable initiatives. Spend money in Israel, put money over here. Do not deal with those conscious dudes. They're subversive. You can't cut the check or the bag at all. Come over here. Floyd, come in the tower. Steve, come to the tower. Jim, come to the tower. Chrisette. He's a native of St. Louis, Missouri. Missouri. His relationships date back from the Nixon administration to the current Bush administration. These relationships allow him to work with both Democrats and Republicans to move their clients' agenda forward. All right? And he does political consulting. This is him. There you go. Did you ever see him? You seen him? There's Raynard. He's with Don King, who showed up where? Tower. At the tower. Okay. He's with some tall people. I don't know them. He's with Dick Cheney. He's with Bush. He's with Clinton. He's with them boys. FPL wins battle to store radioactive waste under Miami's drinking water aquifer. I'm coming to Miami to do the Facts Initiative to launch our app and our membership program on February 11th at the African Cultural Center. Please spread the word. Let everybody know. We're gonna live stream to a world global audience from Miami on that day. Mama Pill will be in the building vending. Hopefully Blue Pill will be with me. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. African Cultural Center, Cultural Heritage Center, Miami, Florida, February 11th. Brother Red Pill, Facts Initiative, Food, Art, Clothing, Technology, Shelter. South Florida sits atop 2 gigantic underground stores of water, the Biscayne and the Florida aquifers. Miamians get most of their drinking water from the upper Biscayne aquifer, while the government has used the lower portion of the Floridian to dump waste and untreated sewage, despite the fact that multiple studies have warned that waste could one day seep into the drinking water. So environmentalists are concerned with Florida Power and Light wants to dump full or radioactive waste into that lower water table called the Boulder Zone. A small group of activists called Citizens Allied for Safe Energy tried to stop FPL's plan, but their legal petition was shot down. All right?
Okay, what does this have to do with presentation?
It's a slide that I had in there.
Well, let me add, though,
Yeah.
there's going to be a mass infringement on environmentally protected natural resources such as water, such as indigenous land that houses oils and things of that nature. The pipelines is a go. Mm-hmm. Like I told you when I came and did the first Dakota pipeline breakdown, they were just waiting for Trump to get in This is called crony capitalism. All of his friends are into oil and energy and shit like that, and they've been waiting forever to touch the untapped natural resources that are protected by federal regulations.
Coming to strip.
Yeah, these are federal lands.
The same way that Hitler did in Germany.
they snatching all that up. They
So we're showing you the
disrespecting people's
framework.
burial grounds.
Yes.
They disrespecting drinking water. The whole country. They flinting the whole country out.
They flinting the country out. Family in Flint, I don't want to let the cat out the bag, but look out for something coming up in the near future. What we're saying is these are on the table. These people need to be more vocal. These people could be more vocal. You saw the ties that he has. He's right there with everybody. Okay, there's still water with lead in it in Flint. No, they don't even have. They had to have these veterans come and bring water filters. These millionaires are not bringing water filters. White lash, fear mongering, based programming. We did a video on this. In the keynote, we showed a video where he is fear mongering immediately after the election to begin what is known as white lash, like a black lash or a backlash. He begins to damn near cry on CNN.
Oh, Van Jones.
Van Jones, exactly. So he begins
Coined the phrase, yeah.
He begins to create the fear campaign that has engulfed all of America. Is in fear now. When I started the lecture, they was okay. Everybody wasn't in fear. But fear is become the order of the day on a global scale, not just in America. They got people in the Sudan scared. They got people in the Middle East scared. They got people in China fear. Everybody's in the fear has gripped the planet. Exit polls. This is who voted for him. Male, 47%. So we don't keep forgetting. We got to remind ourselves. Female, 53. More females than males. That's what this is saying.
Grandbada. Huh?
40%. 54%. Age, a whole bunch of young people. 40% of the 30 to 44.
Hold on. I thought they said hip hop transformed this country. I thought they said that, racial politics wasn't transgenerational because hip hop created a gulf between the two. I thought that's what they said. That's what niggas be saying.
45 to 64 years old, 51%. 65 and older, 51%. So make America great rang true to them. Because political beliefs are hardwired into the brain, says neuroscientists. So these people only had to be spoken to from a psychological aspect of data mining and analytics of a base. You only had to speak to the political beliefs that were hardwired into their brains, because you have keywords and triggers and you have control and you manipulate media.
They're children of their parents. So
neuroscientists at the University of Southern California led a study that found people are less likely to change their minds on political issues than on apolitical ones when presented with contradictory data. Neuroscientists. The reason, like religious beliefs, political opinions are intimately linked to how someone sees his or her own character and sense of community in a way that apolitical opinions simply are not. Make America great again. We rally and it's about us versus them. Okay? The first day he comes out, he's shooting at the blacks and the Mexicans and the Arabs and the Muslims. So he's speaking to the memory that these 51% of these people who were living in America where they was spitting on us, kicking our people, Jim Crow, hidden figures, when the blacks had to be hidden figures, when they were ruled and ruly.
go that way.
Go that way. Right. So,
The shit that I always talk about.
exactly.
When I be like, you see them 60 and 70-year-old crackers? I'm like, them the ones that was in the motherfucking crowd. They was 12 and 13 when your people was hanging from trees. Okay? They came out and they celebrated. Nothing happened to their daddy's daddy.
Nothing.
And now here they go with their children's children, instilling those same values, and they doing it. That's what their version of cloth talk is. But you think the shit got normalized because everybody shows up to a motherfucking Public Enemy concert. Joke's on you, Jack.
Their new study published Friday in the journal Scientific Reports, found that people are more apt to reject evidence that challenges their opinions on subjects like immigration and gay marriage than evidence that challenges their opinions on topics like Thomas Edison or heart disease. If a belief becomes incorporated into our personal or social identity, then it's much harder to change. We wanted to see what's going on in the brain when people resist belief change. Lead author Jonas Kaplan said in an interview with Yahoo News, you sort of become committed to this version of yourself that has a set of beliefs around certain topics. Are people willing to consider counter evidence to their opinions on early predictors of intelligence? Very likely. Or are they willing to do the same for immigration? Many simply won't budge. All facts. It doesn't matter what you tell us. We don't care. All facts. Oh, the black man is God. All facts. Oh, y'all conscious. You hashtag woke. You niggas said.
No. Did you black? All facts. This nigga
All
came
facts.
and said, no, you're African American.
Facts. He said he said it. So now what you gonna say? He said it.
You niggas need to sit the fuck down when the Moors was trying to tell you.
All facts. Fact or fiction, as you see. Kaplan, a psychology professor at USC's Brain and Creativity Institute, said part of the reason that he and his studies co-authors BCI because it seems very important for humans to change their minds when they encounter new evidence. Okay, what is social evolution? Social evolution is a subdiscipline of evolutionary biology that is concerned with social behaviors that has fitness consequences for individuals rather than the actor. Social behaviors can be categorized according to the fitness consequences they entail for the actor and recipient. Mutually beneficial, a behavior that increases the direct fitness of both the actor and the recipient. Selfish, a behavior that increases the direct fitness of the actor but the recipient suffers a loss. Altruistic, a behavior that increases the direct fitness of the recipient, but the actor suffers a loss. Spiteful, a behavior that decreases the direct fitness of both the actor and the recipient. This classification was proposed by W.D. Hamilton, arguing that natural selection favors mutually beneficial or selfish behaviors. Hamilton's insight was to show how kin selection could explain altruism and spite. Freud popularized the term subconscious. Freud popularized the term subconscious, that there is part of our mind which we are not fully aware of, but somehow influences our decisions. What is lesser known is that Freud was what we now call a social evolutionist. He understood that most of our behavior originated from what he called the primal horde, what Freud called the subconscious, what we now call the reptile brain, the part of our brain we inherited from reptiles. It is within this brain emotions originate. Okay? I'm going to get to that because this is all primal. This is what's taking place. This is what is being stimulated.
Stoked.
This is from Russia with Love. I would love to go through it, family, because I would love to go back over demoralization, destabilization, insurgency, and normalization. But fortunately for us, we have a video that we've done with Rich already on that topic. So you're going to have to go into that topic. What that topic was talking about was...
Tell them what video it is so they can find it.
What's the name of that video? I'm in this mode right now. I can't even think of it. But it's one of the first videos I did on the fear of a Blackamoor Messiah. All right. And you could go and Google it. Google this name, Yuri Bezmenov. Read these articles on this practice that they have perfected in Russia, where they destabilize governments over an approximate, 30, 40-year span, and how that is actually happening right now in the United States of America, and one of the people at the helm of this is Steve Bannon. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxist-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. Most of the activity of the department was to compile huge volume of information on individuals who were instrumental in creating public opinion, publishers, editors, journalists, actors, educationalists, professors of political science, members of parliament, representatives of business circles. Most of these people were divided roughly into 2 groups. Those with toe the Soviet foreign policy, they would be promoted to the positions of power through media and public opinion manipulation. Those who refused the Soviet influence in their own country will be character assassinated or executed physically, counter-revolution. Same way as in a small town of Hue in South Vietnam, several thousands of Vietnamese were executed in one night when the city was captured by Viet Cong for only 2 days. An American CIA could never figure out how could possibly communists know each individual, where he lives, where to get him, and would be arrested in one night, basically arrested 4 hours before dawn, put on a van, taken out to the city limits and shot. The answer is very simple. Long before communist occupied city, there was extensive network of informers, local Vietnamese citizens who knew absolutely everything about people who were instrumental in public opinion, including barbers and taxi drivers. Everyone who was sympathetic to the United States was executed.
Gentrifiers.
Activia pericultura. Elements of the KGB are once again surfacing in Russia under the leadership of Putin. Iranian President Mohammad Abdin, what's his name? Is bent on bringing Islamic Armageddon and the destruction of Israel. King John II is making threats against America almost daily. Osama bin Laden is still on the loose. This when he was alive. A nuclear Pakistan is destabilizing and Taliban forces are strengthening. Hugo Chavez is traveling the world for photo ops to shake hands with almost every enemy of the United States. These are some of the propaganda, and they were utilizing this as destabilization throughout the years, creating fear campaigns, you know what I'm saying, and you know, all kind of other war, because war is about what? Propaganda, deception. All right? So the second stage is called destabilization. The first stage is called demoralization. All right? Human relations break down where there's an inability to solve issues. A culture of lawsuit erupts, and ideologues seek to divide rather than unite. You're seeing that take place in our communities right now. Human relations break down when there is an inability to resolve issues. Social media is igniting that and other things. We live in a society where people call 9/11 for conflict resolution rather than emergencies. Punitive damages are awarded in millions of dollars, and accident lawyers dominate advertising segments. Everything is an opportunity for monetary gain or retention. Groups are pitted against one another. Conflict is encouraged, and the illegitimate morality of social justice becomes rampant. It's no wonder why the cornerstone of the Obama administration is social justice when you consider the controversial teachings that shaped Mr. Obama's perception of religions. For 20 years, he was exposed to Reverend Jeremiah Wright's message of anti-American Marxism under the cult of black liberation theology. Media and sleeper activation. The traditional media is no longer in line with society. They separated themselves and off to lower their role of journalism to propaganda mills. This is being done because of the illusion that some of the media will enter the power circle during the final stage of normalizations. Sleepers can be actual people, but are mostly of radical groups of the 60s scrubbed clean and resurfacing to take a leadership role in the unelected bureaucracies. Those are the people in the marches now. Unelected bureaucracies. That's Black Lives Matter. That's Occupy. That's all of these people leading these marches. That's Black Twitter. These Twitter armies that nobody never met. Didn't come nowhere near the community. Who the hell are they? Mr. Schumann explained that although Hollywood glorifies Soviet espionage and James Bond style activity, in actuality, only 10 to 15% of the KGB's time was devoted to covert activity. The remaining 85 to 90 was spent on a four-step process called ideological subversion, demoralization, destabilization, crisis, normalization. Destroys social ties and impede bargaining and conflict resolution, bringing bureaucracy and dependence on authority. Chicago. Ensure the disruption of education. Devos. Distract from learning constructive and pragmatic subjects and replace them with studies on frivolous topics. Devos. Destroy the religion of the enemy, mock and discredit it, promote corrupt alternatives and cults. Muslim ban. Destroy the religion of the enemy, mock and discredit it. You can't come into the United States of America with the Statue of Liberty. Good old American. We flying the American flag and eating at McDonald's, and Muslims, you're not allowed in here. How does that mock a Muslim living here? How that make you feel? They're going to build a wall and the other Muslims ain't allowed to come in.
They closed bodegas today around Brooklyn. I don't know about the rest of the city. The Yemenis in protest.
Institute power structuring around unelected bureaucrats in the media. Alex Jones, Milo, Steve Bannon's Breitbart, right? Institute power structuring around unelected bureaucrats in the media. Everybody that he's following on Twitter, his sons. You know what I'm saying? Destroy
Jared
labor
Kushner,
relations
right,
by mediating employee-employer interaction, create friction in oppositional relationships. Cutting off trade agreements, falling out with the laborers, warp law, order, and morality.
Department of Justice, CIA.
CIA, all of them. Warp law, FBI, Secret Service, warp law, order, and morality. Said we are law and order administration. This is the law and order administration. We're dealing with alt facts. It's all about Blue Lives Matter. We're here. We're not, he put on the White House page, we're not here to satisfy the looters, the marchers, or anybody who is against the police. This is a law and order administration, and that's what it is. With iron fists. So warp law, order, and morality. Demonize the police and those upholding the law. Make the bad guy look like a victim of society. Justify his actions. So it's all about Blue Lives Matter. They're the victim. No, we're against everybody who has a problem with them. Shame on you. They're shaming them. You know what I'm saying? They Trump shaming them. How parasites survive in their hosts. The same way when you begin to look. Infiltration, assimilation, amalgamation. Just coincidentally, I gave you all of these, you know, when you go with some more deep, when you watch the previous video, we broke that down, you know, we had more time. But coincidentally, Steve Bannon, Trump's top guy, as it's, you know, the quote unquote president said he was a Leninist who wants to destroy the state. I met Steve Bannon, the executive director of Breitbart.com, who's now become the chief executive of the Trump campaign, replacing the newly resigned Paul Manafort, at a book party held in his Capitol Hill townhouse on November the 12th, 2013. We were standing next to a picture of his daughter, a West Point graduate, who at the time was a lieutenant in the 101 Airborne Division serving in Iraq. The picture was notable because she was sitting on what was once Saddam Hussein's gold throne with a machine gun on her lap. I'm very proud of her, Bannon said. Then we had a long talk about his approach to politics. He never called himself a populist or an American nationalist, as so many think of him today. He said, "I'm a Leninist," Bannon proudly proclaimed, shocked. I asked him what that meant. Lenin, he answered, wanted to destroy the state, and that's my goal too. I want to bring everything crashing down and destroy all of today's establishments. Bannon is Bane. Bannon was employing Lenin's strategy for Tea Party populist goals. He included in that group the Republican and Democratic parties as well as the traditional conservative press. I emailed Bannon last week recalling our conversation, telling him that I plan to write about it and asked him if he wanted to comment or correct my statement. He said, "I don't remember meeting you and don't remember that conversation. And as you can tell from the past few days, I'm not doing media." Leader of party founded by Nazis claiming he met with Trump's national security advisors. Trump and Republicans can't believe Trump put Nazi Bannon on his National Security Council. New York Times said President Bannon. Plenty of presidents have had prominent political advisors. Some of those advisors have been suspected of quietly setting policy behind the scenes, but we've never witnessed a political aide move as brazenly to consolidate power as Stephen Bannon, nor have we seen one do quite so much damage so quickly to his putative boss's popular standing or pretenses of competence. Mr. Bannon supercharged Breitbart News as a platform for inciting the alt-right, did the same with the Trump campaign, and is now repeating the act with the Trump White House itself. There was perhaps to be expected, though the speed with which President Trump has moved to alienate Mexicans by declaring they would pay for a border wall, Jews by disregarding their unique experience of the Holocaust, and Muslims, the ban too has been impressive. Mr. Trump never showed much inclination to reach beyond the minority base of voters that delivered his electoral college victory, and Mr. Bannon, whose fingerprints were on each of those initiatives, is helping making sure he don't. But a new executive order politicizing the process for national security decisions suggests Mr. Bannon is positioning himself not merely as a Svengali,
Right.
but as the de facto president. Listen, family, listen to this. In that new order issued on Saturday, when y'all were dealing with the Muslim ban, Mr. Trump took the unprecedented step of naming Mr. Bannon to the National Security Council along with the Secretaries of State and Defense and certain other top officials. President George W. Bush's last chief of staff, Joshua Bolton, was so concerned about separating politics from national security that he barred Mr. Rove, Mr. Bush's political advisor, from NSC meetings, to the annoyance of experienced foreign policy aides. David Axelrod, President Barack Obama's political advisor, sat in some NSC meetings, but he was not a permanent member of the council. All this may seem like boring bureaucrat chart making, but who sits at the National Security Council when the administration debates issues of war and peace can make a real difference in decisions. In giving Mr. Bannon an official role in national security policy making, Mr. Trump has not simply broken with tradition, but has embraced the risk of politicizing national security or giving the impression of doing so. Mr. Trump's order says that the chairman of Joint Chiefs of the Mr. Trump's order says that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the director of national intelligence will attend the principal committees only where issues pertaining to their responsibilities and expertise are to be discussed. Damn. Do you know what that means? Let's just talk in Negro terms.
Let's talk Negro.
New Jack City, motherfucker. What's my dude name? New Jack City with my dude, Nino Brown.
Nino.
Imagine if Nino told G Money,
right,
Stutter Man, and Keisha, you don't even need to come in. You only come in what matters to deal with what y'all dealing with, what I want you to hear. We invite only Keisha. You know what she would have said. You know what Stutter Man would have said. Boss, are you serious? Do you know what that means? This is Cobra Commander.
All right, now, in the last Blood Monologues, I spoke about the 33rd president of this country, right? Mm-hmm. Truman, and how he was inserted at the Democratic National Convention out of Chicago in 1944. They were supposed to put in Henry Wallace, who at the time was the vice president of FDR, I believe. Yeah. But the party bosses, they bucked on him, they usurped him, and then one day they pulled a political coup, and they brought in Truman, right? Truman is on a ticket with FDR. The next year, FDR dies in 45. Truman becomes the 33rd, so he has James Byrd Jr. as his right-hand advisor. This was a staunch he was just KKK all the way.
Grand Dragon.
He was a Grand Dragon, but he was the top dude on Capitol Hill. You had to come and kiss his ring for anything that you wanted. And then to pull any joke, you had to go and see him. He was the man. He was the plug, right? Yeah. Who was popularized, of course, on Capitol Hill for blocking anti-lynching legislation and everything. Yeah. So he becomes his right-hand advisor. This is when they're in World War II meeting, you know what I'm saying, with Russia and trying to get everything squashed. This ultimately also becomes, fighting Japan, who they had an equal hatred for Japanese as they did for Negroes. Facts. What they put on the record. So this is the person directly, as history is accredited. I ain't talking about, because Truman was the 33rd, so we don't know about the Illuminati or who else was behind them. But his right-hand advisor was the one responsible for when they dropped the bomb. Okay, when they dropped them bombs, it was a staunch Southern racist motherfucking advisor in the same room with a staunch racist president. Facts. Who was like, who made that decision. And that was those sole decisions.
Mr. Trump's order says that, okay, as his first week in office amply demonstrated, Mr. Trump has no grounding in national security decision-making. No sophistication. Yeah, they had their own Mad Dog. No sophistication in governance and little apparent grasp of what it takes to lead a great diverse nation. He needs to hear from experienced officials like General Dunford, but Mr. Bannon has positioned himself, along with Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as the president's most trusted aide, shutting out other voices that might offer alternative views. He is now reportedly eclipsing the national security advisor, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. While Mr. Trump long ago embraced Mr. Bannon's politics, he would be wise to reconsider allowing him to run his White House, particularly after fiascos over the weekend of the risible Muslim ban. Mr. Bannon helped push that order through. Sean Spicer, the White House press secretary, said Mr. Bannon, whose Breitbart website was a magnet for white nationalists, anti-globalists, and conspiracy theorists. They're leaving out white supremacists. They're leaving out the homeland terrorist. Always plan.
Who they just took off the list.
Today, Trump is petitioning to take them off of the list of recognized.
Bannon.
And did it happen? Did they take him off?
Bro, I mean, it's only a matter
These
of time.
people have committed the most homeland. They have committed the most homeland mass shootings, and they are considered the highest on the homeland security threat. But they took them off of the list. They are
they said they're focusing exclusively on Islamic
radicalism. They didn't describe what that was. Yeah. Islam. I self-lord and master, radicalist, extremism. They said Muslim. They didn't say Arab. You niggas is trying to offer up the Yemenis. You feel me? Yeah. Y'all ready to sell them up the river, but that's not what they're talking about. It's fear of a Blackamoor Messiah. The last place you want to put somebody who worries about politics is in a room where they're talking about national security. I've never seen that happen, and it shouldn't happen. It's not like he has broad experience in foreign policy and national security issue. He doesn't. His primary role is to control or guide the president's conscience based on his campaign promises. That's not what the National Security Council is supposed to be about. That's called a coup, family. In so many ways, in so many other words, that is a non-bloody coup. When he did a ban, when he called the Crusades, they pulled the goat with a stroke of a pen. He put his dude in the commander seat, in the Cobra commander clutch.
Showing you what that pen is about. You have a million people
talking about that pen.
Protesting, banging on your motherfucking door, nigga, with the stroke of a pen. Let the bullshit begin.
When all y'all wanted to do was stop people from teaching a population of unsuspecting, unwitting people how to utilize that pen. This what they were trying to explain to you, that the pen is mightier than the sword, because the pen will have the sword. The pen tells the sword where to swing. Presidential Memorandum, Organization of the National Security Council and the Homeland Security Council. If anybody wants homework, y'all be hitting me in the inbox and everything, asking me questions. Well, I'm going to ask you questions. Could somebody do the homework and go and read all of this, break it down, bring it back to us? This is research. Very extensive. He put this out on Saturday. In this memorandum is where he put Bannon in power. Okay? It has a lot of cloth in it. Can't go through it all right now. How to spot fake news on Facebook. Read past the headline. Check what news outlet published it. Check the publishing date and time. Who is the author? There's other ways. Just don't read anything from CNN, Fox 5. Listen to Black Magic 363, KTL, and all of the other media outlets that are out there.
No, don't listen to all the other ones.
Yeah, I can't say all of the other ones. I'm speaking for KTL. I'm speaking for Black Magic 363. You know what I'm saying? In the platforms that we affiliate ourselves with. Look at what links and sources are used. Look out for questionable quotes and photos. Beware confirmation bias. Fake news for great leader. Donald Trump's ready-made White House propaganda machine. Okay? Remember Cambridge Analytica. Remember SEL. Remember that they are billionaire people working behind the scenes who are dictating a lot of the narratives, conversations, conspiracy theories, propaganda, and they are writing the news reports for the talking heads to read. Not Dan Rather. And Dan Rather. And goddamn WikiLeaks or whatever. 2016 election emboldens dangerous citizen journalist vigilantes. Now, these are considered citizen journalist vigilantes. But people reporting in the black world, even in the BLM world, even black Twitter, even people who are Al Jazeera and all of these other places, you know what I'm saying? They are considered what? They don't use that language. Okay? They're not using this language. So these rise of conservative citizen journalism, vigilante though, key word, vigilantes, meaning that these are the talking heads who are emboldening the dangerous citizen vigilantes. They're the journalists that are reporting to the vigilantes. The vigilantes are the crusaders, the oath takers. The vigilantes are the people who he is utilizing fake news. Oath keepers. The oath keepers and all of them. This guy looked like Timothy McVeigh.
He looked like Dylan Roof.
The roofs of the world. Trump's campaign rhetoric and behavior and his allies in the media fuel virulent conservative distrust of established media outlets, regardless of their individual successes and failures, leaving a patchwork of fragmented and often disreputable news sources to fill that void. Where did we see that before? They collapsed the platforms. They was like, yo, don't watch that monkey goofy shit no more. They collapsed mainstream media. They came in and debowed and was like, we taking your people and bringing them over here and we're going to radicalize them. We're going to put them on code.
We're going to finesse them.
The Trump propaganda machine is not top down, while sites like InfoWars and Breitbart News, major hubs for the right-wing hoax stories created by these fake journalists, it came from them, are heavily linked to the incoming Trump administration. They are technically independent organizations. This is what the super PACs were creating. This is what the research and the think tanks were creating, and they were funneling them through Breitbart, through these places that have, like I showed you in the beginning, mass consciousness, changing the physical world. When you have mass consciousness on a greater scale, this is how you sell propaganda. So, as detailed in a recent media report for Media Matters, Trump can rely on a pre-existing infrastructure of well-funded conspiracy theorists like Alex Jones, James O'Keefe, and David Deladine, who pose as citizen journalists and pump out a steady stream of lies and misinformation to support the Trump agenda. This kind of propaganda is strikingly different from the propaganda efforts of previously right-wing administrations in the past, which tended to be more top top-down in nature. Take, for instance, the Bush administration's efforts to sell the American public on the Iraq war. Those efforts were largely coordinated by the Bush administrations, which conducted an elaborate but false narrative that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. All facts. But they didn't have the savviness of Cambridge Analytica. They didn't have the savviness of social media. They didn't have the savage. They didn't have the social savoir-faire of billion-dollar donors who have perfected their. You understand? Instagram, Twitter, and all of these things. All right, the unaccountable so-called citizen journalism is on the rise, while with vigilantes peddling private citizens' personal information and engaging in illegal recording and harassment in an effort to practice what they call undercover reporting. And these tactics are actively endorsed by President-elect Donald Trump. Trump's campaign rhetoric and behavior and his allies in the media fueled virulent conservative distrust of established media outlets, regardless of their individual successes or failures, leaving a patchwork of fragmented. So remember, they're the ones that go and study Philippines. They have a vigilante government right now. The president has people doing vigilante special ops. This is done through social media, and this is done through the network that he built up. Like, they're building this network. He has a network of citizen journalisms who will speak to the vigilantes, and they'll give them private citizens' personal information, and they are engaging in illegal recording and harassment. This is the brown shirts. You know what I'm saying? This is his troops. But this is where they cut their teeth.
That's why I said he's a president that will preside from Twitter. He's not going to use that podium.
Yeah, the post-Trump world of the Trump administration is scarier than you think. Don't be scared. You may think you are prepared for a post-Trump, a post-truth world in which this is before alt facts. This is what they started giving you. They said we're living in a post-truth world in which political appeals to emotion count for more than statements of verifiable fact. So if I can make you feel me, if I could deal to your emotions, to speak to your trauma and your pain by just giving you all of the, you know what I mean? I'm just giving you all of this emotion. I don't got to give you fact. I'm selling you my dream. There's no such thing as facts. We live in a post-truth world. What is the Facts Initiative? America's political paradigm shift is clearly making people ponder on the nature of dystopia, as George Orwell's classic 1984 is the 6th best-selling book on Amazon right now.
It became #1 after the election.
Donald Trump administration wants to cut white supremacists from counter-extremism program. That's today. Plans to reportedly underway to rename Countering Violent Extremism program to Countering Radical Islamic Extremism. There he goes. This is on the rise. He killed a senator. He's about to get the death penalty. There's about 20 shootings that are similar to his that they haven't even reported, and he wants to scrap that. Donald Trump's administration is reportedly pushing to erase neo-Nazis and white supremacists from the U.S. government's counter-extremism program by moving into focus exclusively on Islamist terrorism. American officials briefed on the proposed changes told Reuters the Countering Violent Extremism DVE initiative could be renamed the Countering Radical Islamic Extremism. Violent extremist threats come from a range of groups and individuals, including domestic terrorists and homegrown violent extremists in the United States, as well as international terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIL, #ISIS, reads the current description on CVE on the Department of Homeland Security DHS website. But Mr. Trump's rhetoric has focused exclusively on the dangers of radical Islam, seeing him criticize Barack Obama for being weak on ISIS, with all of those soirees flown, with all of the bombing, with all of the killing, with knocking off all of the top leaders. He said that he was weak on ISIS. The position sparked the executive order suspending the U.S. refugee program and immigration from 7 predominantly Muslim countries of countries of concern. The president claimed the move will prevent bad dudes coming to the U.S., despite the fact countries linked to previous terror attacks were not on the list, as well as warnings that the Muslim ban will fuel propaganda efforts by ISIS and other jihadist groups. Orlando nightclub attack, a timeline of mass shootings in the U.S. since 2012, in case anybody needs to know. Cedric Ford killed 3 people and wounded 14 others others lawnmower factory where he worked in the central Kansas community of Hessen. The local police chief killed him during a shootout with 200, 300 workers still in the building. Jason Dalton, 45, accused of randomly shooting and killing 6 people and severely wounding 2 others during a series of attacks several hours in the Kalamazoo, Michigan areas. Authorities say he paused between shootings to make money as an Uber driver. He faces murder. He faces murder and attempted murder charges. Syed Rizwan Farouk, 28, and Chashfin Malik, 27, opened fire at a social services center in San Bernardino, California, killing 14 people and wounding more than 20. They fled the scene but died hours later in a shootout with police. And please, for the record, understand that some of these shootings are all contested as false flag events and as being put forth by hired contractual tall white men who were, it was always this definition of a tall white man, well-shaven, contractor looking, you know what I mean, group of shooters who were basically strategically setting up their false flag or this drill. Or there was always a drill that happened around that time. A shooter at Urupaquah Community College in Roseburg, Oregon, left 10 people dead and 7 wounded. Shooter Christopher Harper Mercer, 27, exchanged gunfire with police and killed himself. Dylan Roof on June 17, 2015. Shot and killed 9 African-American church members during a Bible study group inside the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Police contend the attack was racially motivated. Roof faces 9 counts of murder in state court and dozens of federal. They don't even say senator. That's the disrespect. They don't even talk about that. I could go on for days. There's other killers. These are your threats. These are the people that should be on the terror list. These are the people that they're trying to exonerate. All of these shooters, these people were all race soldiers, suspected white supremacists. I could go on for days. December 2012, Connecticut, an armed 20-year-old went into Sandy Hook and killed 26 people. In Minnesota, the deadliest workplace rampage. Andrew Eagle Dinger, who just been fired, pulled a gun and he fatally shot 6 people, including the company's founder. In Oak Creek, Wisconsin, a 40-year-old gunman he's killed 6 worshipers at a Sikh temple. James Holes, 27, he killed 12 people and injured 70 in Aurora, Colorado in that movie theater. In April 2nd, 2012, 7 people were killed and 3 were wounded when a 43-year-old former student opened fire at a university in Oakland, California. But y'all talking about Muslims, how journalists covered the rise of Mussolini and Hitler. It's the same way that they're covering the rise of Trump. You got to go and read. We covered this already. Germany grapples with its African genocide. Germany returns 20 skulls to Africa. Germany created a Holocaust in Africa before Germany did what they did in Nazi. Trump is of Germany descent. Half the majority European population in America is of Germanic descent. A&E cancels controversial KKK reality show after learning the producers paid Klansmen for access. They are normalizing the KKK. Okay, KKK members said A&E paid them to fake scenes in a canceled series. Don't believe the hype. That season will be coming back because Trump is going to tweet it. He's going to say we're bringing it back. Okay, because the progression of a KKK series comes from watching Dog the Bounty Hunter, The Hoarders, The First 48, Duck Dynasty, Billy the Exterminator. It's a progression. After Trump, is media normalizing the KKK? Ask the question, yes, they are. Trump supporters are using weaponized personal harassment to intimidate electors and journalists. He has a Twitter, he has a troll army. Bannon and Trump have created an extremist attack group to intimidate anyone who goes against Trump. Bannon even posted Paul Ryan's phone number, address, and schools that his kids go to. This is outright intimidation. Bannon did this with Breitbart London when he helped his Trump buddy Nigel Farage push for Brexit. It resulted in a young mother politician, Joe Cox, who opposed Brexit, to be brutally stabbed to death by a right-wing extremist. So they're inciting the murderers, the vigilantes, targeted harassment, personal intimidation, media censoring, Trump using the Twitter, okay? They are creating trolls, and the movie comes out. All right? Trolls. Dylan Roof 4chan and the new online racism. Dylan Roof said that George Zimmerman killing was what sparked him and what woke him up, all right, to who he is. It was his manifesto. He wrote in his manifesto he was reborn as a white nationalist when he went through the Martin case because it tapped into centuries of American history that the leak likely passed. It's a widespread internet culture. He became part of the trolling culture, right? The trolling culture is well hidden by its pretense of tricksterism. So the laws where they'll call the SWAT team on you. You know what I mean? They're posting people's nudes online, things of that nature, hacking in phones, posting news, trolling people, messing up the DHS, the signals, you know what I mean? Interrupting your signal, but calling the SWAT team, calling Pizza Hut, you know what I mean? Ordering 500 boxes of pizza. This is where they come out of this. This is their beginnings, their humble beginnings, all right? The fault line exposed by the killing of Martin is still sitting out aftershocks. It inspired the Black Lives Matter movement and more radical offshoot, including a group named after Martin. Despite objections from his family, it became the Martin case in the mainstream media's handling of it, marred by both casual slanders of Martin and the outright distortions about Zimmerman, reverberated in the internet's ideological echo chambers. The former inspiring the nascent protest movements that reemerged in Ferguson, the latter inspiring a right-wing counter movement online. So you're seeing a counter movement to black nationalism, a counter movement to black consciousness, a counter movement to the alt-left. It encompasses Steve Bannon, Dylan Roof, George Zimmerman, Donald Trump, and all of the race soldiers that they have now emboldened in your face. Okay, that's what I'm saying by so many ways. Pepe the Frog, middle finger to you niggas. Okay? These are the signs and the symbols of the hate symbol database. Go and check out the lecture that we did with Brother Risk when we touched on all of this. These are the pictures of the Dylan Nine. This man right here is called Senator Pickney. He was on the committee with Hillary Clinton. She never mentioned his name. They're not mentioning that he killed the senator on American soil, which is an act of war. How could you take white nationalist people off of the terror list, off of this list? How could you take these extremist groups and they killed the senator? Recently, the blood has not even dried. And the person who killed him is on death row. And I put money on it that they're going to take him off of death row. This woke up what is known as the sleeping giant. The sleeping giant are the people, the 53% of the white women that you black women will never know about because they're on the Million Women marches with you, putting you, lining you up like the op, lining you, rocking you. The sleeping giant, the silent minority, the fact that they're on code and they won't tell you that they're on code. The movie Get Out is going to show that. The far right's new fascination with the Middle Ages. Give me my mother. Come on, man. This is Game of Thrones. This is Moorish Spain. This is Blackamoor Messiah. It is what I told you it is. The far right's new fascination with the Middle Ages. Until fairly recently, it was rare to find Americans who were passionate about both medieval history and contemporary politics. Barring the old Christian conservative medieval tendencies to lean left, a Marxist grad student say, mucking around in land ownership patterns to show how past iniquities gave birth to present ones, or an environmentalist activist perhaps fascinated with vegetable dyed hair headspun clothing. But when Americans invoked historical events in politics, they tended to be more recent. For Americans who are indifferent to the Middle Ages or think of it as an unpleasant plague-ridden prelude to the present, this may be of little consequence. But millions of others with mainstream or left-leaning beliefs are attracted to the medieval era, witness of the popularity of the Renaissance reenactments or medieval-inspired fantasies like Game of Thrones. Jeffrey is Trump. The Lannisters is his family. You know what I'm saying? The woman, the dragon queen was Hillary. Scholars who study the era have taken note. In a recent essay in the popular academic blog The Middle, Sierra LaMotta argued that medievalists had an ethical responsibility to ensure that the knowledge we create and disseminate about the medieval past is not weaponized against people of color in marginalized communities in our own contemporary world. Academics are placing a new emphasis on the ways in which medieval societies differed from homogenistic worlds imagined by the alt-right. Art historians document the appearance of dark-skinned migrants in Northern Europe to show that medieval population, that's the Moors, if not quite as mobile as today, where we're still pretty mobile. Others focus on the multi-ethnic kingdom of Sicily, where Norman kings employed Arab and Jewish administrators, or Christine de Pizan, who wrote treatises on military science in the 15th century, when the field was even more male-dominated than today. Progressives and reactionaries may both be drawn to the Middle Ages out of an affinity for tradition. A professor of literature at San Francisco State University who teaches a course called the Multicultural Middle Ages. But progressives would find it most interesting to explore the pre-modern contribution to multiculturalism and to other modes taken for granted as modern. Did I not come in? Oh, hold on. Followers of the alt-right would perhaps nod. Humans are natural conservatives who ought to take pride in their history, they may say. Ethnic homogeneity is appealing. In an essay that purported to explain the alt-right for readers of Breitbart News, Milo, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, one of its editors, described a good portion of the movement as fueled by the conservative instinct, including a preference for homogeneity over diversity. I don't know how to pronounce that word, pardon me. But Milo, who's in the news right now because they were protesting him in Berkeley just now, where they had to call out the National Guard, and Trump stood up for him in a tweet. He is one who is pushing this fascination with the Middle Ages. What that fascination is basically saying was what we were saying in the first Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah, that they're identifying with the Gothic empires against the Moors. They're identifying with the Crusaders. They're identifying with the Inquisition. They're identifying with the Reconquista. They're identifying with the fact that the West Africans who are alive right now are their natural born enemy, like they showed you on Assassin's Creed, because it's all about DNA and bloodline. Okay? 4 white nationalist groups given nonprofit status. All right? The rise of 4chan politics. We got to get into this. After neo-Nazi posting, they were putting hits out there in the history of the Third Reich. Afropunk went ahead and jacked the video that we did about the white girl magic, the inherent danger of fucking with white women, with the Caviar Becky and all of that, with Tommy Loren. Shout out to them. Trump supporters have a huge double standard when it comes to white and what black Americans deserve. So they're like, yo, you don't deserve nothing. Going back to the top advisor to Richard Nixon, admitting that the war on drugs was a policy tool to go after anti-war protesters and black people. Okay. The racist origins of psychology, the study, the ugly racist versions of psychology, meaning that the way that they're studying our people and, the things that they were doing with Kanye West by studying him and taking him into these loony places, you know, this is all rooted in eugenics. Okay? Negrotude. You know what I mean? The affirmation or consciousness of the value of black or African culture, heritage, and identity. Negrotude was the affirmation or consciousness of the value of black or African culture, heritage, or identity. Negrotude helped to guide Senegal into independence with pride. And this is seen by Benjamin Rush, who is considered the father of American psychiatry. He coined the psychiatric medical diagnosis negritude. According to medical apartheid, negritude was understood to be a mild form of leprosy, and his one and only cure was merely become white. The leprosy Dr. Rush referred to was called melanin. Some of us are trying to cure our negritude today. So they're like, yo, black pride is negritude. They're like, yo, that's a disease. If you come around in Hollywood with that shit, we gonna sanitize you. You can't come into the Trump Tower with Negro too. What's wrong with you, nigga? This disease is marked by a slave's desire to want to flee from captivity. The cure? Shit. The cure for this wretched disease was to whip the slave back into his right mind. This is not a joke. CIA, Russia, all of this Russia stuff. Okay? That's all an op. They are the biggest hackers in the world. Spirit cooking. Okay? Look at her. Y'all watch her on The Voice. Gwen Stefani. Spirit cooking. At the party with the spirit cookers. What are they doing? Okay? This is not art. This is spirit cooking. This is Crowley. This is death magic. This is black magic matters. Okay? This is black magic matters. All right? We could have talked about Haiti and the spiritual war that took place over there, but we don't have time. Proportionally more deleterious genetic variation in European than in African populations, going back to what Francis Cress Wilson talked about with their genetic inferiority. This is just a scientific paper to show it. They even admit it. Giuliani tweeted something for an account that talked about his pedophilia and other things. They even sparked this guy to go to DC searching for what he's known as, we can't even say the word on YouTube, pedophile rings. Pedophile rings. European savages. People who we read about in medieval lore. Savages. The Aryans. The Vandals. The Goths. Right? People who in their DNA were known to be pedophiles. Had people kidnapped. Missing. Cannibalism. All of these things that they're worshiping. This alt-right people. These Trump peoples. Hiding in plain sight, the global pedophile ring exposed. You don't hear nothing about it no more, though. After they did that woo-ha moment or that shock and awe, what about the justice for the people that are still being? They say there are so many pedophiles that we can't jail them all, warns police chief as he calls for softer approach at lower levels of crime. And y'all giving them your children. There's so many pedophiles in England and Wales that they cannot all be jailed. White gays adopting thousands of black kids is better than them staying in the system. Pedophilia is considered to be the most taboo issue in the world. For obvious reasons, those who are known pedophiles live in a huge stigma attached to them. Many of them struggle with pedophilic impulses but don't act on them. And they will have been a subject of media attention, scientific attention, and psychiatric attention as well. Police seized over 45 terabytes of data from the 4 million businesses distributed to over 50 countries, including Australia, Spain, Mexico, Sweden, and Greece. As a result of investigation thus far, 50 people were arrested in Ontario, 58 in the rest of Canada, 76 in the United States, and 164 internationally. You got to be careful when you go on a run around the world on this Trump shit. You got to be careful when you start going to different countries talking about, yo, I'm out of here. I'm going to go chill with people in Sweden. You know what I mean? You got to be careful when you go into these European tours where y'all be bouncing around. These sisters be going on these tours, these swirling tours and whatnot, running around inside of Transylvania because of what Twitter said, or Tinder said. Or, you know what I mean? 36 men arrested in Montgomery County online checks. So you got to understand that these people the collapse of America is beneficial to them. What Trump brings is beneficial to them. They have an insatiable lust for sexual deviancy. They know that winter is coming. They are willing participants in the carnage. All right? This is a movement. How fantasy film plays on black experience while erasing black people. Afrofuturism. Matchmakers suggest black women consider dating bisexual men. There's a twirling movement, and this movement is also attached to that. White men that they're dating are bisexual. They'll hit them in the anus because white women are into white porn. Not only are they're watching all of that shit that they're doing. So all of these things that I'm showing you right here, y'all watching that any fucking way. Okay, black women are exposed to all of this savage sexual deviancy that you clutching your pearls and sipping tea when we expose you to it.
50 Shades Dark.
50 Shades, all of this other stuff. Billionaire, remember, billionaire, the rise in the billionaire genre of the billionaire who is rescuing the working class woman. He doesn't have morals. He's a billionaire. He likes to get whipped. It's called billionaire novels. That is a rising fucking all over Amazon, and even in the quote unquote movie genres, women are falling for that quote unquote that prototype, the Donald Trump prototype.
Right, psychopath.
Yes,
Yeah.
they loving that.
The Wolf of Wall Street.
The Wolf of Wall Street. Dude from the dude Gecko and all of them. Donald Trump, Hugh Hefner, all of that was normalized. It's romanticized. Black women are like, that's why Shorty was sitting there saying that they're swirling, because they're saying that, look, you niggas don't match up to the reality television. You're not matching up to the Subway novel. You're not matching up to the fantasy of this billionaire dude. He'll do anything. We don't care. But they built Naomi Campbell an island over there with the fucking Eye of Horrors. I want that. Trump could put me in his harem. I don't care, because I'm in a harem of Magic City. I'm in a harem of motherfucking Angels. I'm in a harem of all of these other places. So Trump would be an upgrade. You understand? I can handle what those guys are going to give to me. It's all good. I'm a nympho anyway. You understand? And they pass the test. I'm watching them. You know what I mean? I'm cool. I'm cool with the white guys. They'll take care of me. I'm going to be safe in their harem. I'm going to be safe in their world as long as I acquiesce like Hidden Colors. As long as I'm in a room
Hidden
full of
Figures.
Hidden Figures. If they had if that room that they had that sister in Nassau, if you switch that scene to where they got the Confederate shirts on, that's ghetto gaggers. The way that they had her carrying her books and dropping them, they role play like that in that industry. Remember, San Fernando Valley and Hollywood is the same goddamn industry. All those people are related. When those black people be like, yo, I went to the Hollywood party and niggas was blindfolded and I saw some atrocious stuff, all of those are paid actors from San Fernando Valley. Those are hired escorts, or they come in to do it for free. You're being introduced to that world in the Hollywood Hills, and the stuff that they're seeing is the stuff that you will see on those sites that they be doing. So niggas come out of there, they not the same. So you seeing all of that in mad rooms, pedophiles like this, doing things to Rihanna, doing things to her clone, doing things to her lookalikes, doing things to little girls that look like her, that dress like her, doing things to American Idol contestants, doing things to the Instagram thought that you following, that flew there, doing things to rappers that you respect. You like, oh shit, doing things to leaders, black leaders that came in with
politicians,
that came in with Raynard in them. She's telling you to go ahead and date bisexual men because, after all, it's just about stimulation. All right. Primus says many of these women has gone through bisexual phases, deciding the lifestyle is not for them, and yet still expect a man to step up and marry them. She's like, yo, you bros is lesbian, you bisexual, you expect a fucking heterosexual man. You might as well get with a nigga double dipping. Y'all made for each other. As a result of the double standard, she says men who have experienced same-sex relationships or consider themselves bisexual are forced to lie or simply give up dating women. Instead of totally running at the first sign of a same-sex past, Primus suggests women have an open dialogue with a potential partner to determine if he's still in that lifestyle or not before totally writing him off. Israel banging on Obama, lining him up, preparing blood moon rituals. Okay, there's Trump going in on Obama with not that you know what I mean. Donald Trump strats nationalistic tone in inaugural speech. Hitler, okay, this the language. We share one heart, one home, one glorious destiny. And these niggas conformed and thought he was talking to them. The oath of office I take today is an oath of allegiance to all Americans. The speech carved out new space in presidential history because of its vivid and confrontational language, said Robert Dalick, an American historian. New presidents usually provide more sense of shared purpose and national reconciliation. This had no hint of that. Listening to him, you'd think the country was in the midst of some terrible depression and besieged on all sides. Barack Obama isn't leaving the country in a golden moment, but it was quite overstated. How Trump's speech compares, they showed how it compared and everything. Gregory Gunn. This is a report that says black men nearly 3 times as likely to die from police use of force. They're giving you all of the name of the victims that they have that have been piled up. Look, I ran across 50 faces and names of people since Trump won the presidency that you've never seen. And it almost put me in, it damn near put me in tears. Cop union wants Trump to bring back racial profiling. I guess by, this week's, what's today, Thursday? Maybe next week, but he'll definitely begin to address this one. But he began by declassifying today, and he began with the ritual with all of the traders and the leaders who sat down with him in the beginning of that quote unquote, ritual. But yes, this will come back. Cop union wants Trump to bring back racial profiling, but the report says black men nearly 3 times as likely to die from police use of force. So that jumps. Okay? So that jumps. Former Idaho high school player avoids jail time for assaulting mentally disabled teammate with a coat hanger. All right? Nobody said nothing about him. Former Rep. General Mattis. Former Rep. Alan West insinuates Trump picked General Mattis, Mad Dog, to exterminate the Muslims. Montana Trump elector calls for executing gays, hang them up where they can be seen. So everybody is breaking code. Bullied 8-year-old boy asks his mother this heartbreaking question after trying to scrub brown off of his skin. 62-year-old stalks and kills 15-year-old black boy for the crime of bumping him. 4207 woman charged after 15-year-old shot in the head. So Connecticut politicians say he no longer has to be politically correct. Pitched a woman's groin. And I'm like, yo, they on a medieval shit. They on a Game of Thrones shit. And I just showed you that that's the narrative that they're running with. Michigan mayor caught on tape calling black people chimps and women dried up cunts. So they're going way past Jim Crow. They're going back medieval.
Michigan, ain't that where Flint is?
That's where Flint is.
God damn.
Dakota Access Pipeline supporter becomes chair of Senate Indian Affairs.
Hold on, militias there. Ain't that
The
where
militias are there.
Michigan is?
That's the largest, the 4th largest standing army in the world. Is the the registered shooters and the hunters in Michigan, the whole state of Michigan, and then there's West Virginia, and then there's Oregon, and then there's Jersey. These are paid actors, family. Okay, from Cambridge Analytica. How do you riot with clean clothes? Everything is iron. All right? Don't fall for it, people. Don't fall for it. Blue Lives Matter, the new laws that they're putting out. They have more cop killings. 9 white cops killed in 11 days by white men. Where was the media coverage? Jason Robinson murdered a trooper on the run. The only good cop is a dead cop. This nigga looks like Matthew Broderick. So they're going crazy on some Blue Lives Matter, but mad. 12 police officer has been shot and killed over this. Did you hear about it? Did Fox tweet about it?
Negative.
This is what they wrote on Trump administration. Standing up for law enforcement community. Our job is not to make life more comfortable for the rioter, the looter, or the violent disruptor. Our job is to make life more comfortable for parents who want their kids to be able to walk the street safely, or the senior citizen waiting for a bus, or the young child walking home from school. A Trump administration will empower our law enforcement to do their jobs and keep our streets free of crime and violence. The Trump administration will be a law and order administration. President Trump will honor our men and women in uniform and support their mission to protecting the public. The dangerous anti-police atmosphere in America is wrong. The Trump administration will end it. Well, goddamn it, there it goes. And he's saying not only will he not end that, but he's like, take them off of the list, huh?
Keep the mic.
So we're coming to an end of our presentation, family. We got to wrap it up. We've been doing phenomenal with delivering this information. We have about 2 hours more to do. What we'll do when we complete this presentation, I'm gonna scan through it as I talk. What we'll do when we complete this presentation is we'll do a segment at our studio, at our lab, and we'll attach it to this video, and we will have it as a digital download for viewing, for streaming, for the family to study. I understand that it's a lot of information. I understand I did a lot of reading. I don't do this every day. We do a lot of videos where we just build, right, Blue?
Right.
We do videos in the street. All right. For everybody who is, look at this. This is the lynchings. Okay. This is how they dealt with our people. Okay. For everybody forgiving Dylan Roof, this is what they would do to our people. This is Make America Great Again. These are the vigilantes that he's speaking to. This is the history of vigilantism in America. A monstrous lynching, 2,000 people in the presence of a crowd of 7,000 people, a 19-year-old Negro with cries of "string 'em up." He was surrounded by the police who let it happen. Maryland mob lynches Negro despite police. This is what you see coming, and this is the environment that is being. Mississippi Negro girl cremated at a Mississippi Negro cremated at stake for attack on girl. You have the woman who killed. She killed him. She killed him. She was there when they killed him. Okay, yeah. That's how they kill people. They brought that girl to see Emmett Till die. She was there.
Yeah, she was there.
And she was the one who greenlit him.
So
she was like, yo.
People have been putting in requests for us to do a segment on Emmett Till. I think that it coincides with we got to do it this month. Yeah. There's a lot of convergent narratives that go into that story. So what they're trying to say is civil rights was alt facts, because the premise of it was based on an alt fact, which was a lie insinuated by this lady speaking on Emmett Till. Okay, family, because Emmett Till's case is what really propelled and spawned forward King to get on, you know what I mean, his program, and, you know, propel civil rights to what it ultimately ended up becoming in regards to federal legislation. So the premise of it, the catalyst,
alt facts,
was built on an alt fact. Facts.
Okay. So we're going to be wrapping it up, family. And like I said, fearofablackmoormessiah.com is going to be the home for the videos until the app is released on February 11th. That's where you'll be able to stream more of this information. Okay. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for your time and your patience. You know what I mean? And I do not want you to be in fear. This is about talking to the scholar within us, you know what I mean, the researcher, and to encourage those amongst us to, you know, stand on some truth. Don't be swayed by alt facts. Don't be fooled by propaganda. Don't be put under fear by the media. These are the different parts of America. You don't live in one America anymore. These are all of the different Americas that you live in. First Nation, New France, the Far West. You know what I'm saying? San Francisco, Louisville. It's called the Greater Appalachia. You know what I mean? This is the left coast. So we have to think about what world are we going to be living in. There, you don't have to ask permission. They said that there's multiple made up of Native American, the First Nation. Is multiple Americas in America. I don't want to live in that America that I just read to you about, where these people have reign over, where they are the sovereigns of that America. This is the guy that runs America. I'm going to leave it on that. We're going to be in Atlanta for Brother Sutex and the rest of the families. We're going to be performing Saturday, right?
I ain't get a confirmation yet, but hold on. I need this pre-Super Bowl show tomorrow. What's good, Brother Rich? The people are asking for it. My Beyonce predictions is just charting, bro.
Bro, that's a lot of pressure on you, because
I got this, bro.
If you're wrong, it might be a wrap for you after Super Bowl.
Never
it might be.
Never a rap.
Nah, but we could definitely do that, man. That's dope. The Super Bowl show before the Super Bowl.
This is my story. Let's go with it.
I'm putting my money on Blue, Red.
Beyonce having twins. She got Blue Ivy.
I done lined all this up, bruh.
Yeah, she might have red and blue.
She got red and blue. She got red and blue on her tummy. So, you know.
World premiere Prince video coming
tomorrow.
Yeah. We gonna premiere the Prince joint tomorrow.
Peace, love, and light to the family. Yeah, because Matter of fact, yeah, because Prince, they putting them all digital platforms. Every digital platform other than Tidal. I think they launching it for the Super Bowl. Yeah. So, all right.
So
Peace, love, and light, y'all.
Love and light, y'all.
Peace.
Yeah, hold up, I gotta close this out, family. I don't. Make sure y'all donate, man. Y'all the 800 people is something left in here.
Yeah, we got
Make sure y'all
Hold on.
donate.
Hold
on.
Generosity, that is a part of Indiegogo. We have a campaign for the Facts Initiative.
How you gonna cut off my donation
No.
pledge, man?
My bad, I forgot to.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man.
Generosity. Matter of fact, can I drop the link? I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. I need to drop the link in the chat before you close that. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
I don't know how to drop it on my phone.
Okay. Well, we do have the funding for the Facts Initiative, family. Our campaign, we're embarking on a 20 city college tour. We want to bring the Facts Initiative. We also want to do a documentary based off of this series that we presented to you. So the funding of the Facts Initiative is going to enable us to continue building out the platform, building out the app, building out the membership site, and all of these other things. Like I said, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. Take the video, take the information, share it, do whatever that you want as public access. It's intellectual property. All right, peace.
That's a savage. All right, family. This Brother Rich Underground Railroad. Blue Pill will be in the building for the Super Bowl predictions. Law 44, man. Somehow this dude done figured out this algorithm that have seemed to have infested the entire globe, the entire planet. So we got to figure out what's going on in Blue Pill's mind, where he knows, where he knows all this secret occult information that we're not privy to before it happens. So we gonna, so we gonna build with the brother tomorrow. All right, family, it's Brother Rich, man. You see, I'm on the stop streaming page, so I'm about to hit this button. We signing out, family. Thanks for tuning in all this time, man. It's 2 a.m, man. Y'all have a good night. All right, family, peace.